AI now. Nobody is in Bitcoin. But we got a good amount of students. I don't see many of them here right now, but people are trickling in. Students sleep late, wake up late, so that's fine. But that's not the reason really why I love this crowd. I think this crowd is good at asking the right questions. And this is the crowd that doesn't ask dumb questions. And one of the dumb questions is, who will build the road? And this is the crowd that believes in privacy, believes in freedom, and believes in the idea of life, liberty, and Bitcoin. So welcome all. Welcome all. I'm going to walk you through what's going to happen over the next 2 days. My name is Hash, by the way. I'm an alum of the club and of MIT. And last year, I moved back to Boston and just couldn't stop myself from coming back to the club meetings. And Willie was running the club back then, and he said, hey, Neha met these guys in Oslo, and they are very cool. There's some talk going on to collaborate with them, and asked, who are these guys? And he said, they're Human Rights Foundation. And I said, okay, so looks like this year the theme is going to be exciting. So then we talked about it, and we said, okay, let's talk about freedom tech. And that's where it all started. So I'll start with saying thanks to HRF folks for being our main sponsor, and not just being a sponsor, but also helping us plan the agenda. So can we clap for HRF? And we have, thank you, CK, who is probably watching this online, Arsh, who is here, Anna, who is here. Thank you all. Then we have Cake Wallet, who agreed to be our sponsor. So I actually met Seth for the first time in Miami a few years ago, attended his workshop on privacy, and I absolutely loved it. I reached out to him to come be a speaker, but then he ended up becoming a sponsor because he was traveling. But I think we have Henry in the room, we have Tux, we have Yesenia. So thank you all for sponsoring. Then we have our old-time partners, Coinbase Institutional. Thanks, John, for being a sponsor. Cytria, do we have anyone from Cytria here? Ekrem? He got the tickets. He will be here sometime soon. And then Alpine Labs, Sims, Trey, thank you for sponsoring. And finally, last but not the least, Satlayer from one of our own, Luke, who is in Singapore right now, but I believe he is watching. So thank you all for sponsoring the event. Now, good. So let's talk about what do we have going on here, the agenda. So this is the main stage, and unlike previous years, this time we have only one main stage. So all the main talks, the keynotes will be happening in this room, and we'll get started soon. And I just want to mention the agenda this year and the things that we are going to discuss in this room. We have come a long way in this whole crypto journey over the last 14, 15 years. But this, I mean, the same tech, we can use it for building meme coins, but the same tech can also help people escape authoritarian governments and save their lives. So we are going to have a lot of talk about the second part in this conference this time, and you will hear it from our keynote speaker soon. So this is the main stage. And then we have, for the first time, we are organizing some workshops. So the idea is that we just don't listen to all the talk, we also get to do something. And the first workshop is going to be run by Anna from HRF. And this workshop is not just, so it's about Bitcoin 101. So I believe there have been a lot of people who have registered for this event just because someone in their family is trying to orange pill them. So for that crowd, we have this Bitcoin 101 session where Anna will start not just about the tech, but she will talk about her own journey coming from different countries and how she uses Bitcoin for activism. And then she will get into the Bitcoin 101. So that event will happen in a room adjacent to this room. And we will make an announcement just before it, but it's on the agenda. The second workshop is going to be run by Henry and Tux from Cake Wallet. and they are going to talk about privacy tools. So they call it privacy tools masterclass, and then Henry said he doesn't like the title, so it's going to be not a masterclass, not a workshop. It's something in between, but it's basically about going beyond Bitcoin, starting with Bitcoin, of course, and going beyond it, talking about online privacy, browser privacy, and things like that. Then one of the most interesting stuff we came up with recently is we are going to have a Nostr. When we break for the lunch, everyone will look to people around them, and they will add them on, follow each other on Nostr. So this is an idea from one of our volunteers, Laurel. I don't know if she's in the room right now, but she's there. She will help people if anyone has any questions about Nostr. She has been onboarding people on Nostr already at the event. There's a media room, so folks from media reach out to me or reach out to any volunteer to know where it is. It's 2 rooms down in that direction. And it's basically for media folks to talk to our speakers. It's first come, first serve basis. And you can, if you want to record a podcast or conduct an interview, you can do that. We will have lunch served in the hall in some time, around 1:10. So lunch will be there, breakfast will be there, both the days. Finally, I would like to thank the volunteers who have been working very hard to organize this event, and especially our committee members. I don't know how many of them are here. Thomas, here, Ben, Greg, Julie, Amanda, Hannah, Mass. I think most of them are outside. They're all setting things up, helping run the event. Luke, Cam, Roberto, and Trey. Trey actually helped us a lot for the content, so thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now I'll pass on the mic to the Expo director this year, Adam, who is a student, and he will run the show, and I'll run around. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Hash. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, thank you to everybody who supported this event. This could not happen without you, and especially to our speakers who have traveled all over to come here and speak with us in person. It's going to be incredible. So without further ado, I am very happy to introduce our first speaker, Yvonne Maurire.
Thanks very much. Trying to make sure. Well, thank you for having me here today, and it's quite a task opening a conference or summit or gathering such as this one, for which I am probably the least qualified, or at least one of the very least professionals to speak on the subject matter. But I think that for me is probably the exciting bit, that I get a chance to tell you a little bit of my story and why this idea of a currency or an ability to keep your livelihood safe is important to people like me. So, I come from Zimbabwe, and if you're looking for a subject title this morning, I'm going to talk about freedom tech and solving for the least amongst us. And part of that phrase, the least amongst us, comes from what my real work is. So I am a pastor. That's what I do, or that's what I did when I began on this journey. And one of the things that I thrive on doing, and this is part of what our church was doing when I began the journey, or the story that I'll tell you about, was trying to help the least amongst us. Trying to help those who can not, for some reason or the other, help themselves, but mainly because of the situation that the economy in our country was set up. And so I'm hoping that by the time I'm done, you will probably have a little idea of why it's important for people like you who lead these conversations, who lead the creation of technologies like these, will find it important to understand that if we can solve for the least amongst us, we can really, really begin to change the world. So this is a little phrase that I gave last year at the Global Bitcoin Summit. And it says, if the solutions we create do not help the least of us, we miss the real opportunity to truly change the world. Only 20% of the world's population lives in freedom, according to Freedom House's annual report on freedom. And what that means is that the largest part of the population in our world today is living in some sort of an oppressive environment. The most egregious, violations of those, of course, are, the violations where people do not have the freedom to really just be humans. But that's then closely followed by not having the freedom to decide what to do with your own money or with your own wealth, or not having the freedom to protect it or to watch it grow like what other people have in other parts of the world. And this is the enormous task that you guys have. How do we help the 80% in the world to be able to live a free life if they can't have political freedoms, or if they can't have the other freedoms? Can we at least begin to figure out a way in which they can retain their dignity by being able to protect the very little that they have? In 2008, so I am from a country called Zimbabwe, and I want to try and tell this story as quickly as I can. I don't have as much time as an African Pentecostal charismatic pastor. 20 minutes is absolutely nothing. We use that for the introduction of ourselves. So this is going to be very difficult for me. So if we find ourselves 3 hours in, I just want you to know that it's not intentional. It's just, it comes with the nature of the job. So in 2008, Zimbabwe experienced what I like to call not just hyperinflation, but super hyperinflation. And in 2008, that super hyperinflation was running between 296 million% to 79.6 billion%. I don't know whether you understand what that means. At a certain point, it's just, okay, we're just throwing out whatever number we can find. But the reason for this big gap is because it became impossible to really track it. No one really knew. If you Google it, and you Google Zimbabwe's hyperinflation 2008, you just get all sorts of numbers, because it was wild what was happening. But to give you an idea of what this meant, to give you an idea of what 296 million% inflation looks like in Zimbabwe, the largest banknote we ended up with was this guy. This is a $100 trillion note. 100, just let that sink in. How many zeros is that? $100 trillion. To help you further understand what this meant, at the height of inflation, $100 trillion, I remember this, was enough to buy 2 loaves of bread. But it gets worse. On a particular day, I went to buy bread. I remember this clearly. I went to buy bread for my family because when you are in a super hyperinflation environment, everything goes missing from the shelves. You cannot find any food. Because what's happening is that everyone is buying anything that's on sale to try and store their value of money. I remember my dad going to buy 4 bags of 50-pound bags of salt. Not because you need salt, like how much salt are you going to consume in your life? But the point is, if it's on sale and if I can sell it later for the same amount for which I bought it, I can at least hold the value of my money. And on this particular day, I went to buy bread. There hadn't been bread for a couple of days. And in one of the groups, WhatsApp groups I was in at the time, there was an announcement that bread had become available at a particular bakery, because that's what happens in an environment like that. You are in different groups that tell you when gas is available, when bread is available, when cooking oil is available, and what location, and everybody rushes there and waits for hours on end. And I went to buy bread, and I was in this line for 2 hours. 2 hours with my $100 trillion note. It was going to be enough for me to buy 2 loaves of bread. By the time my chance came for me to buy bread, when it was my turn to buy bread, I could only afford, with my $100 trillion, I could only afford half a loaf of bread. So this is the kind of reality that people in Zimbabwe have had to live with, not once, but every 8 years in Zimbabwe, we go through this economic crash. We go through this introduction of a new currency that eventually goes to nothing, and people have to start again. My parents were retired in 2008, and they had about $80,000, I want to say, US dollars of retirement that was saved, and that's a lot to retire on if you're in Zimbabwe. Within a 7-day period, as we were going through this hyperinflation, the government banned any withdrawals from the bank. Nobody was allowed to take money from the bank. And in 7 days, they went from having 80,000 US dollars in the bank to having 25 cents. 25 cents. They lost everything. And in 2016, when I then began to try and figure out, and this will give you an idea, by the way, a kind of a pictorial idea of what was going on. This is a picture of a young man that's gone viral. He was going to buy candy or something, or had been sent. This is someone else going out there to try and buy. So this is the reality of what happens when you live in a society where the money is the money system is at the mercy of a government that just does whatever they want whenever they feel like it. There's many factors that contributed to this in Zimbabwe. The biggest being the fact that the government was spending way much more than they were making, so they just began to print money. And eventually it just was worth nothing, and they mopped up all the real value until we were left holding paper. And this is the guy that was responsible for it. Robert Mugabe was Zimbabwe's president for 37 years, coming to power in 1980. Let me give you a bit of an idea of how Robert Mugabe ruled Zimbabwe. At the height of him holding on to power, in fact, if we go back to 2008, for the first time since 1980, Robert Mugabe genuinely lost an election. He had been rigging the whole time, but 2008, it was obvious that he lost the election. He simply refused to go. He simply refused to go. And to punish the people that had voted against him, he went into every area that voted against him and gave them a choice of what they called long sleeve, short sleeve. And that's where you choose whether your arm is chopped off at the wrist or is chopped off at the elbow, as a reminder that you should vote correctly the next time. And I'm trying to paint for you a picture of why it is that a people allowed $100 trillion note to exist. Because the question in your mind is, where was everybody? Everybody was there, but everybody was scared because of what we had seen. And I've just given you a tip of the iceberg of the kind of brutality that Robert Mugabe meted out. This is where I come into play. In April of 2016, Zimbabwe was going through a second economic crash. And I was sitting in my small church office trying to figure out how to feed my family, and it was not working. The money that I was holding was losing value fast, and there was just a shortage of goods. And I knew what this meant because I'd seen it happen in 2008. The only difference was that now in 2016, I had a family. I had a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old. My wife was pregnant with a third one. So the reality of the hardness of life became very evident very quickly. And so I propped up my phone against my Bible in my small church office, and I recorded a 4-minute video. And in this 4-minute video, which began as a rant of frustration, I began to talk about why it was important for us as Zimbabweans to figure out a way to do something about the challenges that we were facing. I knew nothing else except to get up on a Sunday with my small church of about 40 people and preach a sermon. But what I did know on that particular day was that we needed to figure out a way to do something to save ourselves and the least amongst us. That little video, if you get time, you can go and check it out. I don't have time to play it here today. But that little video opened a little pathway that began a journey of what became a citizens movement in Zimbabwe. We built a citizens movement by complete accident, had not intended to do it, but here we were now becoming the voice that millions of people in our country were listening to. And so this flag citizens movement was born. And what happened, the reason it was called This Flag is that in my small church office, I had the Zimbabwe flag with us. And in this first video that I posted on Facebook, I began to talk about what the flag of Zimbabwe meant. When they gave us freedom in 1980 and the new Zimbabwe flag was released, it carried a story. Every color meant something. The green was about our rich agricultural heritage. The yellow was about the minerals that are deposited in Zimbabwe for the enrichment of the citizens. The red was for the blood that was shed during the War of Liberation. And the black was for the black majority who had now become first-class citizens in a nation where they had been regarded as second-class citizens since the 1890s when the country had been taken over by the settlers. And yet for us, none of us were seeing any of this prosperity in 2008 or 2016. And so in this video, I started to talk about the flag, Zimbabwe's flag, that it tells a story. It tells a story of pride. It tells a story of prosperity. It tells a story of people being able to have dignity. And yet we don't see that. We don't have that dignity. And so people began to call it This Flag Citizens Movement simply because the videos I was doing, and there were a couple of videos, were talking about Zimbabwe and talking about our flag and restoring the story that brought us to independence, which was now different from the reality that we were living. Over the next couple of months when this movement began from my small church office, we started to help people to find their courage, which became the big part of our work. Finding the courage to do the things that matter the most to you, or to defend the things that matter the most to you. And of course, that led us to a place where eventually we were able to put together a couple of campaigns and a couple of protests. In Zimbabwe, it's illegal to protest on the street unless you cannot protest the government on the street unless you get permission from the government to protest the government. Very smart concept, if you ask me, right? And so we had to figure out ways in how do we teach people to speak truth to power. And one of the campaigns we put together was something that we called Shut Down Zimbabwe. And Shut Down Zimbabwe was a protest in which I asked people not to go to work, not to open their businesses, not to take their children to school, not to go to the supermarket, not to go to the bank on one particular day in the week, and we shut the country down and we bring the whole country to a standstill. The problem is I led a church of 40 people and I was trying to get 12 million people to do this shutdown. And that was very difficult as a concept. But when you have nothing else to go on, you try the impossible. You try what seems crazy because you're desperate. And so I remember doing this, and of course, Robert Mugabe was not happy about it. I was beginning to be labeled a terrorist, and I was being labeled all sorts of things. But I'll never forget this for as long as I live. On the 6th of July, 2016, we had called this protest on the 4th of July, 2016, to happen on the 6th of July. So we only had 48 hours. And on the 6th of July, 2016, the whole country came to a complete standstill. I'll never forget it as long as I live, because it was both a most exciting day and a most terrifying day. Because at that very point, the government then began to hunt me down. And a couple of days later, after that happened, I was then eventually arrested, and I was charged with treason. I spent 2 nights in a maximum security prison that are probably some of the hardest nights I've spent in my entire life. I was beaten and I was tortured. But it's what happened in the morning that for me raised the pain of being held in that jail cell. Thousands of people began to gather at the courts where I was going to be tried, demanding my release. And what I find exciting about this is that these are people that everyone had said could never find their voice. and yet they showed up. And for me, it was proof positive that if one of us steps up with an idea that works, everyone else who is afraid begins to find their own courage. And that's part of the message that I'm trying to put across to you today. That the work you guys do in promoting these kinds of platforms where people can be safe, where people can be free, might seem futile now. But there are people in other parts of the world that will depend on these technologies, that will depend on the findings, that depend on some of these platforms that you guys are creating. I'm going to move a little bit quicker. I was released that night because of these thousands of people who showed up at the courts and had to make escape immediately that night. I was driven across the country 6 hours to a border where I was able to escape, rendezvoused with my family, eventually got my family out, and we arrived here in the United States in August of 2016. But the job is never done. We're not free until all of us are free. And so it was my belief that the work we had started in Zimbabwe needed to be continued. And so through a series of conversations with my wife, I made the case that it was important for me to go back to Zimbabwe and continue the work. Of course, it was not an easy conversation, but one that had to be had nonetheless, because sometimes courage demands that we do things that are uncomfortable to us. I think one of the hardest things for a lot of people is wanting change, but wanting that change whilst they are in a place of comfort or in a place of guaranteed security. And the two just do not work together. If you're gonna find change, if we're gonna make things happen, sometimes we have to leave where we are in terms of comfort and go into that place of discomfort so that we can disrupt and kind of get the change that we want. And so I made my way back to Zimbabwe and left my family here in the United States. And I was arrested immediately at the airport on arrival. I'll never forget the feeling because I thought I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. And for many weeks and many months after that, whilst I was held in Chikurubi Maximum Security Prison, and this is the prison cells in which we were held in, I pondered why I had made that decision. But it's the journey that we walked on even from here that for me became more valuable than anything else. Because even from the prisons, we were able to organize. Even from the prisons, we continued to speak truth to power and help people find their voice and continue to demand that freedom is not just for the select few, it's for everybody. And so solving for the least amongst us, I remember we came up with this phrase, you can't really see it up there now. It says that if we cannot inspire the citizens, if we cannot cause the politicians to change, then we must inspire the citizens to be bold. And I wanted to kind of take that a little bit further here. Again, you can't really see that at the top. I think our screen is a bit different. But it's a statement there that says that if we cannot cause the system to change, then we must empower the citizen to create a new system. And I think this speaks to what you guys are doing and a lot of what you're helping to create with Bitcoin. And my hope is that this is something that the least amongst us can learn and can adopt. My hope is that you will continue to iterate and create until those of us who are in the most oppressed situations and the most limiting of places can use these technologies to free ourselves, at least in one way, if we can't do it in the political way, at least be free in the financial sense, at least protect the little that we have. And part of my concern sometimes is that when we solve, we seem sometimes to only solve for the few that have much to protect. And yet protection for those that have a lot to protect is also as important for those that have very little to their name. And so my hope is that you will continue to iterate. If you would like a copy of this book, by the way, I wrote the whole story down that I've just spoken about in this book that's been out the last couple of months. It is entitled Crazy Epic Courage: How a Nobody Challenged Brutal Dictators and Moved a Nation. And all it is, it's a story. I take you through every single day of how we built the movement, every single day of the arrest, every single day of continuing to organize. And I take you through why it's important for you to find your own courage to do the things that matter the most to you. So it's available outside if you would like a copy. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you for asking me to come and speak and to represent the least amongst us. Thank you.
I think we have time for a couple of questions. So we have 2 microphones if you guys want to ask any questions.
So how are things in Zimbabwe right now, and what can we do, I guess?
Good question. How are things in Zimbabwe right now? You ready for it? Things in Zimbabwe right now are worse, right? Because that's the way it usually works out, right? Things usually get worse. We saw the departure of Robert Mugabe in 2017, where we continued to protest, and eventually through an opportunity where there seemed to be a coup taking place, we hit the streets, and he left office. But the person who took over made it even worse, because it was his deputy, and they were having a bit of a fight. So once he took over, it was our turn to eat, right? Which is the kind of mentality you get in those situations, and it just perpetuated the whole thing. So we're in a situation in Zimbabwe where, in fact, by the way, the currency I showed you earlier on from 2008, by 2009 or 10, I think, eventually that currency was scrapped because it was worth nothing, right? In fact, at one point, they actually slashed off 3 zeros. So that $100 trillion note you see is actually like I think it's like a $1 quadrillion note, but they removed the other zeros because they couldn't fit on the paper, right? Not because it was becoming too ridiculous, but just, they don't fit on the paper anymore, so so that was scrapped, and the point I'm making is that it was completely scrapped. We switched over to using US dollars. The whole country was using US dollars. And then we got to 2016 when I started the movement. The reason I started is because the government decided that they were going to introduce another currency, a new currency. And because we had the trauma of 2008 collapse, we knew what that meant. We knew where this was going. The introduction of a new currency was just a way to mop up what everyone had worked for in the last 8 years and just take that value for themselves again. So that's why we started. And of course, once that currency was introduced in 2016, by the time we got to 2019, I'd been stuck in Zimbabwe for 3 years. When I left my family here, my daughter was 3 months old when I left. When I came back, she was 3 years old. And by the time I came back, that new currency that we had been protesting had already slidden in terms of inflation, and people again had lost their value, the value of their money. And then they scrapped that again just last year. And they've just introduced a new currency again in Zimbabwe called the ZiG, the Zimbabwe gold currency. Apparently it is pegged to the value of gold. The only challenge is the Zimbabwe gold currency and the price of gold are very much far apart. They're not even the same. So things have gotten worse in Zimbabwe, and the challenge remains the same. The political class have seized power so that they can enrich themselves by taking the money of the poorest and the weakest in our nation. But the struggle continues. Yeah, the fight continues.
Okay, guys, this is all the time we have for this session. Thank you, Ivan, for this powerful and inspiring open to the act. Good morning. I'm Tomas. I'm a content co-chair for the Expo this year, and I'm going to be your host for this morning. Up next is a Fireside chat on Nostr. one of the most exciting protocols in the freedom space, right? In freedom tech space. Leading the conversation is Setsi from the Bitcoin Development Program, joined by Vitor Pamplona, creator of Amethyst, and William Catherine, founder and CEO of Demos. Yeah, please join me in welcoming the speakers.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Satsi. I work on the Bitcoin Dev project, and I'm joined today by Vitor from Amethyst, which is an Android client for Nostr, and Will from Damus, which is an iOS client for Nostr. If you have used Nostr at all, you've probably touched one of their pieces of software. So let's get into it. When most people hear Nostr, they think a decentralized version of Twitter, which is fair. You know, you could say it's that, but Nostr stands for Notes and Other Stuff Transmitted by Relay, which is actually kind of a big, wide topic. So my first question for the two of you is, what is Nostr? Is it a company? Is it a social network? And why do we keep hearing Nostr come up when we talk about freedom tech?
I mean, Nostr is just signed JSON over WebSockets, so it's actually like, it's not that exciting if it's explained in that way, but you know, it kind of unlocks the potential for building interoperable applications. And so that's, our two apps kind of represent, you know, one instantiation of that, which is a social media client. But in theory, you could build any type of application on top of this protocol that's decentralized and censorship resistant.
And until, a year ago, I think most of our clients were Twitter-like social media clients, and that kind of created that image of that's only what Nostr does. But these days, we have almost everything you can think of. We have marketplace, we have live streams, we have video platforms, meetup platforms. Even like a few days ago, we had one was code snippets being saved on Nostr and being shared through relays. So the platform or the protocol itself is as simple as you can be, and that enables a higher level of usage of the systems we have in place, in the sense of anyone can just build whatever they want, and other clients will be able to see that data, will be able to parse it and display if they want to display that data. The key point there is, you know, it's a very decentralized platform that you just, you know, just like Bitcoin, if you have a key, you control your account, and your public key is what people use to address you in the network. So you start posting new elements or any type of activity, you can post calendars, events, and so on. Those become hashes or hash IDs, and you can cite them by just tagging people or tagging the events themselves in any other type of content. So a video app, a TikTok app can actually quote a Twitter post. A calendar app can display a Twitter Spaces kind of thing where you can participate. So there are multiple usages right now of Nostr. We're just starting. It really can fit everything you want in the protocol. And keep in mind that this is not, we don't want Nostr to be the most efficient protocol, but we want to make it the simplest one so that any developer can create a new application, can download that data from our relays and display in the best way they see fit, running locally on the phone or on their desktops, without any interference from any, say, algorithm on Twitter or other platforms that can, you know, block content from you. You get to decide in the end what you use.
Great. So it sounds like that permissionless nature is very philosophically in alignment with Bitcoin. Can you use Bitcoin with Nostr? Is there any overlap there?
A little bit. So that was actually one of the first things I was like, that made sense. It's like, okay, well, you know, there's a like button on Twitter. I'm like, wouldn't it just be better if you could just send Bitcoin instead of a like? So that's when I decided to create the ZAP spec, which is NIP 57. And NIP stands for Nostr implementation possibility. So the idea was just, there was an already existing spec, the Lightning spec for LN which is the way to fetch an invoice from a web server. So it naturally kind of integrated into a lot of the, into Nostr. So that's all we did. We set it up. So you just click the like button, and instead of a like, you send a zap. And yeah, it's just, you can send Bitcoin to people. It's probably one of the largest deployments of Lightning. I think when I was first running my node, I think it was like 20, like right when I started launching this, I only had like 20 Lightning payments on my node. But like ever since I launched it, I think I'm up to like 200,000 Lightning payments on my node right now. So it kind of really took it up. And I think we actually brought down Wallet Satoshi one day when we launched the apps. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of fun from personal experience. There are like some people on Nostr who zap a lot, and then it becomes kind of a competition where you start zapping zapathons.
And we've, like, there's a lot of people who join Nostr who are not really Bitcoiners, and zaps are kind of their first interaction with Bitcoin, and they don't even know it's Bitcoin. They don't even need to know it's Bitcoin. And they just instantly get it. They're like, oh, people can send me money. And I think that's really teaching us that you really don't need to shove Bitcoin down people's throats, because a lot of people have like a negative perception of it and they're like afraid of it. But the minute that you start getting it over, and like non-KYC sats over Nostr is a great way to onboard people. And we always say like the purple pill makes the orange pill go down smoother. So
I love that. I'm glad you mentioned that there are a lot of people on Nostr who are not Bitcoiners. And we've recently seen an exodus of people come out of Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, and some of them have been going to Mastodon or Blue Sky. How are those two things different from Nostr? Are they also considered freedom tech?
So the main way to look at those is, do you know where your keys are? Do you control your keys? Do you have actual full control of where, on how to move your data or how to extract your data, how to control your data? In many of them, the implementations we know, you actually don't get to have access to the keys, even though some of those platforms do offer signed payloads and so on, but it's always controlled by a third party or by some provider somewhere else that is not ideal from our perspective. On Nostr, you control, there is no way for you to not control your NSEC, meaning you can actually use a service, but it's still a key. You still need to have that physical component that you have to hold somewhere in some place that will give you access to your applications, especially if you're doing things like GMs and encrypted payloads. You need the key readily available on your phone, on your app. And because most of our applications need to download the encrypted or the signed payloads and then assemble your UI from that data on your phone, you end up having a copy of the entire database that, on Blue Sky or on Mastodon was on the server. You have to download. There's no way to render things on your phone if you can't download that data with all the signatures and so on that you can verify locally. And that is not true for Blue Sky and Mastodon, even though, again, they do offer some type of signatures in their own ways, but it's just not as flexible. As you don't get to control your identity as much as you do on Nostr.
My first interaction on was like when I first joined a Mastodon instance. I joined it. I started talking about Bitcoin because I'm like, oh, it's a decentralized social media. I get to talk about Bitcoin, my favorite thing. And then there's like the instance admin who was like in control of that instance. They're like, well, I don't like Bitcoin. Stop talking about Bitcoin. So I'm like, what? I already built up like this large following, and then he just banned me, and I just lost my entire social graph. And so that's the issue of not having control of your key, is that your existence can still be wiped out. It's probably more likely to get wiped out on Mastodon than on Twitter these days. So that's eventually what led me to like Nostr, because it's just like no one can take you out, right? You control the keys. No one can stop you from sending notes to any relay you want. So that's a very powerful idea, and it doesn't really exist on any other platform.
Wow, that's a good story. So I imagine there are a number of challenges unique to building on Nostr, though, whether that's related to decentralization, open source, censorship resistant, these kinds of things that you don't see in traditional tech. Like if you're building something in Silicon Valley, you may not run into these problems. Can you talk about what some of those challenges are, whether those are like technical engineering challenges or more like on the product side?
So one of the main challenges we have is that we have too much freedom. Because developers can do whatever they want, and they can send whatever payload they want to our apps to render. And if they do a little mistake or there's a bug or they do it on purpose, it is going to crash our applications. So it got to a point where in order to develop any application for Nostr, you have to think so defensively because any field that you are receiving can't have anything in there, and you have to be prepared to, for crazy things that people might do out there, either for bugs or intentionally, but you have to be prepared. And that kind of drives us into this next layer of the platform, or the protocol, which is the level of interoperability we have on Nostr. It's just not seen anywhere else. Like I come from an enterprise perspective, and we try to do interoperable things in other systems. On Nostr, we have 100 clients right now. Most of them were built from scratch. They don't use a common library or a common resource. They just decide to build from scratch. And because they're building from scratch, well, first of all, it's better for freedom and decentralization and so on. So you're not tied to a single source code. But it also creates a lot of these bugs and unforeseen applications. I created a lot of them. Will was mad at me in the beginning. But it is
I've
what you
warmed up
have.
to you a little bit since then.
But it is what you have to do. If you want freedom and if you like this notion that you can actually do anything, you code defensively and you wait for those types of strange payloads to come.
Do you ever find yourself prematurely optimizing? I imagine that would take a lot of time, just anticipating anything that you can think of.
Yeah, not from a performance standpoint, but from a, let's make sure, this field actually has an hex code instead of being, any other type of encoding. If you use Nostr, you will see like some apps will render certain things and some other apps will not render them. It's because we are using different formats and we haven't got the time to code each other's formats yet. But that's what happens when you are on a decentralized protocol. You can it's freedom for both users. You can say whatever you want because you control the relay of your choice. And for developers, you can code whatever you want because Nostr is just JSON that is signed. You can put anything you want in there.
Would hell threads be an example of something that you've seen users do that you didn't anticipate? And do you want to describe what a hell thread is?
Yeah, so I guess because of there's not many restrictions on the number of things you can do on a note. Some users just decide to be funny and just tag every single user on the network, and then send it to the network, and then everyone on their phone is getting notifications. I'm like, yeah, I kind of understood that could happen in theory, but I'm like, no one's gonna sit there and tag every single. Yeah, but they actually did. So now, I mean, I'm kind of at fault too because I also did that test. I think I looked for 16,000 pub keys. And I just tagged it all just to see what would happen. And yeah, I think that crashed a lot of apps. But this is the fun things you get to deal with on a decentralized network.
Yeah. Do you have any other examples of challenges that have come up when building on Nostr?
So the two biggest ones, it's really just so the minute you give your key to another app, and that app it doesn't really care that it's going to cause destruction. The most common scenario is they'll just overwrite your entire contact list and just nuke it. So you'll have 1,000 people. And then for whatever reason, they didn't get the latest version of your contact note, and they don't know that they have any contact. I'm just going to create a new contact note, and the minute you do that, it just wipes out the previous one. So there's really basic stuff that I'm pretty sure decentralized data protocols have figured out with CRDTs and all that stuff. But on Nostr, it's no, we don't do anything fancy like that. We just nuke the. But this is why Vitor was saying you have to kind of code defensively. So even having self-healing properties in some sense. I'm thinking about this stuff now. It's how do I heal from all the damages that all these other clients are going to do? And now it's this cell that's trying to survive in this network of entities that are trying to take it. I don't know. It's an interesting protocol in that aspect.
Wow, that's certainly a challenge that not all engineers have to face. So earlier, when we were describing what Nostr is, you briefly mentioned other things that were not social media applications specifically. I want to talk a little bit about the future of Nostr and what else do you anticipate seeing built on the protocol, and what are some projects that are currently under development that make you really excited about it?
There's a lot of really cool Bitcoin integrations. I think there's coin join protocols that are happening on Nostr. The Xiaomi and eCash stuff with Cashew is pretty popular. There's NIPs around sending eCash. So the notes themselves are the eCash that you can send around to people, and actually holding the note is holding the cash. So that's kind of cool. And there's like order books. So I think one of the order books for a decentralized peer-to-peer exchange is like they run it off of Nostr now. Yeah, so there's like lots of cool Bitcoin-related ones, but outside of that, there's like OLOS, which is like Instagram. I think Kieran, he works on Snort Social and Zapstream. Yeah, Zapstream is a cool one because it's like Twitch TV on Nostr, but he's also working on the TikTok of Nostr now. So yeah, there's a lot of fun, exciting things happening.
And on the technical side, we have a lot of new things from the cryptographers that we have around, like ring signatures being applied on Nostr. So you post as a ring, so no one knows who is actually posting, but it's somebody from that group. Or something like Frost that will allow you to do multi-sigs. And one of the recent learnings from them is that it looks like we can actually do encryptions in M of N kind of a way. And you can actually decrypt information with just part of your key. That is going to make things much more secure for us, specifically when you have two apps like a signer and your Twitter client. Your INSEC doesn't need to be in any specific app. You can split your key in two, and each app has one. So if there is a bug in that app, your key actually doesn't leak. You have to have a same bug or same attack on both apps at the same time. So there are a lot of very interesting things that are showing up these days. And like I said, apps are everywhere. Like we have spreadsheets on Nostr. We have resumes on Nostr. We have there's so much going on right now that it's because we discovered that it's signed JSON. So you can put anything you want in there. You can just code what you desire to see, and you
just don't put images in it because that's annoying.
That's so old.
Like a base64 encoded images.
Base64 image? No.
Oh, just don't, please.
But that's a valid question, though. Like going to that, let's say, the simplest example is I want to post to something like social media. Where does my data go? Like, do I have to run my own relay?
So Nostr has these three components, right? Public and private key for everyone. So each one of us have a public-private key pair, and we use public key to reference each other. We do have the signed events, so everything is signed. We can always verify what you write, which means that none of our servers are trusted. You can it just transmit information, and you can always in the end verify if it's coming from the person you're following or not. And the third one is this idea of relays that when you create a key, you also choose a relay to be your home and host your data. So when I'm following Will, I go to his relay and will download all his messages. I will get all my other follows relays, and download everything from my phone, and then the phone assembles the feed. So I'm pinging many servers. If I follow all of you and you all decide to use different relays, my phone is pinging 200 relays, right? So it's really being assembled in your pocket. And that is how you should think on your systems when you're building, is like, the data is being stored in that specific relay that you chose. You told everybody that that's your home relay, and that guarantees your freedom because you control that system. And everybody can just ping that system and download it from their machines to their machines.
Yeah, and there are some bootstrapping issues. Like sometimes it's hard. Like if all you have is a pub key, it's like where do you go to look up the profile for that pub key? So we have like relay hints in a lot of the notes. Some clients do that. Mine doesn't because I'm bad at coding. But you should definitely have that in there.
You're breaking Nostr.
I know. Yeah, so like that helps you find the proper place to get stuff.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned some cryptography, some exciting cryptography that was going on. As far as securing your keys goes, do people secure their Nostr keys the same way they do with their Bitcoin? And are there people developing solutions to secure both Bitcoin private keys and Nostr private keys in the same way? Can you even do that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like some people just like paste their private key into their Notes app, and like that's the main way people store their key. And like, we're not storing money. I mean, some people are tying money to it, but for the most part, you're not like storing money in it, so it's like not really a huge incentive to attack it. But in the future, you might imagine a scenario where there actually is money attached to these keys. And so right now, what Damas does is like right when you sign up, it just adds it to your iOS key store. That's been the most reliable for users. But there are people creating like Bluetooth signers, which is interesting. So imagine maybe it's like on your watch, it can just like sign things for you. So that is still very early though. There's not too many projects like that.
So there are no code keys. on Nostr. You need access to the key to sign for your payloads, to send a like, to send. So it's really hard to work with code keys or air-gapped keys in general. You have to have them hot in the device you're using. And that's why I think it's so exciting to see this Frost technologies coming in, because then you can just shard your key in many apps, and they never will see a final NSEC, final key, when they are signing or decrypting your payloads. But together, they can make a similar signature that will be verifiable with your public key. So that's kind of the angle that we are trying to get from a security standpoint. We should be able to create these shards of keys, and then the apps themselves don't need to be, or don't need to hold the full copy of the key, and improve the security a little bit in there.
And there are like other deployed solutions like NSEC Bunker, which is the idea is like there's some server somewhere which might hold one of the fragments of those keys, and then you just do signing over the network. So there's different approaches. They all have their different trade-offs, but yeah.
If you are on the browser or on Android right now, there are signer apps or signer extensions for the browser, and that's what you should use. You should never put your NSEC directly on an Android app or on the browser, but it's also an app, it's also an extension. It can also have bugs. So you should watch for that. Also keep in mind that you can have multiple keys. In fact, you probably should have multiple keys so that you minimize the cost when that key might eventually leak.
Our motto is that you should practice safe NSECs and not just stick your NSEC into any app that, that's kind of a good rule of thumb.
Get a t-shirt with that on it. Alrighty, well, I've got my final question before we're going to open it up to the audience. So obviously today we're just at lunchtime going to share all of our NPubs, not our NSECs. How can people get started? Are there any cool apps that they can download if they don't have a Nostr client?
If you are on Android, download Amethyst. If you are on iOS, download Demos. They are on Play Store or the Apple Store. If you want to try something different, OLAS, which is the Instagram client, it's just an Instagram client. There's no, there's very little political posts in there or Bitcoin posts in general. It's just for pictures of you and your family. So this is very different psychologically from what we're doing, but it just helps to build the engagement that we need.
There's also Primal, which is another popular client. So.
Great. Well, do we have any questions for the audience, from the audience? Microphones that you can line up to speak into.
Hi, you'd mentioned about just like tagging all the keys and just crashing everyone's clients. With a lot of decentralized systems, you have this like traffic amplification. Is there any red teaming? Because if this is supposed to be censorship resistant and you're actually doing cool and like maybe things that people in power don't like, you're going to run into, coordinated denial of service. Is there any red teaming? Is there any proposals, anything along those lines for, defending against that?
There's a few users who just like to try to break things all the time, and that's like the constant source of us trying to fix our apps all the time. It's like that's our main process of kind of fixing these issues. But I'm sure there's like tons more, and that's a huge issue for like if you're just like a web developer and you're not like used to building apps defensively. That's like a new skill set that they kind of have to learn. Which is why I've been trying to build some libraries that just kind of handle all the complexities of all that stuff behind the scenes, so you don't have to think about it. So I think we're kind of moving in that direction where you have like a really robust core library that can handle these attacks and stuff.
Oh yeah, how does Nostr handle human readable names? Is there a name server or blockchain for it, or is that the client's problem? Or?
So the closest thing to that is called NIP05, and basically the idea is that you host a small file on your web server under .wellknown/nostr.json with the username, and then that has usernames mapped to pub keys, and the whole idea is that you can share that identifier. So for mine is like jb55@jb55.com. If you put that into a Nostr client, it'll give you back my pub key and where my relays are. So that's kind of the kind of what we use for like human readable names.
So a special kind of message that says this is my name, human readable name.
It's just like an email like string, which clients can use to look up your pub key and stuff.
You have to control the domain name for that though. So you kind of rely on the government infrastructure to make sure that domain is still there.
Yeah.
From my side, I'm not convinced having human readable names is useful at all. Like, I think it just complicates things more than if you just learn to use keys.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, typing in like N profile and like 1,000
yeah.
characters isn't really user friendly.
But like, if you want to find people instead of typing, their keys, you find through friends. It's a very interesting tool. You build this web of trust, and you can rank keys based on how close they are to your social network. So from the hundreds of Wills and Vitters in there, all with the same picture, you can find the one that is actually controlled by the person you are trying to reach out to.
Yeah, I guess that's the one obvious or one unobvious thing when you first join Nostr is like there's no unique username, right? Because everyone can have my username, and when you're searching for like my username, it's like there's like 1,000 duplicates. So you really need that web of trust to kind of help you out.
Hey guys, can quantum break Nostr, and is anyone working on quantum proof NSEX?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nostr is completely screwed in the presence of powerful quantum computers because we're built off of libsecp, and it's just a bare pub key. So yeah, I'm sure it'd be easy to attack. And no, I don't think there's anyone working on securing that.
Would there be any way to transfer your identity to a quantum proof, kind of like how we aim to do with Bitcoin addresses when we need to do that?
Yeah, I think you just basically have to abandon your current identity almost, and that's kind of the big downside is that you have your one key is associated with your identity. So if you lose your key, you're screwed. If if a quantum computer takes your identity, you're screwed. So there are like a bunch of proposals for rotating your key, but it's still relatively new.
But that would be the work for clients. Clients would develop, or you can actually design a client specifically for this to allow people to rotate their identity from one key into another with the same properties or different properties, but like that rotation needs to happen kind of offline from the protocol discussion. It becomes like an implementation kind of interface.
All this downloading creates friction. So what's the status of web clients, browser clients?
In terms of in terms of the quality of the clients and stuff, or
yeah, like a frictionless light client or browser client.
Yeah, the biggest issue with browser clients is that it requires you to, in some sense, download that plugin for it to be secure. And I always feel like that's going to be so hard for normies that I don't know if that'll ever. So I'm a little bit biased. I think we're both biased that we prefer the more native application approach. But there are a lot of good web clients if you do want to install the plugin. There's Coracle. The Primal web app's pretty good. Snort.social. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of them.
But it's always going to require a browser extension.
I mean,
you can use NSEC Bunker, which is basically like a connection string. But then you need to be onboarded onto Nostr using that tech, which is there is something I think it's called the NStart thing, NJump. Yep. Yeah, I forget the URL, but they kind of onboard you into that mechanism where they give you a connection string for remote signing, and then that's more secure. But it's still kind of confusing. I have to admit.
But to be clear, you can just paste your private key in the browser.
But that's always not recommended because of the cross-site scripting. It's actually happened so many times where there's been cross-site scripting attacks, and the people's keys have been lost so many times. I always just don't.
I guess related to that, my two observations with Nostr, the deficiencies right now, is one, key delegation, right? You can use Frost, but you're still having a hotkey that has to cosign. So I guess what's the state of key delegation so you can keep your master secret offline and be a little more fast and loose with your hotkeys? And then two, forward privacy, like double ratchet or anything, because peer-to-peer direct DMs are very transparent right now.
So from a DM perspective, there are two protocols. We have our own DM version that is, people see when you're receiving payloads that are encrypted. They don't see where it's coming from or who is sending that to you, but they still see that there is a message coming in. And there is a group working on MLS, which is this super cool new hierarchical representation of groups for DMs and ways to spread a secret in a group of, say, 100,000 people. Because when you get to that big, right, you are rotating the keys all the time because there's always new person coming in and out of the group. So you need to find a structure, a semantic interface there that will really make the performance of that key exchange feasible for that group to happen.
Yeah, and the other one was delegation. There was a delegation spec which was working for a while, and there was one company called Minds.com, I think, that was using it. I like the spec, but I think I'm the only Nostr dev who liked the spec, so it's been deprecated. But it was really cool because you can just you can basically just sign a note that says this key is allowed to post on my behalf for this amount of time under these conditions, with these note kinds. So it was really good for like cross posters. So you'd be like, hey, if I'm doing a post on Twitter, just cross post it to Nostr for me. I love those use cases, but it's just not really widely used.
But if I had to bet, it would be on the Frost kind of schemes. I think that's going to be very key for the future of Nostr.
And in terms of the double ratchet, I think Marty Malmi, the guy who was one of the first people to talk to Satoshi, he's working on a double ratchet scheme, which I think he has working in production. He's like bugging me right now. He's like, "Come on, implement it in Damas." I'm like, "I'll get to it." So there's a lot of proposals right now. I feel very confident that we'll get to hopefully to get to signal level of encryption. We're getting there.
First of all, thank you, Victor and William, for sharing your perspective. My question is about technology breakthroughs or enablers. The internet was open, we went to closed for user experience, we're pivoting back. Other than the obvious social reasons for that, is there some technical angle, technology angle that's making this possible?
Like making it, like in terms of that resurgence of, I love this question because I always wondered that, like why did we move away from that model? Because it was like decentralized. I feel like there was some spam, which kind of discouraged a lot of those protocols in the early days. So, and then I think the corporations like Google, they built really pretty interfaces and centralized a lot of those protocols. But I feel like Bitcoin actually created a new resurgence. So like, hey, we can actually build decentralized things again that's actually usable. And Nostr, I feel like it's just like a continuation of that. And yeah, so I know I'm excited. I hope like we see more and more of these like decentralization on the protocol side of things. But maybe that's just, I don't know, I'm a nerd and maybe no one cares. But hopefully it's not the case.
What I realized is that when we were coding drafts for posts, so drafts on Amethyst, they are saved on your phone. There's a relay running on your phone. You're saved it there. So it becomes like a private relay. So there is no social component to that relay. No one else can access it, right? It's just for yourself. And you're starting to wonder, well, but like that's not what Nostr was for, right? The relay is supposed to be for other people to download your content. And then you go through this process of like, why am I even using a relay that is local and signing my own drafts into that relay? And what I realized is that being a computer scientist, I don't actually trust my own phone. So I want to sign the things that I made before because either Amethyst or one of my other apps can be changing my past notes, and I want to make sure my own applications are not changing my own code, my own notes. So it goes beyond social, like you get rid of all the social components of Nostr, and it's just a way to make sure you can trust the information that was saved in the past by yourself. Because, just like desktop, I don't trust my desktop. Like if I can, I would just sign everything I could in there. Because as developers, we install everything we need, and that's not good.
Great. Thank you. I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions.
Just a question to make sure I'm kind of understanding Nostr correctly. So I'm a veterinarian, so like for veterinary medical records, needs no real privacy associated with it, and it's kind of just plain text records that I can like verify the validity of. Is that something where like a signed JSON is kind of applicable, where I could kind of know the information's valid for like one specific patient, one specific owner, and like an identity could be tied to that, where I don't care about privacy. The owner's probably isn't going to care about privacy of like vaccine records, because with corporate veterinary medicine, they're kind of gaming, pet medical records for insurance purposes. So like, is this a way to have like a signed, verifiable, just plain text that's trackable, traceable? Like that's something Nostr could feasibly do?
So we do have a working group with about 30 or so doctors and developers that are doing healthcare on Nostr. So we do have like a simplest application we see out there is a vision prescription sender. So an optometrist can send you your vision prescription for glasses as a DM on Nostr. and it will be signed by the doctor, saved to your relay, so it's not their system anymore. You can have that data, it's yours, you control it. And now the funny thing that happens is that any other doctor, if you share with that third party, they can see your raw data if you decide that they are worth that amount of trust. So you can picture the situation where multiple doctors from multiple organizations are building the patient record on the patient's own relay. And they can all see each other as soon as the patient approves it. They're all encrypted, and you can add people to that encryption as you go. So you can control which doctor can see what part of your health record, and that is the best chance we have. I think I'm a healthcare guy, so it's the best chance we have to flip the system around and kind of disrupt and truly disrupt the healthcare system we have today.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Hit up some veterinarians. I feel like the consent, like embedding consent back into this would be like super cool. All right, thanks.
Well, all right, do we have time for one more?
Yeah,
I guess
one more.
We have time for one more question.
Thank you. So what are your thoughts on AI agents? Because I'm probably thinking hosting or like holding the keys of your AI agents and being able to connect your AI agents to specific relays. So share with the specific relays your AI agents. And the other one is about the intersection between hardware and Nostr, right? Because there are some specific hardwares like Umbrel, Star9 that help you to control your data. So what are your thoughts on that too?
Yeah, so I'm actually building an AI agent in my app called Dave. This was Dorsey's idea. He's like, just call him Dave. I'm like, fine, call him Dave. I don't know why. But basically, it started as an MCP, Model Context Protocol tool. So I wrote this kind of like a SQLite library for Nostr called NostrDB. And so I was like, oh, let's try to build an MCP tool for that tool. And so Damus iOS and Damus Notec, which is our desktop client, both have NostrDB. So now Dave knows how to talk Nostr locally. So one of the demos I did was I had an Olama server, which is like a self-hosted AI, and I had like offline, I had my AI assistant talking to my local Olama server and like I'm like, hey, can you find stuff? It's just like a grok. It's like a local grok, and you can choose, or you could choose any backend. So it's just like, we're bringing that to Nostr very soon, and hopefully I'll launch that sometime soon, but that's happening. We also, I think I initially launched Dave as like an AI agent on the network, and we had this even before Grok did that. So he was like interacting, but honestly, they're really annoying. Like AI bots are so annoying. Like who wants to talk? I don't know. So I turned him off just because he's, I don't know. So but I do like the personal assistant where you can ask him to search for things, and you can do things like summarize, like look in the notes for the past day, summarize like interesting things related to these topics, and it's going to be really good for that. And then the other question was the hardware side of things. I think Umbrel actually launched a relay, so you can like turn it on your Umbrel node, and you can kind of use that for backing up your notes. And this really showcases the power of just how awesome it is to have all your data replicated between your nodes. Because like with this NostrDB thing, which is running in your phone in Damus, you can use this a protocol called negentropy, which some crazy computer science guy built for Nostr, and you can it's basically like rsync. You can rsync your notes from the server to your phone. Your phone can rsync it to your Notec client, and it's like all your stuff is backed up and distributed across all your nodes. So this is like a really cool future. It's like kind of like content addressable networking and like peer-to-peer. We're slowly moving to more a peer-to-peer style for Nostr as well. So there's so many exciting things happening in that area.
Yeah, big thanks to our speakers for the Nostr insights. So next, we are excited to welcome Taj Draja, Bitcoin programmer and co-author of the Bitcoin Lightning Network and author of Discrete Log Contracts and U3XO. His talk is Here Comes the Hornet's Nest. Can Bitcoin resist nation states? Please welcome Taj.
Okay. It is the year of the Linux desktop, and I can see this slide, so maybe I'll just what? bug me, and feel free to continue to do that throughout the weekend. And then the sort of intro, this talk is not, okay. This talk is not super technical, so for many of the people I know and I'm friends with and work on Bitcoin, sorry?
You might not be on, but there's a little
Not on.
switch.
Yeah, there is a switch. Now there's a green light. Okay. So yeah, so hi, I'm glad to come bug me after this talk. There's a break, and then there's a bunch of breaks and stuff throughout the weekend. This talk is not super technical, so if you are a Bitcoin, okay, okay. If you are a Bitcoin core dev and have other stuff to do, I will be totally fine if you guys go in the hallway and you're like, yeah, we all know this stuff. But it's for, there's a lot of people who are maybe newer to Bitcoin or are into Bitcoin, but are, haven't been working on it for 12 years like some of us. But that's good. We want more people to work on it. And the talk sort of reflects some unease with Bitcoin that I personally feel, and maybe some others do, which is this sort of like high prices, low adoption, right? It's like, hey, Bitcoin's worth trillions of United States dollars somehow. But like, are people really using it? Are they using it the right way? So about the title of this talk, yeah, and then also some of the people new to Bitcoin may have not been aware of like what they're getting into, because Bitcoin's kind of crazy. So the historical context of this talk, where does the term hornet's nest come from? Well, it's from 2010, so 15 plus years ago, or no, not quite, 14 and a half, from Bitcoin Talk, which is where people used to talk about Bitcoin. I don't know if people still do. And it was one of the last messages Satoshi posted on Bitcoin Talk. So I can read, well, it's kind of,
You can take a minute, it's fine. We are on time. Email is not coming.
Didn't get the email. Okay. It said the address was not found. So I didn't send the right address. Okay. What is it? ADAM? Yeah, G. 25. Oh, I think I did 25G instead of, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
everybody's spammy, it's fine.
At MIT.edu, and then be cautious about sharing sensitive information. Okay.
You will lose this email in a few months.
Yeah, I had a lot of stuff on my MIT email, and then I sort of thought it would stay around, and I had all these slides and stuff, and they all disappeared. But they're still on Google, and like some things had links. Okay, right. So the hornet's nest came from Satoshi. Like that's the sort of thing he said. So it was 2010. There was a sort of controversy where people couldn't send money to WikiLeaks. They were using like PayPal or something, and Visa. I don't know. People tried to cut off payments to WikiLeaks. And so a bunch of people on Bitcoin Talk were like, well, Bitcoin, this is our time to shine. And so I guess a user named R. Horning said, bring it on. Let's encourage WikiLeaks to use Bitcoin, and I'm willing to face any risk or fallout from that act. Oh, cool. Thank you. Don't need this. Well, maybe I should have kept that. Anyway, and then Satoshi's like, guys, no, don't bring it on, right? Like, this is Bitcoin. This is 2010. There were still a lot of bugs, and they probably knew there were some bugs. This project needs to grow. And he sort of makes this appeal, like, please, WikiLeaks, do not try to use Bitcoin. Bitcoin is this tiny little community. There's like, couple people using it. The blockchain was like a couple megabytes at this point. You would not stand to gain more than pocket change, and you could destroy us at this stage, right? So Satoshi was clearly very worried. And then what happened was, no one listened to him, and WikiLeaks starts accepting Bitcoin. There's some article in PC World, which doesn't seem important, right? To me, when I hear the word PC World, I'm like, yeah, maybe that's a website. I don't know. But at the time, this was vastly more exposure than Bitcoin had ever seen in any kind of mainstream media. Not that PC World is even mainstream media, but it's like you're going to get like thousands of views, right? And it's like, oh shoot, that means thousands of people will hear about Bitcoin. And so Satoshi's like, I think this is the second to last message he ever posted in Bitcoin Talk. He's like, would have been nice to get this attention in any other context. WikiLeaks has kicked the hornet's nest, and the swarm is headed towards us. And then Satoshi said, who knows? But Satoshi kind of drops out at that point. Also, Gavin goes and talks to the CIA, and there's some other stuff going on at the time. But that sort of makes sense. He's like, all right, like if you are if you're maintaining Satoshi Nakamoto level OPSEC, which is like kind of legendary, and that like everyone's trying to find this person, no one can. This is your indication. They're like, all right, see ya, right? Okay, so yeah, so I wanted to start with like a theorem of Bitcoin. I don't want to say it's the fundamental theorem of Bitcoin because that's a little pretentious, but maybe. But yeah, Bitcoin is pointless if it operates only with government approval, right? And this is something that like I think a lot of people working on Bitcoin are like, yeah, of course. But I have worked with companies, I've worked with lots of people on Bitcoin that are like, no, what are you talking about? And so if you multiply both sides by -1 here, which is algebraically fine, you can get the Bitcoin is valuable to the extent that it functions while illegal. And that makes a lot of people uncomfortable, but it sort of seems really obviously true to me, and like getting around that is really hard. But that's what a lot of companies do, right? So there's a lot of Bitcoin companies that are not interested in this aspect of Bitcoin, that make lots of money off of it while it's legal and are perfectly happy complying with all the laws, and there's compliance department, all this stuff. And that's cool to some extent, and that's sort of the tension with like open source development and companies, and like lots of people have made billions and billions of dollars off Bitcoin, and a lot of the people working on it have not, and are sort of like, yeah, the point isn't to make money, it's to make money, right? To make a new form of money. Okay, so some consequences of this theorem I'll go through rather quickly. And these are kind of standard for many people, but just to reiterate this, coins on an exchange or ETF don't count. And so that has at least a catchy phrase now, which is great, which is not your keys, not your coins. So that sort of like gets it into people's consciousness. And then secondary, nodes on the cloud also don't count. So I'll go into these two. So the first one, kind of obvious, but people keep needing to get this beaten into them. Yeah, not your keys, not your coins. And a good example of this, so we've seen in the last, I don't know, month or two, there's these things called executive orders, which I guess is, sort of proclamation from a king kind of thing. Here's this guy, and he writes them, and apparently everyone just sort of does what that guy says. Weird. So there's one you may have heard of. I shouldn't say you might. Yeah, you might know about it. You probably do if you're here. But it's Executive Order 6102. And he was just saying, like, okay, like, you can't have any gold anymore. We're taking all the gold. And I'm putting it in crypto terms, because it does seem like a sort of crypto-y thing, where they just take all the XAUs, and then they airdrop $20.67 for every XAU they took, and then immediately rug all the XAU holders and USD holders, really both, because there are no more XAU holders. They converted it all to USD, and then they rug everyone, and not quite half, but they tank the price by almost half. And then still don't let you have XAUs. And this was on the internet, Twitter, whatever, the Mike Saylor guy, and he was saying, oh, that didn't really happen. And I remember my dad, I showed it, my dad was looking at it. My dad, who's, alive very much, is like, no, like, I remember this. He wasn't alive in 1933, but this was law, this was the rule until, I actually don't know, 70s, I think. And so my dad was like, no, I remember when I was a kid, there was one of my friends and they had gold. And it was like this, whoa, his dad has like gold coins and they're illegal. And it was kind of cool. And the kids would like see like, whoa, it's a gold coin. But it was like illegal to do that. And so it was kind of this thing. And so he's like, yeah, I remember when it was like, now it's legal. It's like, oh, cool. So this was very much a thing for like decades and, people's lives. And nothing about Bitcoin really inherently prevents Executive Order 21,061,002. If the government, I don't know, just especially seeing what's happening now, if the government tells an exchange, like, give us all the keys, they're just going to give all the keys, right? There's no, yeah. So what advantage does Bitcoin have over gold in this case? I guess that it's easier to hold it and hide it, as my dad's friend's dad did back in the 70s or whatever. It's easier to hide, I guess. You can have a, seed phrase in your brain. You can do things like that. That's pretty cool. It's also invisible, right? You can't like see that people are transacting with it as easily. So that's actually a great advantage and maybe enough to sort of help stave this off. And it's kind of interesting because like a lot of people in Bitcoin world are like decry fiat. And they're like, oh, what, 1971 Nixon shock, and like, the world was okay until they sort of decoupled from the gold standard. I mean, this is obviously way before I was around, but I kind of am skeptical of that because it's like, well, the world was using gold for thousands of years, and it didn't seem like it was that much better in that, like, you had to Mt. Gox all the time, like hundreds of times throughout history, people put their gold in the bank, and then the bank keeps it, just like we were saying, executive order. So it's like, well, yeah, maybe things got worse when you sort of completely decouple, but it wasn't like gold was operating the way we often think Bitcoin should, and everyone has their own things. So yeah, gold is still, and similar, gold still retains its properties when it's illegal, but that wasn't enough, right? It wasn't enough for gold to like keep the standard. And so I think the same could apply to Bitcoin. If you're thinking like, oh, well, we'll have Bitcoin, and yeah, maybe everyone's just using ETFs, and maybe everyone's using custodians, but we'll still be able to maintain this scarcity and this freedom. Why, right? If you're mimicking the exact same thing gold was, where it's like 99% held by giant custodians and stuff like ETFs, it seems like the same thing, right? We need to sort of, the only advantage Bitcoin seems to have over gold is that you have this ability to like transact it privately and store it secretly and things like that. Issuance, yeah, some people are really fixated on the 21 million and like they keep mining new gold. I personally don't care about that aspect, but yeah. Anyway, okay, so the other part is the cloud. And so like there's, stickers, sometimes at MIT, like there is no cloud, it's just someone else's computer. But a lot of companies don't think this way. And have lots of, and if you just run Bitcoin Core and check where your peers are, so many of them are on cloud nodes. Yeah, so why run a node at all? And just to make sure, like a lot of people say that it helps the network a little, but really it's the only way to know that you have Bitcoin. If you're not running a node, you're relying on someone else to run a node, right? There's no centralized entity. It's just, do I have Bitcoin? Well, ask a node, and you should ask your own. But yeah, if you need any convincing that cloud nodes don't count, you can just sort of zoom out and scroll down a little, and you'll find the gulf of something. This happened, I don't know, a month or two ago, and I was like, what? And no one required Google to do this, right? No one held a gun to their head. They just said, yeah, there's no more Gulf of Mexico. And so it's just like, that was it? There's just nothing. And so like, I don't even know that any government has to tell them to modify all the Bitcoin Core nodes running on GCP. They might just do it because they think that will help them somehow. I don't know. So yeah, it's like, you can't trust these guys, come on. And as an example, this was like, what, 3 days ago? I was making the slide and sort of add this last minute, but yeah, Google Groups sort of banned the Bitcoin development mailing list, and then they got it back a day or two later, I don't know. But yeah, you're relying on these giant corporations that like don't align with the goals of Bitcoin. Okay, so yeah, the cloud can just tell you have a bunch of Bitcoin, and all the hard work from all those core developers working on this like verification is just gone. And a lot of these, core developers are, here and talk to them and understand like how much work goes into like making sure that like if the node says you have a Bitcoin, you definitely have a Bitcoin. Okay, and then oh yeah, this I put in the end. iPhones, guys, I don't know. Like, if you have a wallet, like, I don't even think there's any nodes on iPhone. I don't think Apple will let you, or if that's even a thing. But yeah, it's real popular, and I totally understand why. And that's such the frustrating part. Like, Apple has the best chips, right? I don't have a Mac. If I had had a MacBook, it probably would have just like showed up right there. But I have this weird Linux thing, and it doesn't work as well, and it's slow, and the battery runs out in like 3 hours. But you can run Bitcoin on it, So yeah, iPhones, Apple definitely has root, and you don't. Okay, so yeah, if run a node, right? Like Micro Center's down the street. We were talking, maybe we should do like a field trip to Micro Center because it's a cool store. And they have, you can get a used like desktop little tiny PC for like $100. Raspberry Pis, yeah, they still work, but you can get better stuff for the same amount of money. Also, I want to shill the project I have been working on for a while called UTXO, which the goal is to like help people run nodes. It runs nodes with much less data, faster IBD or initial block download, so you sync up to the network much faster. The downside is you do have an increase. I say small. In worst case, it's like double, but there's a lot of techniques to bring that down, where you download more, but you store less. And so it's a good trade-off for a lot of people that like have some crummy old computer, but have an okay internet connection. If you have a fancy fast computer and a very slow internet connection, this won't help though. But in a lot of cases it will. And so if you're interested in UTXO, we have calls every Monday usually. There's GitHub, there's people working on it. I think it's a pretty cool project. Okay, so yeah, and then those are sort of the things, lessons people learn, and then the latter half is sort of what is the current state of Bitcoin, what's going on right now. So yeah, who's using Bitcoin? So I got this screenshot yesterday. And blocks are mostly empty throughout the, I mean, there's some full ones. Satoshi, you know, the average fee is 0 to 2 to 1 Satoshis per VByte. There's basically no fees. We're in danger. This is not how it was intended to work, I guess. You kind of need a persistent fee market for Bitcoin to be secure long term. And it's, you know, 16 years in, and we don't see that right now. So that's kind of concerning. There's, I should have put a link, but there's also research I did with a former student called Claire, who we worked on long-term attacks on Bitcoin with no new coins coming out. And I can post a link to that. That was actually, no, I presented it last year at this. So you can go look at that video. Because she, unfortunately, had COVID, and so she couldn't present it herself, and now she's off, has graduated. But yeah, it's an interesting, you know, this is a problem long term. And so yeah, we might be able to like soft fork to smaller block size to get the fees up, and I'm sure Luke Jr. would love that. But this is, then at that point you're protecting a very small amount of transactions, right? And sort of, it just feels weird that it's worth so much and there's so much interest, and yet usage is like this. There's also some weird stuff that's been happening. If you read the news, I don't know, there's this like strategic Bitcoin reserve a couple weeks ago. I don't really get it. I mean, on this, at one hand, sure, like if you have a .gov internet node, you get the same INs and the same headers and the same blocks as every other node, right? But does Gov want to influence Bitcoin? Are they going to start making PRs to the GitHub repos? I don't know. This is sort of the question I had a few years earlier when like El Salvador was like, we're into Bitcoin. And I was like, that's cool, you can use it, but like, I'm not that into big governments and, you know, that kind of thing. And so it was weird. We went to El Salvador, and there's like Bukele, and I was like, I'm not going to this. Anyway, but yeah, like what's going to happen? Does this like define Bitcoin? Are they going to like, what does it mean? What does Bitcoin mean? Like people were arguing about this a couple of years ago with like Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV and stuff like that. They're like, no, this is Bitcoin. Does the government define what they mean, or they just sort of defer to like the core dev maintainers, some of whom are here at this conference, you know? Will they make a US official Bitcoin client? This is like the bitcoin.gov. And is it FIPS 140.3? And are they going to push for post-quantum? Because that's sort of a thing the government's into. And that consensus, whatever the government defines as Bitcoin, that's going to stay in consensus with the one that the people I'm friends with are working on, right? And so we're all cool, right? Like everything's going to work great. So I don't know, maybe it's okay, right? And ETFs are fine, and like this is a good way as like a gateway, right? People buy the ETFs and they have Coinbase, and that like gets them into Bitcoin eventually. And I hope that's the case. But we have to remember it's not the real thing. And so I think an analogy is like thinking that Bitcoin ETFs will save you and offer you financial freedom is sort of like thinking no one's going to mess with me. You know how many shares of Northrop Grumman I've got? You know how many shares of Lockheed Martin I hold? Like, no one can touch me. It's like, that doesn't... Anyway, yeah, so the last couple slides, what we're up against. I don't really understand why authoritarians and governments would like Bitcoin. It makes no sense to me. I think they just don't understand it. When used properly, and that's a big asterisk, It gives enormous power to individuals, right? It's like, it is like gold, and gold, but even better. It's like you can hide it, you can put it in your brain, you can send it, and no one knows. It's amazing. It's freedom tech. That's great. But is it being used properly, right? And why do I get to define that? If the ETFs are the scaling solution, then yeah, sure, like governments can be totally fine with it. It can be controlled exactly the same way gold was, and they're used to that. It fits in perfectly. So yeah, so in some ways the odds are against us, right? There's millions and millions of coins held by custodians right now. I don't know, is it the majority? Maybe, it's a lot. And then there's like open source developers who are doing amazing work, and I do what I can. But you're up against like these trillion-dollar companies, right? And they have different incentives, and some of them interact with Bitcoin, most of them don't really. And now there's governments getting involved, and the governments are not trillion-dollar, like they make up money out of thin air, and so they have a lot of resources. But here's what we got. The universe seems to some extent be on our side, which is really cool. One-way functions seem to exist. We have no proof, but hashes seem to work, and these cryptography things seem to actually work the way we're using them. And open source development is amazing. Bitcoin is not inevitable. That's one of the things that sort of frustrates me in like online. People are like, Bitcoin's inevitable. It's going to take over the world. It's like, no, we're working on it really hard, but like it can fail. This is not an inevitable. If it was inevitable, why are we doing all this work on it? Let's just like chill. So it's not inevitable, but it does have a pretty good shot. Okay, so the conclusion, I would say, meet people, talk to them, get decentralized. If I don't have an exchange account, but like you can exchange with people here. That's the Bitcoin trading I've done. Sometimes it seems kind of sketchy. MIT Bitcoin Club, people coming in with wads of hundreds and trading, and it's like, but hey, that's cool. But yeah, run Bitcoin, work on it, save it, spend it, or like do whatever, because like it's freedom tech, and I can't tell you what to do. So do whatever. Okay, thanks for listening. Do we have time? Okay, yeah, so we have a minute or two for questions.
Hey guys, we can take a couple of questions.
Yes, on one of your slides, you have, or maybe ETF or the scaling solution, which seems to imply that we need to scale outside of governments, otherwise it's a threat to the network.
Yeah.
That seems inconsistent with the previous slide, which is there's not a lot of demand to just use Bitcoin. Is scaling really necessary? Isn't the issue that nobody wants to use it anyways?
Yeah, I mean, that is the biggest problem. I think if you had, right, so people aren't using transactions on chain because they are using, I guess, ETFs, or that's enough for them. And so there isn't demand. It's like even Lightning Network, right? Like there's not a ton of usage, because if fees are like 10 cents on chain, yeah, you could make a Lightning channel, or you could just go on chain. It really doesn't, it's you get the latency difference, but like it's no big deal. And so that's the problem. There's not as much push for scaling solutions, because it's like, yeah, we'll just use ETFs. And that's like very dangerous, because ETFs aren't real Bitcoin. So yeah, so this is, I don't think it conflicts exactly, but it's like these are both part of the same problem. Like people aren't using it, they're using this other thing. And so that means you don't have to scale. But yeah, it's pretty scary.
Given how big publicly owned mining companies have become over the last cycle, like where do you think miners' vulnerability to regulatory requirements or intervention by government kind of fits into this?
Yeah, I think miners are often pretty vulnerable. They're pretty out there and pretty well known. I don't worry as much about it, because I don't think Bitcoin is as vulnerable to like taking out miners. Because we saw, was it like 2022? A couple of years ago, China sort of was like, all right, miners, get out of here. And the hash rate dropped by like more than half. It was really pretty dramatic. But Bitcoin sort of, as a user, if you're using it, it was maybe noticeable that block times, got a little longer, but it sort of figured itself out pretty quickly. It wasn't that disruptive for the users. Very disruptive for the miners and stuff. So I think that, yes, like there's a lot of miners now in the US. in some sense, that's cool, but yeah, it is vulnerable. If the government wants to take it out, they can. So I think one of the solutions is have mining in a lot of different jurisdictions, a lot of different governments. So if any one government decides, hey, we're kicking out all the miners, it sort of can keep going as a global network. We're not yet at the one universal global government, singleton AI, whatever kind of thing yet. So we can sort of leverage the decentralization of the world to do that, I think. Any other? I think.
I will have time for one more question.
Okay.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to ask about the state of Utrecht. But maybe before that, I will actually welcome that we had quite high fees for a long time.
Yeah.
So maybe some of us appreciate the mempool clearing a little bit. So that's okay. But yeah, Utrecht status maybe, because that's kind of exciting, right? If we can get it running on all our phones.
So we've got nodes running. We've got the peer-to-peer stuff is the stuff we've been working on for the last year or so, and BIPs. So I think we're going to try to get a draft BIP. I mean, the BIP's there, and you can read it, but it's kind of a mess. We're going to try to post that on the actual BIP repo in the next few weeks, and then people will tear it apart. But yeah, the code works. We've been working on a lot of the peer-to-peer stuff, and making it very flexible so that you can sort of use as much UTXO as you want. And the tricky part is there's a lot of ways you can use it in a way that's not fully validating, and we want to maybe support it, but not necessarily endorse that kind of stuff. So that's sort of the stuff we're going through now. But yeah, if you're interested, come ask me after, or look on GitHub, and there's a lot of development there. Okay, I think we're on. Okay, yep. Thanks everyone.
Thanks, Taj.
Okay.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to reconvene promptly at 11:30.
flavor of the day is. So I don't know, like, other than Bitcoin, which is just like, hold it forever, it's a different animal. I think a lot of people like myself, they use like proper text. It's like, oh, there's a new coin launching, like, or this, how, could this be hot for a week or a day? So, like, it's good to experiment, but, I don't know, nobody's talking about, like, they expect it to be longer. I don't know, it is, the point of being like, well, 10 years ago, like, Satoshi said this, and 10 years from now, like, MicroStrategy is going to do that. So it's just like a longer time horizon. What's interesting is, but no, they're like, great.
Thanks.
Yeah. What does that do? Okay. So we're a data aggregator. So instead, like, the way it's evolved, getting into the space, getting licensed to corners, within a block. Yep. Yeah, we're based. Like, we're talking about so they're another kind of data provider. Very like API.
Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah, how's it going?
There it is.
Hey guys, please find your seats. We're going to start shortly. Okay. Next, good. Okay. Next, we're excited to welcome Phong Le, President and CEO of Strategy, formerly MicroStrategy. Strategy is being a driving force bringing Bitcoin to the corporate world. And today, Phong will deliver a keynote on Bitcoin for corporations. Please join me and welcome Phong Le.
Hello, everyone. So I'm really excited to be here for a couple reasons. One, and my kids said to say this, I spent quite a bit of time at MIT. This is my 20th reunion year. So I graduated from here, grad school, in 2005. And I always loved being in Boston. My oldest born, Owen over there, oldest son, was born in Boston. My middle child, Maya, and they're killing me for pointing them out, goes to school in Northeastern, and my youngest will maybe go to Boston at some point in time. So I just love being at Boston, love being at MIT. The second reason I'm excited is, and those who know strategy, I love Bitcoin. Hopefully you all do too. I have Bitcoin. I have literally 3 Bitcoins. And wait a minute. There's like 40 Bitcoins on my socks. And I'm not going to show you my underwear, but it might have some Bitcoin on it too. So I think I have more Bitcoin on me, physically, I know that's sort of a weird idea with Bitcoin, than anybody else in this room. And strategy, I guarantee, has more Bitcoin at 528,000 than anybody else in this room, maybe even combined. So I love Bitcoin. So that's the reason I'm here. So we're going to talk about Bitcoin for corporations. I know you just heard a conversation around why corporations shouldn't have Bitcoin and all these kinds of things. But I'm going to tell you why I think it's quite important for Bitcoin and for companies to have Bitcoin. And I think I might be uniquely qualified to share with you my views on this. First of all, corporations. Some of you are sitting here. How many folks in here are students? Raise your hand. All right, like 20, 30%. How many work for a corporation or run a corporation? Okay, it's probably the other 80%. I have a few statistics up here just for you. There are, and this is just US, the numbers in the world are hard to find. There's about 35 million corporations in the US. And we as corporations employ about half of all the workforce in the US. We have about 28 trillion in revenue, which is roughly the GDP. That's how the GDP of the US is created, is through corporations, and about 4 trillion in cash. Right? And then you talk about, okay, what about a publicly traded company like Strategy? What do we have? Right? There's about 5,000 publicly traded companies in the US, employing about 40 million people, 16% of the workforce overall, 22 trillion, so you can see quite a bit of the overall GDP comes from public companies. And then let's narrow it down a little further, the S&P 500, right? 500 of generally speaking, the largest companies in the US, of which Strategy is not included on it, even though we're about 120th largest company in the US. About 29 million people. Again, a very large portion of the workforce is employed by the S&P 500. 12% of the people, 18 trillion of the revenue. So more than half of the revenues, right, half of the GDP of the country comes from the S&P 500. So for those who are like, hey, you know, corporations aren't important when it comes to Bitcoin. Corporations are absolutely important when it comes to Bitcoin, right? The country is run by companies. The country is employed by companies. Corporations are fundamental to the success of Bitcoin. But there's something fundamentally wrong with companies in the US, right? 35 million companies, 5,000 publicly traded. None of them really perform. If you think the bar, right, you can all go out there and invest in the S&P 500. If you think of the bar of performance is the S&P 500, and that's what most people said is, okay, is your investment working or is your investment not working? People think of the S&P 500 as 11%. The Russell 1000, the next 1,000 largest companies in the US, don't perform as well as the first 500. The Russell 2000, the next 2,000 biggest, perform half as well as the S&P 500. And the rest of the companies that employ everybody else basically runs with GDP, 2.5% growth. So anyone's like, oh, you know, companies are doing well, companies are doing great. Well, you hear, well, the Magnificent Seven is doing well. The S&P 500 sets the bar. Almost every other company is not performing. So what did I learn while I was at MIT? Right? What did I learn? I went there for business school with the idea of learning, and they teach, how do companies do better? How do corporations do better? We can figure this out. I'll save you $200,000, and I'll tell you what they taught us. All right? I'll save you 2.5 Bitcoin. Right? What did we learn? Option one, you can start, or you can run a company. In about 2 years, this is what I learned how to start or run a company. Hire smart people, build a great product, acquire customers, retain customers, increase market share, expand margins, maximize earnings per share, reinvest in business, reduce your costs, pay dividends, buy back stock, and then when you're done and you've given up, acquire somebody to grow some more. And then start from the beginning. By the way, that's extremely hard to do, which is why 99% of the companies in America underperform the Magnificent Seven and the S&P 500. This is hard. 2 years of business school, most people don't figure this out. Okay, well, that's hard. Everyone's like, well, you know, how do I create a great product? How do I become the next Amazon or the next NVIDIA or the next Google? And after a year and a half of all this, you're like, this is really hard. Let's try something easier. Let's just manage money. Let's just manage somebody's funds instead. I can work for private equity. I can work for venture capital, maybe a hedge fund, maybe endowment, maybe a pension fund. That's easier, right? And then after you realize that they only hire 10 people a year, you're like, oh, that's really hard too. I can't get a job doing one of those things. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do what 40% of the people who go to business school do. I make money off of the people in columns A and B. And I become a consultant, which I did for 10 years. I become a banker. You can go work for one of these large banks. That's admirable. and you're just basically selling to these guys. But they teach you all the same principles. This is my MIT transcript. It's a little risky to put it up here. You don't have to put your glasses on. I got like a 3.7 or something like that, mostly A's, some B's. But that's not the point. What did I learn in those classes? 90% of those classes that I took in finance were all about how do you do column A or column B or column C. They taught us all the exact same thing. How do you make more money by selling product? Admirable. That's the American way. And so what ended up happening at the end, when you graduate with a great degree from a great school, you underperform. You can go work in private equity, and they actually found a way to outperform the S&P 500 for the last 10 years, 14%. That's pretty good. Venture capital, you hear about these guys out in Silicon Valley. They're brilliant. They work really hard. You pay them 2% of your 2% of your assets and 20% of the gains for them to perform as if all you did was just put your money in the S&P 500. If you went and worked for a bank, your performance was 9%. People are like, oh, 9% is pretty good. Not when compared to 11% as the S&P 500. You could go work for a services company, right? You can go work for McKinsey or Accenture or Deloitte or BCG or Bain. You'll do 9%. You go work for a hedge fund. These are the quant PhD guys. They're real smart. You do 9% there too, right? Or you can work at an endowment, right? Harvard has a big endowment. Penn has a big endowment. MIT has a big endowment. And they're doing 7%. Brilliant folks investing. Pension funds, where you put all your retirement money, 6%. So after all of that education, all that smarts, you get the smartest people in the country, and all they can do is the S&P 500. So what's the problem? The problem, from my point of view, and the problem from a lot of Bitcoiners' point of view, is focusing on the income statement, group ideology. We've taught every single person the same thing at every single school across the United States of America, good schools, average schools, below average schools, and inertia. If you're going to be taught the same thing, why don't you just do the same thing as everybody else? And of course, the solution to all of this, the solution for corporations, isn't to do the same thing as everybody else. The solution isn't inertia and not do anything new. It's focus on your balance sheet, show a little bit of bravery, and invest in Bitcoin. And so what does that look like? You know, you've probably heard this before. Smart people create wealth by making money off of their money. Your parents might have told you that, right? You might have heard Warren Buffett say that at some point in time. So what does that mean? If you're an individual, you can try to figure out how to make $100,000 a year working at whatever job it is, or $200,000 a year working at an investment bank, maybe $300,000, $400,000. But sometime you want to make your money off of money. 5%, 11% of you invest in the S&P. Everybody knows that. Universities. Guess where universities are not making their money? Tuition. You would think, wow, tuition is rising 20% a year. An undergraduate student at a university is a break-even proposition for the most part. Universities are making money off of their money. Alumni give them money, they create an endowment, and they get their 6, 7% off of that. Imagine if they got more than that. Nations. Right, we talked a little bit about a Bitcoin strategic reserve. Right, we talked about a sovereign wealth fund. How are countries making money? Well, they can make money from taxes, but the really wealthy countries, right, United Arab Emirates, right, Saudi Arabia, they're making monies off of their sovereign wealth funds, off of the investments in the money that they have in their businesses. And so why, if you're a company, wouldn't you do the same thing? If you're a company, you can make money selling things. Very admirable, by the way. Everybody buys things. And so I'm not saying that's not a good way, but there's a better way if you're a business. Just like if you're an individual university or nation, make money off of your balance sheet. Makes sense. So why don't they do it? Why aren't companies doing more by investing their balance sheets? Why is 10% of our education at the top schools in the world focus on the income statement and not the balance sheet. Because until Bitcoin, there really wasn't a way, right? What's simplest for a company to do with their balance sheet, with their savings? What's simplest for a lot of you to do? Invest in commodities, right? Invest in a US Treasury bill, right? And for most corporations, it's actually not legal, like from an SEC perspective, right, to invest in anything other than commodities and US Treasuries. Well, the legal path, the simple path, has been to invest in gold, 10%. That's actually pretty good for the last 10 years. That is not the track record of success of gold for the last 100 years, right? Invest in silver, corn, right? And the worst thing you could actually do is what most companies do with their excess balance sheet, which is T-bills. They don't invest in oil. It's negative 6%. This has been the path for most companies, and this is why they don't look at their balance sheet as a strategic asset, even though all people should, right? Universities do, countries do, is they're not getting the return that they would expect out of that. And so what occurred in 2008 and was started by Strategy in 2020 was a way out. Bitcoin's challenging every thought that everyone has ever had in a corporation. And if you look at this, every 10-year period since the inception of Bitcoin, its performance has far exceeded. You can't even see the green line on this, 11%. The worst 10-year period Bitcoin ever had was from 2013 to 23. That was a 50% gain. The best, 223%. This is why you're all sitting here. Obviously, you're interested in the technology. But this is the return. This is the way out. Bitcoin just doesn't give you a way out financially. It gives you a way out of the ideology. It gives you a new independent ideology. Today, corporations run in markets that operate 252 days a year, 6.5 hours a day, 19% of the time. Bitcoin operates 100% of the time. Corporations report earnings quarterly. Strategy shows our results daily. In fact, we update them every 15 seconds on our website. Credit ratings update annually. Credit ratings ignore Bitcoin. Accounting policies update every 5 years. Quinquennially. I like that word, quinquennially. Accounting policies don't work for Bitcoin. So things get a little hard. We have to change things, right? For this to work, and it is starting to work, it requires a new Bitcoin standard. You have to go from traditional capital to digital capital, from US Treasuries on your balance sheet to digital balance sheets, all the way down. We're creating a new accounting standard, right? A new credit standard, a new way of viewing public companies in the world. And so when you do this, what happens? We were, and we are, the best performing company in the United States, Strategy, in the last 5-year period, because we found a new way. We stepped out of the groupthink and ideology that they teach at the greatest universities in the United States and all the companies and all the banks and all the consulting groups. We did something different. And not only did we outperform the entire NASDAQ, the entire NASDAQ, the entire S&P 500, the entire Mag 7, but it wasn't even close. And we outperformed Bitcoin. And what happened? Strategy became the most performant, the most volatile, the highest volume, and most interesting stock in the United States as a result of our Bitcoin strategy. And you're saying, well, you guys did it. Can everyone else do it? You're going to hear from 2 of these companies later. MetaPlanet did it last year, starting in April. They outperformed us. They were the highest performing stock in the world by adopting a Bitcoin strategy. Semler Scientific did it. They outperformed Bitcoin. They outperformed the S&P 500. And one of the newer ones, Cooler, did it. This is a replicable strategy. So who else should be doing this? Everyone else should be doing this, don't you think? It takes courage. It takes original thinking. It takes independent thinking. It takes bravery. It takes Bitcoin. Low growth, high cash companies should do it. GameStop just did it. Their stocks outperformed everybody yesterday, right? What about these companies? What about high growth, high cash companies, right? They could do it next. And if you see this happen, then you realize there is a way out. There's a way to do something different. There's a way to escape what everyone else is doing in the United States. But we're doing what everyone has told you, what your grandfather told you to do. Make money off of your money, right? I'm sure someone's had somebody in their life mentor them and say the way to true wealth is making money off of your money. So what do I leave you with? You've heard some of these things. As an individual, as a person, what should you do? Learn Bitcoin, spend 1,000 hours if you can, but start with 100. Build your balance sheet with Bitcoin, and break free. When someone tells you something in school, in work, in life, question it. Question the status quo, question the ideology. If you're a corporation, educate folks in your team, your executive team, your board, build your balance sheet with Bitcoin, and break free from the traditional models, traditional products, traditional people. And so I thought it was apt that this conference is about freedom. I think what Bitcoin does is it allows corporations to find freedom from the average. And corporations matter for America, and corporations matter for you. So thank you for your time, and I'll take some questions.
Thanks, Fong, for an excellent presentation. Can you maybe share your thoughts on where do you see corporations contributing to the ecosystem of, say, Bitcoin over the next 5 years?
Yeah, so I guess the question was, what do I see happening in the next 5 years? So first, I'm not very good at predicting things. When we started this in 2020, I figured in the next 5 years, between 2020 and 2025, every corporation would have figured out that Bitcoin was the right thing to put on their balance sheet. There are a couple of things that stopped them, right? And a lot of it was risk-focused, right? For companies to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, there needs to be an accounting standard that allows you to do that. And actually, that changed with a lot of work that we did last year. The accounting standard for Bitcoin now in the US is you get to recognize Bitcoin at fair value. So that was a big change. The second big change is institutional, right? Like a lot of companies, shareholders are institutions. I think the approval of Bitcoin ETFs and BlackRock and Fidelity and major institutions getting involved, that was a big change, and that was the beginning of 2024. And the third big change is regulatory, right? There was a regulatory regime prior to the current administration that was antagonistic towards Bitcoin and towards digital assets, and that's changed. The current administration is very pro-Bitcoin, very pro-digital assets, and I think those risks haven't been reduced really in the course of the last 15 months, opens up the path. But there's another piece, is this ideology of what corporations should be doing. And that's what I'm talking about here. Right? Everyone believes, and I'm a big believer in let's create great product and make money off your product and off your income statement. But we need schools, right? You need shareholders, you need banks, you need consulting companies to embrace this idea that Bitcoin on your balance sheet also helps you unlock. And I think if that changes, you really see an avalanche. But I think the next 5 years are very bullish on more corporations investing in Bitcoin.
Big fan of what you guys have done. One question I had for you is that my understanding of Strategy's accumulation of Bitcoin and its Bitcoin yield metric is that it's partially contingent on the premium the shares trade to the underlying Bitcoin you guys hold. How do you guys look to manage that premium? And adjacent to that question, in traditional finance classes like at MBAs here, they teach you that if you think a company trades at too high of a premium, you should actually start a competitor to lower that premium. Whereas MicroStrategy actually encourages other companies to adopt that Bitcoin strategy. Do you see that possibly compressing the premium that those shares trade at going forward?
Yeah, so a couple of pretty deep questions that I could probably talk for the next hour about, but I'm not going to. The first question is for those who follow Strategy and our stock, we trade as a premium to net asset value. And I'll do like 1 minute on this. There's a lot of different ways to value companies, right? Like one way is to do a discounted cash flow of all the future cash flows, right? Another way is to take the sum of the parts net asset value. And a third, which is a pretty normal way of valuing a high growth company, is a multiple over some income metric. And if you were to take Bitcoin yield and Bitcoin income or Bitcoin gain, right? And if you were to say that we were to have gained $10 to $15 billion of Bitcoin, right? And you were to trade that at a 40 to 50x multiple, I would argue that perhaps using that model, the company should be valued at $500 billion to $1 trillion. So I would say there are different ways of looking at our premium and our valuation overall. Right? So I'll do one more question.
Quick question. You may have answered it in the first question, but the presentation that was given to the Microsoft board, I thought was incredible and so compelling. Where did it fail there? In terms of Microsoft adopting the same strategies? Is it for the same reasons you mentioned a couple minutes ago, or was there another factor that was part of the equation?
Yeah, if you look at, and so there are a lot of reasons why companies with large balance sheets, from my perspective and strategy's perspective, should be investing in Bitcoin, right? And at a minimum, if you can get an annualized 60, 70, 80% return, then you would argue that's sort of your bar for investment gains and losses. And so you should be looking at that as an option. Now, we have an ideology that I mentioned for the last 30 minutes that doesn't support that, right? You have boards, you have shareholders, and if you look at the composition of a lot of these folks, right, they work in an ecosystem, and they learned at business school or they learned at undergraduate. They learned that the way to make money is off of your income statement, not your balance sheet, right? And so when you present these folks with a new idea, a new regulatory framework, a safe space to do this in, a formula, like I would say the large big tech companies, because they do have strong earnings from the income statements, are the least likely to do something like this. The more likely companies are going to be your Semlers, your Metaplanets, you're going to meet right after this, who need a way out, right? That doesn't mean in the next 5, 10 years that won't change, right? You need somebody who is brave, right? Like Tesla put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, right? You need some folks who have a controlling share, of their company. You need founder-led CEOs. This is the same case with every technology disruption or corporate disruption. It's not the big companies that lead, it's the small ones. But the conversation's occurring now. 5 years ago, the conversation wasn't even occurring. So I think there's a lot to come here in this space, and we're happy to be a big part of this. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Phong.
Hi guys, sorry, a quick announcement. We are going to run a workshop on Bitcoin 101. It's happening in the next room, 141. So anyone who is interested in Bitcoin 101, so Anna is conducting the workshop. She's from HRF. She's a really good teacher. And she was concerned this room is full of all Bitcoiners already who might not need this workshop, but I'm still going to attend it because it will probably teach me how to teach others about Bitcoin, because she has probably nailed it down. So if you are new to Bitcoin, or even if you are not, I think it's a good session. So some of you, I'll see you in that room.
50% tariffs on everybody.
Give some people some time to like.
What do I do with this? You want to just clip it on your belt? Clip this on your belt. Yep. Turn it on right there, and then we're good to go. Okay, cool. And then we got one more lav, and then 2 hands.
Perhaps you. Perhaps you guys could share. You guys could share the video. Add that.
Next, we have an exciting panel, Corporate Adoption, moderated by Jeff Walton, founder of MSTR True North. Joining him are Dylan Leclerc, Director of Bitcoin Strategy at MetaPlanet, Paul Giordano, VP of Digital Asset Management at Mara, Eric Semler, Chairman at Semler Scientific, and Brian Abley, Investment Strategist at Fidelity Digital Asset Management. Please join me and welcome the panelists.
All right, is this thing on? Can people hear me? Yeah? Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Let's do this. Okay, so we are here today to talk about the biggest story in all of finance, which is corporate adoption of Bitcoin and the development and the evolution of a Bitcoin treasury strategy. So as he mentioned here, we've got Paul Giordano of Mara, which runs digital asset compute at a mining company, Mara. They are the second largest holder of Bitcoin. We've got Dylan Leclerc at MetaPlanet, and he is the director of Bitcoin strategy, and MetaPlanet is a Japanese Bitcoin securities company, really, at this point. And Eric Semler, Semler Scientific, and Eric is the chairman of Semler Scientific. Semler is a healthcare provider and also running a Bitcoin treasury strategy, which they've evolved over the last year. And Brian Abley of Fidelity, which is the director of investment strategy of digital assets. And Fidelity is the third largest asset manager on the planet. So very, very great panel here to talk about. So I wanted to lay the groundwork here. Like, why are we here? Why are we talking about this? So of the companies that are represented here today on the panel and with Fong at Strategy, the companies represented here today hold 583,000 Bitcoin, which is 2.7% of the Bitcoin supply that will ever exist, right? So it's an incredibly huge statistic. On top of that, the companies represented here today have acquired 378,000 Bitcoin in the last 16 months. I'm going to say that again, 378,000 Bitcoin in the last 16 months. This is roughly 2 times the newly minted Bitcoin supply in the last 16 months. So these companies are on an absolute tear, accumulating Bitcoin like none other, right? And so the reason I point out this statistic is just to emphasize the evolution here, right? If you've got these 4 or 5 companies that are accumulating more than 2 times of the newly minted Bitcoin supply, that means somebody's selling it. And we've got corporate adoption that's beginning to take over in the evolution of the Bitcoin ecosystem, the Bitcoin network. So I think this will lay the groundwork for the future here. So enough about me and over to these guys. So the first question I have, and we'll pass it along here, is why are corporations adopting a Bitcoin treasury strategy, and how did we get here? I'll pass it to you, Dylan.
Sure, I'll start it off. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think the realization for us, and I think the realization that many people are starting to have, is that Bitcoin is the unit of account. Bitcoin, it's the hurdle rate that you want to be measuring against. In a world where every central bank and government on a long enough time frame is devaluing the currency and increasing the amount of units in the supply, it's purely just a math equation of what do you want to own. This is why gold has been the gold standard existed for hundreds of years, thousands of years because of its monetary properties. And so, I'm not going to do the whole spiel, but everybody knows, everybody here knows why Bitcoin is that asset. So the natural, sort of progression started by MicroStrategy, now Strategy, is realizing that the only game in town is acquiring as much as you can if that's the world we're going into. I think that was a really bold leap in 2020, and maybe it still is today, but not so much. And I think 10 years from now, every public company on the planet has some Bitcoin. And that will determine the winners and losers in many ways.
Right, and now we've got, 175 public and private companies that have explicitly announced that they're holding Bitcoin. Right, we've got a couple very large, big movers that are moving here, and maybe we'll kick it over to you, Eric.
Sure, agree with all of that. I'd say I came at it from a different perspective in that I've been an investor in the stock market for 30 years, and the last stretch of my career, I've been an activist going on company boards, and 2 years ago, I went on the board of Semler Scientific. I wasn't happy with the way things were going. Half of their market cap was in cash, which is similar to where MicroStrategy was in August 20. I'll say strategy, sorry. But the thing is, my whole MO as an investor and as being on company boards is to maximize shareholder value. So we spent a lot of time looking at ways to maximize shareholder value and really couldn't find anything as kind of crystal clear, huge upside opportunity other than Bitcoin. We looked at so many acquisitions and decided that Bitcoin was really the answer for us, especially with all the cash we had on our balance sheet. And I think Strategy's playbook and success really fortified us in that way. But we came at it more as, how are we going to maximize shareholder value? We have all this cash, can't find a great business that has such a clear path to a high return, and Bitcoin kind of was the solution. And we were clearly a zombie company that needed to kind of become awakened, and Bitcoin allowed us to do that.
Yeah, it's this form of desperation that has led to the eventual solution or the outcome being Bitcoin. Yeah.
Right.
Excellent. Maybe we'll pass it over to Paul Giordano, and we'll go there, and then Brian will loop you in. Yeah, we'll loop you in.
So from Mars' point of view, as a Bitcoin miner, we're looking at also being a public company. As Eric mentioned, we have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize our shareholder value, and we are constantly looking at ways of growing our Bitcoin balance, either through mining and investing in new mining equipment and investing in new forms of energy to power those miners.
Can you just turn that on? I'm sorry. There's a switch on the bottom.
On the bottom.
Is that better? Should I start over? So as I was saying, we're constantly evaluating how to invest our shareholder dollars into more efficient mining equipment, lower energy costs, or going right into the market and buying Bitcoin and building our treasury that way. The performance of Bitcoin over the past 15 years, I think, speaks for itself. It's the best performing asset in the world. It's up 150% annualized, and it needs to be part of every treasury if you want to balance the effects of weakening dollar and sort of, as we're seeing, sort of global upheaval of things that could happen with your assets. So we balance that by having as much Bitcoin as we can, trying to generate Bitcoin at the lowest dollar per coin and build our treasury that way.
Yeah, perfect. And so now that we've got the view of three companies that are running a Bitcoin treasury strategy, Brian, I'd love your perspective, given that you see the whole landscape, right? And you see the 30,000-foot view. What are you seeing a little bit more broadly in the market?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So again, Brian, investment strategist for Fidelity Digital Asset Management. Fidelity, we're headquartered right across the river in downtown Boston, and we're very proud to have been involved in Bitcoin for a number of years at this point, going back to research in our Fidelity Center for Applied Technology nearly a decade ago at this point. The two different entities we have that focus on this topic is a custody offering called Fidelity Digital Assets, where entities can go and buy Bitcoin directly. Then we also have an asset management business that has solutions related to Bitcoin in varying capacities as well. What's interesting is I think we're just over a year away from the SEC's approval of the spot Bitcoin ETPs. And there's a lot of really interesting details and nuggets in terms of the adoption or views of Bitcoin as an asset from a whole variety of different population investor sets when you look at the data in terms of who's using the products and in what capacity. What I think that a large effect of that approval in the products was again, it reduced the complexity for a lot of different investors over how to get price exposure to an asset like Bitcoin through a traditional brokerage account, but more so, just kind of put the impetus or maybe made more social acceptance around thinking about it as an investable asset that you want to hold, and has it caused a lot of different entities, across the financial spectrum to just kind of ask themselves, why, or maybe re-engage in kind of an intellectual discussion over why something like this matters, and is it something that they want to participate in varying capacities.
Yeah, love the perspective. This is a perfect segue, right? So January 11th, 2024, the spot Bitcoin ETF was approved. And now, as of today, ETFs hold 1.29 million Bitcoin. So that's 6.1% of the Bitcoin supply that will ever exist. And whereas corporations, including governments and nation states across the globe, hold 1.5 million Bitcoin, which is around 7.3% of Bitcoin supply. So I think that's an interesting perspective you bring here, Brian. Especially in light of the recent market environment we've had the last 2 days and the last week, right? With the introduction of tariffs, we've seen the market broadly sell off over the last 2 days, yet we've seen relative Bitcoin strength and relative strength from Bitcoin treasury companies. So I would love to get your guys' perspective on, why is this important in the market? And how do we see this going? I mean, I know many people are reluctant to run around and say this is a decoupling, but it's a very interesting data point that we're seeing in the market. Maybe we'll start with you, Dylan.
Yeah, my view on it is that everybody for the longest time said Bitcoin is uncorrelated, as an uncorrelated asset, and then the past year or two, or maybe the ETFs have really increased the correlation. And some people are saying it's not a hedge or it's not a new system, it's just the levered NASDAQ. My view is that actually the correlation is not a bad thing. It's a natural development. If you expect something to go from $0 to $200 trillion, it's going to ebb and flow with the global liquidity tide. But I think that there's going to be instances. Friday was an example. In the future, there will be a day or a week or a month or periods of time where there won't be a correlation, and there'll be an inverse correlation. And earnings risks, tariff risks, jurisdictional risks, sanction risk, inflation risk, counterparty risk, all of these things that Bitcoin doesn't have, maybe an ETF does or a corporation does, but holding it in a cold storage doesn't. All of these global institutions and investors are realizing that this is the reason they should not own zero Bitcoin. So something like this wipes off 6% on the NASDAQ on Friday, and IBIT is up 2%. Right? That's 800 basis point outperformance in one day, right? So maybe it doesn't decouple for the next week or the next quarter, but just that day of outperformance made someone's quarterly return. So I think that that's where kind of I think or how I think about it. Correlation's not a bad thing; it's going to continue, but it's just these blips of outperformance that really make the difference over a long time horizon.
For me, this is just the holy grail. It's the crux of my investment thesis. Watch gold just take off. It's the disparity between gold and Bitcoin now is as wide as I've seen it. I think it's 21 trillion now versus $1.5 trillion. And so that just reinforces why you would own Bitcoin here. I think secondly, as a portfolio manager, I look at Meta and Amazon and all the issues around these stocks and the cash flows, how much are their earnings going to miss by, et cetera. Then I look at Bitcoin and I'm like, it can't be tariffed. Bitcoin can't be tariffed. There's no earnings date. We don't have a quarterly release. We don't have to go through that anxiety. Is there anything else I can own in the market besides Bitcoin? Maybe gold, which has worked well, but gold was down 3% at one point on Friday, and Bitcoin I'm sure will be down 3% sometime in the near future, in an hour or whatever. But I think this is a really positive sign. It's just it's obviously such a short-term data point, but I think that's the holy grail. And God, if we could ride through this storm and Bitcoin is really what comes out as a leader, I think that will just be massive for what all of us are trying to achieve.
Yeah, like anyone in this room, right? I looked at the performance of Bitcoin relative to other risk assets on Friday and thought it was interesting to say the least. However, I think it's quite a bit of a stretch to extrapolate one data point into a longer extended trend. Would also suggest, again, if you put yourselves in the shoes of a financial advisor, right, that is managing life savings for families that to hire them to perform that service, right? They're trying to address concerns over like the broad sell-off in U.S. risk assets. That's probably not an entity that's going to try to proactively insert like Bitcoin into that type of conversation. Although people in this room may have varying opinions about that. If it's a trend that extrapolates or continues, which remains to be seen. Obviously, right, there'll be a really interesting data point and trend to monitor going forward.
Yeah, I'm not ready to call the non-correlation of Bitcoin as sort of self-fulfilling just yet. I mean, I hope we get there, and I think that we should be getting there. I think during times of market stress, you see the worst performing assets are the ones where managers can raise cash very, very quickly because they have high valuations or they have high concentrations to that specific asset. And I think that you're seeing in the market a lot of delevering of sort of the widely held names that were just mentioned, the Mag 7, Amazon, et cetera. I don't think anyone has a large enough position in Bitcoin to be able to raise a lot of money in a time of stress, and that's why Bitcoin just kind of hung. I think the dollar weakening also helped Bitcoin. It is the denominator of the value of Bitcoin, so there's some value to that. But I think when you see major market decoupling, the names that are going to get hit the hardest are the ones where managers can raise the most cash quickly, meet margin calls, and be able to sort of rebalance their portfolio, which is what I think we saw over the last few days.
Excellent perspective, guys. I think for me, one of the reasons I think this is incredibly important is just general risk management, right? Why is this important? Capital managers are focused on managing risk of a portfolio. So if you're a capital manager and you have a portfolio of assets, you got 10,000 assets in there, they subscribe to the concept of Markowitz modern portfolio theory, right? And Markowitz modern portfolio theory is the mathematical equation of diversification, which states that if you add a new portfolio to a new risk to a diversified portfolio of assets that's got different risk return characteristics, it will increase the return and reduce the risk of the entire portfolio. So now you've got this new asset coming on the scene where you've got a single day or a couple of days of non-correlated performance. And now you start to look at that asset and say, wait, I need exposure to this. I need exposure to this asset primarily for risk management of my portfolio. So why is it important? Insurance companies, pension funds, banks, companies that are managing capital, hedge funds, et cetera, all are considering these things at the same time. So it's a really big deal. Last week was Bitcoiners were really excited last week because of the performance on Friday. So interesting topic.
I'm probably not the best one to opine on diversification. 120% of our balance sheet's in Bitcoin. So.
And I don't think Warren Buffett would agree with you either.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Well, okay, so we've got a bit more time here. So my next question is, how are corporations accelerating Bitcoin adoption? I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing here, right? You have this general concept of, okay, you've got a profitable business and I take the profit and I buy Bitcoin, but it's more than that. It's more advanced than that. And I think everybody on this panel is experiencing that. So maybe I'll kick it over to you, Dylan.
Yeah, well, I guess just a quick background. I joined a Tokyo-listed company a year ago today, or this week. They adopted a Bitcoin standard. It was by all means a zombie company, following in the steps of strategy. We had, there's about 8 to 10,000 shareholders back then, mostly penny stock investors. Today we have more than 50,000 investors, and those are just Japanese retail. And then along with a bunch of institutional allocators who tell us we can't buy Bitcoin, there's nothing in Japan, we have never owned Bitcoin. A lot of the portfolio managers have never owned it themselves, but they're allocating tens of millions of dollars to our Bitcoin treasury company on a Bitcoin standard because of the general thesis, because of what we believe and what we say we're going to do going forward. We're not going to sell it. We're not going to own any crypto. It's a Bitcoin-only, Bitcoin-first strategy. So we've had a lot of retail investors and institutional investors who, my thought going in was we're going to get Bitcoiners in positions of financial allocators or retail investors that want to own our stock. What we've seen is that there's actually just people that have never owned Bitcoin, that are stock investors or portfolio managers that are now getting onboarded to Bitcoin because they've had exposure to our story. So it's pretty exciting in that sense, and it was not something that I foresaw.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to that. Ironically or coincidentally, we were doing this kind of at the exact same time, not knowing each other. We were basically planning ahead, in April for a May purchase of Bitcoin or a May announcement, and it's just kind of coincidental. So we have some cosmic connection, I think. So I agree with everything you said, and I think one of the great surprises of this is just that, going from being a zombie to, like I said, kind of like an awakened soul, and being able to be vibrant and I think that a lot of that is spurred by the shareholder base. I think all of us at Semler Scientific are blown away by the enthusiasm and the kind of this it's almost like a cheerleading type of aspect, which is great, and you just want to make everybody happy as much as you can, and you don't get that kind of feedback when you're just a healthcare company and you don't hear from your investors too often. It's not really clear. Some guys want you to return cash, others want you to grow, and you're not really sure. This is very kind of like a unified strategy, and it's beautiful, and you kind of want to win for everybody involved, not just yourself.
Yeah,
I think for us specifically at Fidelity, and again, we've been involved in the space for a number of years. It's just been consistently building products and services to meet our customers across the wide range of spectrum of investors from retail all the way up to institutional who are interested in Bitcoin and want to interact with it in some capacity, and also ensuring that we take a very educated tone to conversations we have with these particular investors. Some show up to us and are really eager to engage with Bitcoin in some capacity, which is great. Others also show up and are deeply skeptical, and we're trying to play a small role in lending some degree of credibility to the technology and to the asset, and we're really excited about what we've done thus far on that front.
I don't know if I have much to add. I mean, I think what Dylan and what Eric have done is very creative and very kind of forward-thinking, and I commend them for that. So, from our point of view, we're just a technology company trying to accumulate as much Bitcoin as we can, and if the capital markets are open and people want to lend us money at 0% interest with a 40% premium on our stock, we'll use that for corporate purposes. We'll buy better mining machines, we'll buy energy assets, and we'll buy Bitcoin in the market, when we think that that's where we'll get our best return.
Excellent perspective, guys. And you all hit on this general theme of new investors in this retail community. There's this evolving retail landscape that's becoming increasingly more important as the world changes, right? The investing landscape changes. And it's almost like when you announce a Bitcoin treasury strategy, there's this jolt, right? You get this jolt of electricity to your balance sheet, and it's via retail shareholder base, it's via hedge funds that are interested in the volatility. And I think the world hasn't quite grasped or doesn't quite understand the value that jolt can bring to a balance sheet. So it's really interesting seeing this evolve. I mean, just Metaplanet, right? A year ago, the Metaplanet general meeting had 100 people. And this
10.
It had 10 people.
10.
And you just had your annual meeting, and there were 1,000 people, and there were people waiting out the door, lined up out the door to hear you guys speak, right?
Yeah. I think, on that point, the beauty of Bitcoin is, you have this $1 trillion, $2 trillion open source marketing team. Semler buys Bitcoin and I'm cheering him on. It's not like, and Sailor's reposting, Metaplanet and posting you doing your stream, and you had 0 Twitter followers a year ago and now have I don't know how many tens of thousands, just being on the orange team, right? And so that's something that I think is completely unique here, is that there's an open source community globally that's cheering everybody on, and there's no, there's economics there, but it's just this one mission to deliver Bitcoin to the world.
But it is super intimidating because I am not a social media person. I'm really an introvert, so I suck at the soundbite, and I can't cater to that crowd very easily. So I'm trying to hopefully forge a way for introverts to actually work, on social media. I don't know if that's a, oxymoron, but it's actually very intimidating.
But as Dylan mentioned, right, it is a zero-sum game, right? Everybody's on the same team, which is just incredibly exciting. And in the world of TradFi, it just doesn't feel right? Yeah. Having a TradFi background, it doesn't. It seems too good to be true that everybody's on the same team and going in the same direction. So fascinating stuff, guys. Okay, last question. We've got a few more minutes, and maybe we'll take a question or two if we got time. So, right. Many of you guys are in very important positions at your companies. You speak with CEOs, CFOs, and many of them probably think you're crazy, right? And I hear it all the time when I go talk to people in high finance. Many people laughed at me for a continuous amount of time, and they still do, yeah. So my question here is, where are we headed, and how is this evolving? How is this landscape evolving, and where are we going to be 5 years from now? Maybe, Paul, we'll start with you.
Where will we be 5 years from now? God, in Bitcoin, it's hard to say. But I think the secret is out about Bitcoin. I think the fact that it is the only asset in the world that can't be diluted is incredibly valuable. Every other asset, as the price of it increases, the supply of it increases, everything from real estate to gold to corporate profits, to stocks, to bonds, except for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a fixed supply, and it's going to be more and more seen as a true treasury asset, one that can protect the company from the volatility that we see in just corporate America. So I think it's going to be something that every company is going to need to own to be able to compete, and that's only going to push the prices higher.
I guess from our perspective at Fidelity, having been involved in the space for a number of years, we've seen ebbs and flows in the Bitcoin market. And what we've found is, if you have a long-term vision that this is a potentially valuable technology that our customers across the gamut of investor spectrum types potentially want to interact with, just being consistent and continuing to build products and services and taking a very educated tone in the marketplace. And within the traditional financial world, there are still certainly pockets that have skepticism or a negative stigma towards Bitcoin. And the way we try to combat that at Fidelity is just showing up every day, being consistent, and being very educative in the content we're sharing around this topic.
I don't have anything more to add to that. I think that's great.
Right.
I don't want to take anybody else's time.
Yeah, we can turn to the audience. Yeah, well, just one last thing on that point here is like where are we headed, right? Bitcoin itself is pristine collateral, right? It is globally liquid, 24/7, 365. It's transparent, right? If somebody's holding it, you can have a lens into the collateral at any point in time, which I think the evolution of that collateralized finance space is going to explode over the next 10 to 15 years, which is beyond comprehension of the existing financial marketplace. Just to put this in perspective, my background is in reinsurance, so insurance for insurance companies, and collateralized reinsurance in that marketplace has gone from $30 billion to $100 billion in the last 10 years, and they don't use Bitcoin at all. And a lot of that collateral is LOCs or energy assets or those kinds of things. And that's just one marketplace where we can see the evolution of collateral. And I mean, many of the folks on the panel here and Phong at Strategy are starting to understand that the collateral landscape is also evolving as well. And you have this transformer of the corporate balance sheet where you can transform the Bitcoin held on balance sheet into different types of assets that are held by the market, being preferred stock, convertible bonds that have different volatility metrics, different risk return metrics, but are correlated and directionally going the same direction as Bitcoin. And the evolution of that space is going to expand drastically over time. So I'm incredibly excited about that. I think that's where I think we're going over the next five years is folks are going to understand the value of the corporate balance sheet being the transformer of this collateral, this brilliant collateral.
The point I would add there is that I think the beauty of the Bitcoin treasury model, or just Bitcoin on the corporate balance sheet, is traditionally investment cycles are 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. Metaplanet formerly was in budget hotels, so they would raise capital, 3-year plan, architect, city planners, they'd build the thing, and then it's another 5 to 10 years to see if it generated a return. Now we raise $40 million on a Monday. We get the cash, we wire it to the exchange, we buy the Bitcoin, and we announce it on Tuesday morning. And then we have proof of reserves that our Bitcoin's on chain, we say we have it. And so the investment cycle for us is under 24 hours. And we do it again and again and again and again. And the strategy buys Bitcoin every week for 4 years. So I think that can't be understated, where for us, we're telling our shareholders, we're not even, yes, we want to buy Bitcoin lower than higher, but our internal calculus is not BTC USD. It's not the exchange rate. Our internal calculus is Bitcoin per share. We denominate all our economic calculation in Bitcoin. So on a Monday, we raise the capital, we buy Bitcoin, and we say, hey, that was a 3% increase in shareholder value in Bitcoin terms. And I think that model and the transparency of the model and the, just how rapid it is there's no comparison. There's no comparison anywhere in finance.
I think also that something that is a real lightning rod issue in the stock market now is this issue of the Bitcoin premium. What should you trade? What premium should you trade at, if at all? And I think there's so much negativity around that just among traditional investors, especially hedge funds, who are short our stocks. And I think that's such an interesting question and debate. And I think part of it is tied to how much value you can add. And I think it's also something that it's been shrinking, frankly. I mean, the MNAV has been shrinking for the most part. And I think it's partly because there's a lot of people that don't understand what's really going on here. They don't even know that, for the most part, a lot of investment funds in the US can't own Bitcoin, or they can't own the ETFs. There's just that little small fact is pretty valuable in terms of determining if there should be a premium or not. Leverage, obviously, is one too. So there's stuff that people don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to them. Why wouldn't I just buy the ETF? Why wouldn't I just buy spot Bitcoin? And it's more sophisticated than that. And so I think that issue, by the way, is probably those guys are winning a little bit right now, the naysayers. And I think that's slightly repelling corporations from adopting Bitcoin. They kind of still view us as having some kind of disease, and I think that there's just not enough companies that are going to make the leap, because it's still viewed as a bit kind of too experimental.
Right. The valuation conundrum is huge, right? And we're going to see that continue to oscillate, right? The bulls will win for a while, the bears will win.
Just the concept of diluting your equity to buy Bitcoin it just doesn't make sense to, I'd say, 99% of the people who invest in the stock market.
Yeah, it's accretion.
Right. It's accretion, sure.
It's accretion, right?
99% of institutional investors don't believe that.
Yeah, how do you value something in fiat dollars when the company itself is valuing itself in Bitcoin? You've got two different measuring sticks, and they're colliding at the same time.
A counterpoint to that is, and that's 90% of our conversation with traditional investors is, you're diluting, and we don't do companies that do that. We stay away, and that makes sense, right? The Buffett school of investing or whatnot. The counterpoint is one of our largest investors is after we spent 6 months, 9 months with them explaining the model and how we think and how we internally make decisions and our long-term strategy, they're coming up to us and saying, hey, we can only own X% of your company. When are you going to issue more stock? We want to buy more. So like every time we issue shares to buy Bitcoin, and traditionally, you own less of the stock, but you own more Bitcoin per share, they're going into the market and buying again. And so I think that's again, we have a big, huge investor that's saying, can you please actually dilute our ownership? We want you to buy more Bitcoin as fast as you possibly can. And that's not something I would have seen going into this. But I think that's the cutting edge of people that understand this sort of framework and I think where the world's headed. Denominating in Bitcoin terms.
Right. Well, I think we're right about time.
Yeah,
So
we have 4 minutes for questions.
4 minutes. Yeah, if we want to get a question or two. Yeah.
Hi, thank you guys for coming and sort of explaining the motivation and excitement around this. The question I have really is for Eric, and it's on governance. I'm trying to think if there's I'm trying to think of maybe not the end game, but the late stage of this, right? Is you have this big treasury, very valuable, and do you have a corporate analog in the world? Like there's, one company in South Africa that bought a lot of Tencent, right? And they're worth, hundreds of billions, and now they're trying to figure out, what to do with that. Do you have a corporate model or inspiration in terms of governance for the long term?
What do you mean by governance exactly?
In terms of how you're going to deal with managing a huge treasury, what are your internal thresholds for distributing capital, benchmarking?
Yeah.
Because it's a bit non-traditional. There's not that many companies that are just holding one asset and sort of.
Right. So I mean, well, just for just for working capital stuff, we're always going to have U.S. dollars cash on our balance sheet first of all. So we look ahead and see what we need and make sure we have sufficient dollar reserves. But the primary asset reserve will be Bitcoin. I think that's a great question. I think a lot about what, like in 5 years, 10 years, we're going to hopefully have a lot more Bitcoin, and what will we do with it? I suspect, I'm guessing, is that it will become the Bitcoin will become kind of owned by everybody, and especially money center banks and lenders of last resort, and that it will be it will become much more fluid, and we'll have optionality in terms of lending our Bitcoin out if we need to. It'll be safer and not something we have to worry about, and it could potentially be a great income generating concept. But I guess over time we'll become more of we'll be like a bank. I guess we'll be like a Bitcoin bank to some degree, but that's really far away. Right now we're just kind of in like the accumulation, hodling phase. I suspect that's going to last for a while.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead. Right, so, can you guys hear me?
Well, probably I can ask a question. So I have a question about, curious about custody. So I know you guys hold Bitcoin, understand Bitcoin, right? But in the custody side, does companies hold the Bitcoin, or they use a third party? And if you use a third party, if there a third party risk, have you thought about that? And obviously, having Bitcoin in self-custody probably doesn't unlock financial products like loans, etc. So what are your thoughts on that? And also, obviously, if you want to introduce new corporations into Bitcoin, probably there is a lot of friction in self-custody, and that's where these other products come.
Yeah, Paul,
I could talk to custody. So we have about 47,000 Bitcoin on our balance sheet, and we would never self-custody that much Bitcoin. Also, we need to, since we're a public company, we need to be able to be audited externally. So we need to be able to allow our auditors to see through to our Bitcoin holdings. And the only way we can do that is by hiring third-party custodial companies. So we use 5 companies right now. We're a client of Fidelity. That's one of them. And we want to diversify amongst our custodial relationships. Also is a good way to help keep fees down. We have to talk about that, by the way. And it's just like anything else. If you have a large cash treasury, you probably want to diversify among different banks so that you don't end up in Silicon Valley Bank and with your money stuck. So that's one of the things that we're always trying to do. We're trying to manage our custody relationships, making sure that the Bitcoin is safe and is able to be audited by a third party.
And there's also a custody provider in the room that is doing insurance on the Bitcoin custody. So that landscape is evolving.
Anchor Watch.
Yeah, Anchor Watch.
So they beat me on the custody question. It was the same question. Specifically, I wanted to ask about the risk, right? Like I know Strategy is doing a lot of work with they say they hold everything on Coinbase. So isn't there a lot of risk if everything is sitting on Coinbase, and I think Fidelity is doing their own? And then the risk of 6102 potentially, and BlackRock potentially buying 5% of MicroStrategy. Where does this all lead us in the future?
Well, not to speak for Strategy, but I believe that there's a diversity of custodians. It's not all just on a Coinbase wallet. Yeah, but I mean, even if you look at the cap table of Strategy or IBIT, there's a lot of different stakeholders here. It's not just unilateral. I think the ultimate left tail risk, the 6102 event or something along those lines, I think a lot of that left tail risk got chopped off 6 months ago, with the election. I think certainly there's an argument and a longer discussion to be had on is there too much concentration of Bitcoin or mining or infrastructure custodians in the U.S. That's a conversation to have. But I think as a public company, and even like someone like myself who loves the cypherpunk ethos of Bitcoin and the decentralization and self-custody yourself, absolutely. But for a public company, who's all flying on the same plane to travel, or you can just, it's not feasible. So yeah, I don't know if anyone else has anything to add there.
I mean, with the repeal of SAB 121 and the development of SAB 122, and you're going to have significant competition between global, too big to fail, systemically large banks that are going to be, fighting to custody Bitcoin, and you're going to have hundreds of different custody solutions that are going to be popping up in the future, and it's going to be with JP Morgan, Citibank, right, BNY Mellon, all of these companies that are systemically tied to the existing financial system.
Okay, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this session. Thanks for this engaging discussion.
Perfect. Yeah, cool. Okay.
Okay. Next we have a discussion session titled Bitcoin Privacy on Trial with Frank Korver, political correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine, Josh Provost, Bitcoin Core developer. Please welcome the speakers.
Yes, check. We're good? Are you all right over here? I think so. All right, we got him. Yeah, so again, Frank Korva, Bitcoin Magazine here. I've been covering the Samurai case in New York in the Southern District. And Shorsh, over to my left here, if you want a quick introduction maybe.
Yeah, I'm Shorsh Provost. I'm based in the Netherlands, and I normally work on Bitcoin Core. But there's some things happening in the Netherlands that I'm also paying attention to, which we're going to talk about today.
Let's dive right in right there. So you've been in the courtroom for what's happening with the Tornado Cash trial. The portion of it that's happened in the Netherlands, it's also going to be happening in part in the Southern District of New York as well. I think that's actually a week from Monday. We're going to have, I think, one of the first hearings in the Southern District. But let's set the stage. Let's sort of talk about what's at stake right now when it comes to using Bitcoin crypto mixers. What is the environment right now? Maybe if you want to dive in on the Tornado Cash side, I'll give a little bit of an overview on the Samurai Wallet side.
Yeah, and maybe we want to go back a little bit further even.
Please.
There have been mixers before. Most of these would be custodial mixers. So essentially you give your coins to some website and that website gives you some coins back. And hopefully then there's no link between them, but the website could screw you over. And well, there have been arrests around that. And then I guess we mostly not been paying attention to those as a community because we were thinking, well, they're they're custodials and custodians have different rules, so whatever. But now we're seeing people getting arrested for building non-custodial tools and even autonomous tools, which I guess we can explain the differences there.
So let's start there. So one of the custodial tools is something like Bitcoin fog, and we've seen there was a crackdown on Bitcoin fog. When you talk about
Also a lot of very mixes that nobody's even heard of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm actually not as familiar with that, but I think one of the things that's really important to differentiate here is that Tornado Cash is something very different than what Samurai was doing, the mixer with Samurai Wallet. So Tornado Cash, you have what you just called an autonomous tool. So we have a smart contract to which the keys were burned, which means that people can now use this thing. There's no administrator, nobody can log in, change whatever parameters of the smart contract. It can just be used by whoever wants to use it now.
And in fact, it is still being used, even though some of the people behind it are in prison. So that kind of proves that it's at least somewhat autonomous.
Yeah, and I think something really important to keep in mind here, when we talk about smart contracts, oftentimes people use the analogy of a vending machine. So a smart contract is an if-then protocol. If this happens, then you get this. The same way if you put $1 in a vending machine, you press A1, you get a Snickers bar. The difference is that not all smart contracts are alike in that some are completely autonomous, meaning even the person who owns the vending machine, let's say, who created it, no longer has the keys, so the smart contract operates independently, where then there are other smart contracts where people still have the keys, alterations can be made. In the case of Tornado Cash, you had an autonomous smart contract, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So if we could
at least the core of it. So there was also, auxiliary smart contracts that provided the user interface, and those did still have access control, basically.
Understood. And for those who are not familiar with this as well, so we use this, whether it's Tornado Cash or Samurai, we're using this to preserve anonymity. The courts have...
To preserve privacy.
Privacy, that's a good way to put it.
So there was a whole fun game, at least in the Dutch courtroom, between the prosecutors using the word anonymity consistently and the defense using the word privacy consistently, to the point where they started realizing they were doing that. But it has a different meaning, right?
No question.
I mean, it should be, yeah. Anyway, go on.
But let's dive in with the Dutch courtroom. So what has been established thus far based on the hearings that have taken place in the Netherlands?
Well, unfortunately, so the Tornado Cash folks had one person arrested here and one person arrested in the Netherlands, and those are completely separate cases, although they're using the same body of evidence, as far as I know, the same chats that were taken from phones. So Alexei Pertsev has been convicted in the Netherlands, at least during the first phase of the trial, for 5 years. I guess that's short by US terms, but it was the maximum sentence he could get, because in the Netherlands, if you launder more than $1 million, then that's as much as you get. Okay. So that's bad. They're appealing it, and that appeal should be now-ish this year.
Yeah. Okay. Any expectations for what you think might happen in the Southern District? And that's with, I'm going to get the name wrong. That's Roman Storm? Am I getting the name right?
I think so.
That's
yeah.
correct, yeah. Do you think you'll see a comparable sort of outcome? And I hadn't thought about this beforehand. Can they look at what happened in the Netherlands case, despite the fact that the law is different, and maybe use some of that as some sort of precedent for what might happen in the Southern District?
So I don't think so, because the interesting thing is it's just two different countries with completely different legal systems. You guys have jury trials with witnesses, and it's going to be probably quite spectacular. Whereas in the Netherlands, it was, a little courtroom with maybe 5 journalists, which is a lot, and just the lawyers talking, and also they're mostly referring to dossiers. So even though the trial is public, as a member, if you're just sitting there, you're just hearing them refer to page 375 of some document that you don't have access to. Right. So this is a problem too. So I have no idea what the outcome is here. You really have to ask lawyers here, and of course, the lawyers that are defending them will say that they're definitely going to win, and the prosecutor will say that they're definitely going to win. So I don't know how to judge that.
while he's not their lawyer, Zach Shapiro from the Bitcoin Policy Institute, who's also running the P2P Rights Fund, which is helping to raise money for defense in these trials, I think he's a little bit more realistic. I don't think he's super optimistic. I think he thinks there's a chance of winning, but I think also, I believe it was in one of the hearings for the Tornado Cash case here, we had the judge saying, I don't care what FinCEN guidance says. You know, in FinCEN guidance, so FinCEN guidance came out from the Treasury in 2019. There's nothing there. Well, basically, what a lot of the lawyers are arguing is that, well, these are non-custodial products, so our team members are not actually touching this. We're not actually touching funds, so we can't be involved in illegal money transmitting. But the judge has now said, I don't care if you didn't touch the keys to this money. You are still part of this process of transmitting this money. Do you think that this is going to be something that could be superseded? Can we get past this initial, it's not a ruling from the judge, but it was a statement made in one of the pretrial hearings thus far?
Honestly, I don't know, but it touches on something interesting. So we have, as we said, there's custodial mixes where the mixing company does touch the coins, and then there is non-custodial mixes where the company doesn't, where nobody has custody over the coins. And as far as I know, on both sides of the pond, it's acknowledged that indeed there was no custody. The question is, does that matter? And then for the Tornado Cash situation, it's also autonomous, which is a separate discussion. So you have custody versus non-custody, and then you have autonomy versus running a website. And what happens in Europe is that, so you guys have a FinCEN guidance that people are like looking at as if it's like a biblical verse, basically.
Kind of. It can be interpreted.
Yes.
Well, I guess the
biblical
biblical verses are too.
It can be interpreted, but you can also say, well, it's just guidance, so maybe you ignore the guidance. That's sort of the discussion here. But it is trying to, at least the way it's interpreted is to say, if you're not a custodian, like you don't have to do any of this money transmitter licensing stuff. Whereas in Europe, this is actually very clear. There is a European anti-money laundering directive which specifically says that if you're not a custodian, you do not need a license. And that's also not contested in the courtroom. So even the prosecutor said, like, sure, you didn't need a money transmitter license, but money laundering is still a crime. So we're going to punish you anyway.
And I think this might be a good place to switch over a little bit to the Samurai trial. So for those who are not familiar with the Samurai trial, and also you just said you might see kind of like hoopla in the courtroom in the United States. I can testify to the fact that you probably won't. I've been the only member of the press in all 4 of the pretrial hearings for the Samurai devs. I think now we're up to maybe 3 members of the press that were in the 4th hearing. So there is not a lot of attention on it, despite the fact that the legal precedent that will likely come from these cases will set the course for how we're able to legally transmit value across the internet moving forward. But for those who are not familiar with the Samurai case, so there are 2 charges that have been levied against them by the U.S. Department of Justice. The first being conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmitter business. The second being conspiracy to launder money. I think what's important here is that I think it seems like based on the FinCEN guidance and also according to Zach Shapiro from BPI, the fact that we might have more FinCEN guidance come out before the trial begins in November might influence this in terms of the money transmission charges really not being thrown out, but making it much easier for the Samurai developers to win. The other side of the Samurai case is that they're being tried for conspiracy to commit money laundering. We know that the Samurai developers, or for those who don't, they were quite flagrant in sort of poking the bear, is the analogy or the idiom people use. Russian oligarchs posting on Twitter, Russian oligarchs come and use our service, and then apparently there's what's been hinted at in the courtroom by the prosecution, and I can't say this, it's just based on my interpretation of being there and listening, is just wait until you see the correspondence that we have with, the Samurai devs and other people who are using the service. And we're still waiting on this this discovery to be released. There's a tremendous amount of discovery in the case. The way it was described in the courtroom was that there's enough discovery where if you printed it out on paper, you could stack it to the moon and back 22 times. So there's a lot to be worked through here. But I think thinking about the Samurai case, one of the things to keep in mind is that while they might lose on the side of helping to facilitate money laundering, I hope they don't, and I hope they didn't do that. It seems like, based on the interpretation of FinCEN guidance And also, we had 2 senators in the United States. I think it's Wyden from Colorado and Senator Lummis wrote letters also saying that according to FinCEN guidance, they have done nothing wrong here in terms of money transmission. But the big question mark is, based on what we heard in the Tornado Cash hearing, the judge saying, I don't care whether you touch these keys or not, can we now interpret this guidance differently? And especially because we don't have pre-existing law on this.
Well, I think the answer is no, because again, the US has its own legal system, and hopefully this appeal in the Netherlands will also change the result a bit, because maybe go in a little bit what the prosecutor was trying to say versus what the judge eventually did. So the prosecutors were making, for Tornado Cash, a very complicated argument, basically almost using tokenomics. So they were saying, okay, you guys have this smart contract, and yes, it's autonomous, at least parts of it, but some parts of it are not. But you guys have tokens, and those tokens will go up in value if criminals are using it. And also, you have hired staff, and they're doing work. So we look at it, Tornado Cash not just as the smart contract, but as this whole organization around it. So you can agree or disagree with that argument, but that's sort of what they tried to do. And then the judge kind of said, well, I don't care about any of that stuff. The fact that you wrote a smart contract that is unstoppable, the fact that you did that in the first place, and you knew that it could have been used for money laundering, that is what makes you now responsible for that money laundering. So the judge actually went beyond what the prosecutor was asking for and saying, no, it doesn't matter that it's not custodial, it doesn't matter that it's autonomous. In fact, the fact that it's autonomous makes it worse because you should have kept control over the system. I think that type of argument here would hopefully not work at all, because it sounds like a problem with free speech and kind of being responsible for something that you created. I don't know.
And I think the free speech point is important to touch on. So I don't know.
Like if you invented guns, like are you responsible now for all
everyone
homicides?
that's been shot? Right.
Sort of along those lines. Hopefully that just gets blown up in appeal.
Yeah. And for those who are unfamiliar, it was in the 90s. I think it was during the fight around PGP, pretty good privacy. We had the ruling that essentially code is free speech, and this is something that the defense, at least in the Samurai case, I know is going to put up as an argument. Is there anything? Is that an argument that can be made in the Dutch courts or no?
We don't have that precedent that code is free speech. However, in practice, there's some I guess there's some similar legal arguments around, say, hacking software. Okay. So if you are making software that can also be used for hacking, that's not a problem. If you're making software that can only be used for hacking, and you're also making money for it, that could be a problem. But there's still some thresholds there.
Okay. And for those unaware, I mean, if you're, I'm sure if you're sitting here, you're sort of interested in this for reasons of preserving your own privacy. I'm curious to hear, did the defense make any sort of case that activists use this and that they have to use it, that people like the Navalny organization, Alexei Navalny, who ran against Putin, that one of the only ways for them to receive their donations was to have them put through crypto mixers first, mainly to preserve the privacy of their donors, right? We don't want to put the donors at risk, especially if they're donating from within Russia. Is any of this argument being made in the Dutch courts? Was this made that it's necessary in some situations?
I think it was kind of, but not strongly enough. So I'm hoping that in the appeal, they're going to put much more emphasis on the legitimate uses. But at the same time, I think there were organizations that were using Tornado Cash for paying salary, et cetera, and they sent letters to the judge, and those letters were not even mentioned in the verdict. So it's possible that these arguments might have been made on paper more than they were made orally, okay. But they did not show up at all, which is a problem. Okay.
Yeah. I think another issue in the United States, and I'll just kind of put this out there as a call to action now, I wrote a piece in Bitcoin Magazine around this, is that there's a lot of excitement right now around the strategic Bitcoin reserve. There's even good stuff like codifying the right for people to own their private keys. But to quote Craig Raw, who created Sparrow Wallet, one of the best Bitcoin wallets out there for those who don't use it, he said, I don't think the world is really ready for the amount, if we do move to more of a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin proliferates, it becomes more widely used, I don't think the world is ready for the amount of transparency that we're about to see. And as I have conversations with politicians, I recently spoke with a number of prominent politicians, senators, congresspeople, representatives at the federal level and at lower levels. One of the things that comes up, we talk about all the stuff that they love to talk about right now, SBRs and the keys, and they're the heroes of the day right now. People in the Bitcoin community like politicians all of a sudden, which wasn't always the case in the history of the Bitcoin community. I watch them squirm in their seat when I bring up privacy. So part of the reason is that if something were to happen, if someone's using privacy tools and there were a terrorist attack as a result of that or something like that, obviously people are going to look back to the politicians. And I think the majority of what they're thinking right now is sort of like, I don't want to be on the hook. I don't want to be responsible in such a scenario. So it's easier for me to maybe either not talk about this situation or to err on the side of giving an ambiguous answer. So I'm just, before I forget, the call to action is more, if this is something that you're passionate about, even speaking with lower level, like state level representatives, and I would actually say the state level representatives are easier to have a conversation with. I think just the same way that we've educated politicians to say Bitcoin is not only used by criminals, you know, ETH is not only used by criminals, blah, blah, blah. There's people who use it for very legitimate purposes, especially activists and people who need to maintain their privacy. It's going to be important to have this next discussion because as these trials move forward, there's going to be, hopefully, more media attention, though there hasn't been a lot thus far. There's going to be a lot of education that's necessary around this, same way we've educated people about, I don't know, Bitcoin as a store of value, importance of private keys, et cetera. So before I forget, just wanted to put that out there. If this is something that you're passionate about, education is necessary, writing your local politicians is necessary. One of my colleagues, Shinobi, has an article online. I could see if I can maybe share it via, I don't know, MIT, this venue somehow, where we created a template to start addressing politicians. You could just use this to say that this case is really important. And I think right now there's also a lot of momentum. We're seeing other people being pardoned, obviously Ross being one of the bigger characters right now. But we haven't seen too much leniency on this front yet. So I think it's going to take an organic push from everybody involved, everybody that cares about that, to make the case that, sure, there may be some bad actors that use it, to also make the case that Chainalysis' stats tend to be terrible, not very good. They tend to say there's many more criminals using public blockchains than there actually are, but that there are many people across the globe who use this, but then also saying to a politician or someone in power, a policymaker, do you want your entire balance of whatever crypto asset you're using on a public blockchain be able to be visible to someone? Because if you, without a mixer, without being able to put this through some sort of, to put it through a mixer to maintain some semblance of privacy, it's going to make the world a public place in ways that I don't think people are necessarily ready for. Let me hand it back over to you there.
Yeah, to maybe end on a more cynical note, there is two interests.
Sorry.
Really. You could say there's kind of roughly two ways that people care about Bitcoin. One of them is number go up, and the other is the more censorship-resistant money. And I think in order to have the censorship resistance, you also need privacy. They kind of come together because if they can't see you, they can't get you. And just a lot of people only care about the number go up thing. Now, you can make the case for an enlightened self-interest that Bitcoin will not be number go up if the censorship resistance is undermined to the point where the government can just print more of it. But I don't know if we need to do that or that people need to figure this out themselves. But I'm not surprised that people are not helping these privacy tools at all when they're seeing the number go up.
Okay, so they're distracted, you're saying?
I say they don't care about it. They care about the number go up, and that's why they might let some people out of prison, but I don't think they're going to get involved in this privacy discussion because they don't want to make the argument that terrorists could use Bitcoin or something like that.
It's a tough thing for them to have to own if that does happen.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Yeah. I agree with that. That is part of the difficulty of the conversation, and I get that to some level. I'm going to stop it there, though. Let's open the floor to Q&A. If anybody has any questions, we'll do our best to answer here. Did we put everybody to sleep? Sorry about that. Before lunch, I know.
Have you considered some of the irony that institutions might be your best friends in this space? Because from a trading strategy standpoint, they don't want to give up and give away front running to their info and their private.
That's interesting.
No, because if you have all these institutions are holding their coins at some giant custodian and they do all the trades off chain, so I don't think they have too much of an on-chain privacy. Now, if all these ETFs were doing self-custody, then yeah, there would definitely be an incentive for them to care about their own privacy. Maybe I'm being too cynical here, but
It's good to have a cynic next to me. I tend to be too optimistic, so.
Yeah, I've been surprised that institutions like the EFF and the ACLU haven't gotten more involved in this. And so I'm curious if, Frank, you in particular, have you tried to talk to them? Because this seems like it could leak into encrypted messaging and other areas where maybe they play more of a role.
No, I think that's a really important conversation. I would say the EFF probably knows a little bit more about what's going on than the ACLU, but you've just given me some homework, some people to reach out to. But that's a great idea. I think that's really important. It is sort of it's a civil rights issue essentially, and it needs to be brought to that level for sure. Appreciate that.
So this was briefly brought up in the court case in the Netherlands, the analogy with text, basically. So nobody is saying that Signal is responsible for all crime organized on it. And then the prosecutor just said, well, data is different, data or text is different from money, and therefore, that's it. That's the whole argument. So this is a disconnect that you're seeing in the legal system. So financial data privacy seems easier to defend than financial privacy, and I would say there's a political problem when it comes to things like EFF, et cetera. Yeah. Crypto just has a bad rep, Bitcoin maybe even worse, and they don't want to touch it. The only good example there is Molly White, who is typically very critical of Bitcoin stuff, yes. And she wrote an article very strongly in defense of the Tornado Cash and Samurai people. So there's hope.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm not cynical
said
enough.
the cynic. Said the cynic. Yeah.
Are there any kind of like prosecutions against like the people who actually committed like fraud using these at all, or is it all just focused on the?
That's a fantastic question. I would say the difficulty there is that because they're using something that mixes the coins, it may be hard to tie stuff back to them. I don't know enough about that, though. Maybe you know more.
The Tornado Cash prosecution was triggered, seems very obviously, by the fact that North Korea was using it. Otherwise, it would have been under the radar. And so prosecuting North Korea is being handled, I guess, through these sanctions and all this stuff, but they're just untouchable. But I would say there are, criminals are getting arrested all the time, and then they confiscate money, and they may or may not have used the mixer.
To piggyback on that, one of the things that was interesting, I wrote a piece, I think it was right when the Samurai news came out. I interviewed two prominent activists, and one of them said to me, like, Russian oligarchs don't need this. They have a bunch of other schemes that they can use to do this. Like these are like the last people we should be worried about using. They could do this through real estate schemes, through other sorts of schemes. This really doesn't apply to them in the way that the prosecution is trying to make it out. And obviously, in the way that the Samurai devs did not help by inviting them on Twitter to come use the technology.
No, I mean, the Netherlands is a paradise for Russian oligarchs. You can buy real estate, but also just these corporations are very easy to move funds around. But, the argument from whataboutism basically is never, doesn't really work that well, especially in court.
I think that's fair. Yeah, that he has a little bit more knowledge there. Any final questions? How much time do we have? I just want to make sure we're okay. We're good? Okay.
And of course, in the case of the North Koreans, it was clear they were using it. So it's not...
With Tornado Cash.
It's not, yeah.
Which isn't good.
Maybe a little bit out there question, but I think with the sanctions, it's really interesting to think about it from like a global trade perspective, especially with oil. There's like a lot of BRICS chatter for like a dollar alternative. At the same time, we have all this tariff stuff. Do you guys think any of that bears on or like trickles down into the court cases where like there's a higher agenda to like maintain the dollar sovereignty and making sure oil trade goes through the dollar? But if you get like a mixer that's really powerful, you could trade oil for Bitcoin and nobody would know if you did it in a small enough size.
I think it would be difficult for the sorts of volume, the sorts of money going through. I think it would be I think Lynn Alden wrote in Broken Money something like Bitcoin is kind of good because when somebody tries to put like serious money through the system, you can see that in the mempool, it's going to be really, even if you do put it through a mixer, it's going to be tough to see. But also from what I've seen about countries saying that they want to start doing oil trade, like Bolivia just recently said, we're going to start using Bitcoin for oil payments. I mean, they're telegraphing, they're making it public. I don't know that anonymizing the transaction is going to do much to change the dynamic that they're trying to establish there.
Yeah, well, the fact that they're telegraphing things could also mean that they're really just trying to send a political message and not actually serious about using Bitcoin for these things. But maybe then again, I'm being too cynical.
Still, it's a very yin and yang scenario here. It feels good. Yeah. Are we good? Do we have any more questions? Final questions or anything?
I think that's all the time we have.
All right, sounds good. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks, George. Guys, we're going to have a break, 1 hour break for lunch, and then we're going to come back at 2:10.
Yeah, sorry. So as we announced at the beginning of the day, we are going to have a Nostalgy session. So just open your Nostr app and look around and add other people follow and people on Nostr. So we are going to do that over the next few minutes. I'm going to find anyone with their phone on and following them on Nostr. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Let me go fiddle with that. Yeah. And there's no clock, right? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Oh, okay. Sorry, I should turn this off.
I hope. Hello? 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 All right. How's everyone's lunch? Good? Make sure we keep people fed every year. Yeah, yes. Unlimited coffee. Jazzed up all weekend. Awesome. Great. Well, thank you for coming back for the afternoon session. My name is Hannah. I'm on the content committee this year. I'm a recent MIT grad as well. And for our afternoon session, we'll start with our keynote speech on digital asset policy by Mr. Timothy Massad. Mr. Timothy Massad, he's a research fellow at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University and the director at the Center's Digital Asset Policy Project. He's also a non-resident scholar at the Brookings Institution and consultant in the financial, regulatory, and fintech issues. Mr. Massad served as the chairman of the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission from 2014 to 2017. Under his leadership, the agency implemented the Dodd-Frank reforms on the over-the-counter swaps market, harmonized many aspects of cross-border regulation, and was the first US regulator to take action with respect to cryptocurrencies. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Nassad to give us a keynote speech.
So thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. So as was mentioned, my background is as a lawyer and a financial regulator. So I'm going to approach these issues from the policy standpoint. I'm probably going to say some things that many of you will disagree with, but I hope I'll give you something to think about. I'm not just going to focus on Bitcoin. I will talk about digital assets in general. So yeah, I was a lawyer for many years, and when the financial crisis happened, I raised my hand to volunteer. I served in the Obama administration from the beginning of it for 5 years at the Treasury Department fighting the financial crisis. I oversaw the Troubled Asset Relief Program, and then President Obama appointed me to chair the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. I succeeded Gary Gensler. I am not Gary Gensler. I know I'm really just another senior white balding guy who was a financial regulator, but we have very different views. And it was during my tenure that we declared Bitcoin as a commodity, and we took some actions in that space, some enforcement actions, but also approving Bitcoin swaps. And it was over then 10 years ago that I started talking about the fact that, you know, we really need to improve the regulatory framework and clarify it. And I'm still talking about that 11 years later. I'm basically saying the same things I said to Congress 11 years ago. Hopefully, we will get it done now. We will see. I have views on that I'll share. They may be a little bit different from yours, but hopefully we'll make some progress. So I was invited to talk about policy, and I was happy to accept. I was also very intrigued by the theme of the conference, freedom. I'll touch on that a little bit. And let me just kind of state in a nutshell where I come from on the whole subject, because now I've kind of been in this space for several years. I think digital asset technology, tokenization, blockchain are incredibly important technologies. I part ways with a lot of the people in the Democratic Party, of which I've been a member for many years, on some of these issues. And I was very disappointed that the Biden administration didn't make more progress on these issues. But I also believe a lot of what has taken place in the sector so far has not had much social utility, and there have been a lot of scams and a lot of frauds and a lot of hacks, and I think that is partly due to the fact that we have not had a good regulatory framework that would help us both tamp down on that sort of activity, but also realize the potential of the technology. And when it comes to freedom, I mean, I sat in on the morning discussions. I found it all very, very interesting. Some of the technical part always goes over my head, but it was a lot of very interesting discussions. You know, Bitcoin was launched with this notion that it would provide individual freedom, freedom to transact peer-to-peer, freedom from censorship, whether by government or institutions, freedom from having to rely on large institutions. It's a very bold vision. I think it's important to really look at where we are, right? Because how much of that is true? The original Bitcoin white paper, of course, said that Bitcoin would be a means of electronic cash, of peer-to-peer payment. It's not really used as that. I mean, sure, in some very repressive regimes, people are using it for payments. But, you know, mostly people are buying it and holding it as an investment. It's too volatile in price to be used for payments, among other things. As the last panel said, a lot of people are just interested in number go up. And as Taj, I think, noted earlier, there's not even that many transactions today. The white paper said we would reduce our reliance on large intermediaries. In my view, digital assets have actually created a lot of new large intermediaries. The platforms on which most people trade, since they don't trade on chain, and others. And frankly, right now, those institutions are less accountable than the big banks and other large intermediaries that a lot of the proponents of Bitcoin and crypto have thought Bitcoin would do something about. I mean, that original vision was powerful in part because of the timing. Satoshi, you know, as you probably all know, appended to that original email a comment about England's second bailout of banks. And a lot of people have claimed then, it's a solution to some of the problems of the financial crisis. I spent 5 years fighting the financial crisis, 3 years implementing policies to address what happened. I can tell you with at least my firm opinion is the financial crisis was not caused by faulty ledgers. It wasn't even really phony financial statements. And yes, big institutions let us down and screwed up, but not in ways that blockchain can easily fix, in my mind. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try to reduce our dependence on large institutions and to rely more on decentralized processes, but we've also seen that that word decentralization has used in a lot of ways. I mean, the Bitcoin blockchain, of course, is much more decentralized than a lot of others, but when you look at the number of people who've wrapped themselves in the language of decentralization to justify what they're doing, when in fact they weren't, it wasn't decentralized at all. One example, Alex Mashinsky, remember him from Celsius? He gets sentenced next week. Now you might say, well, look, guys like that, Sam Bankman-Fried, they're just typical fraudsters who represent kind of more TradFi. And, you know, I'll grant that they are in that sense, but at the same time, we got to sort of again look at, well, where are we with this technology today? I mean, Bitcoin and crypto generally was, I think, a really unusual innovation because it was retail, it was grassroots, it was populist. You know, most financial innovation comes from institutions, and this one didn't. And that is partly what I think caused policymakers around the world to like not know what to do. So that was all very powerful, but at the same time, look at what has excited at least some people, maybe not so much the people here, I don't know, but a lot of people, right, been very excited. Oh, now we have Bitcoin ETFs. This is a traditional financial instrument being offered by some of the largest financial institutions in the world and traded on traditional exchanges. It doesn't really have much to do with transacting on chain other than the underlying asset is Bitcoin. And of course, recently many people have become excited by a Bitcoin strategic reserve. But is the government holding or even buying Bitcoin consistent with that notion of freedom? How does it advance those goals? More importantly, how is it in the national interest? I think it just helps maybe push up the price for the people who already own Bitcoin. So today we have a crypto industry which is dominated, in a sense, by some very large financial institutions who are contributing record amounts of money to our elections in order to get people in office who will adopt policies favorable to the industry. And much of the industry is now celebrating that the government might actually push up the price. Now, again, you all may represent that other part, you know, the people who are developing protocols and ideas to really fulfill that vision of decentralization and peer-to-peer transaction and less reliance on institutions, and I congratulate you for that. Again, I think there are a lot of potentially great uses. I don't think Bitcoin will ever be an alternative monetary system. I would part company with any of you who might think that. Now, admittedly, what took place last Wednesday with Liberation Day makes me a little more worried about the US dollar than I was the prior week, but I still don't think it's going to be replaced by Bitcoin. So I'm introducing that because that's the context within which I look at all this. And I want to turn now to sort of more the specifics of what's happening on the policy front. And as I said, I was disappointed that the Biden administration didn't do more. I tried to push them in ways I could, I was outside of the government at that point. And I even tried to team up with one of my Republican counterparts, Jay Clayton, who was the chair of the SEC under Trump 1. And he and I wrote some articles kind of trying to advocate a bipartisan path forward. But that didn't really happen. So now, at least, we do have an administration who seems very interested in pushing it forward. And I'm just hoping that they do it in the right way. So let's talk about what's likely to happen. First, stablecoins. Congress and the administration have prioritized stablecoin legislation. I think that's a good thing. In my mind, stablecoins are one of the most important applications that have come out of this technology. And while they're used mostly for crypto trading today, they could have a much broader application, if only to create more competition for our banks that have had a lock on the payment system, particularly in the US, for many years. The House of Representatives is considering a bill called the Stable Act. The Senate has its version known as the Genius Act. Given the current weaknesses in those bills, in my mind, those labels are more aspirational than definitional or descriptive, but so be it. They both contain some basic good requirements, and there is, I think, bipartisan consensus on those. One-to-one reserves, conservatively invested, some measure of capital and liquidity that an issuer has to have, some other risk management requirements, limitation on the activities that an issuer can engage in. But I think there are flaws in both bills that I'm hoping we can improve on. One is that both of them apply to the issuance of stablecoins in the US. And of course, the business model of some, including Tether, allows for the issuance outside the US and then they flow back into the US. The bills don't address that very effectively. Now, Tether just made an announcement that said, well, it might actually create a new US subsidiary and create a new US stablecoin. We'll see. But I think that's one of the things that needs to be fixed. I think if we're going to lead the way in the world on this technology and on the regulation of it, we need to have a framework that isn't just for issuers that issue in the US. That will just create incentives for people to organize offshore. There are other issues, too, with respect to the balance between state and federal oversight, because both bills contemplate that there would be dual paths to being licensed, the way we have with banks, but you still have to get that right. We don't want a gigantic stablecoin issuer being regulated by some small state that doesn't really have the resources to deal with that. There's another issue that concerns me about who can be a stablecoin issuer, or rather, who can own a stablecoin issuer. We have had in this country traditionally a separation between banking and commerce. And so the question in this context particularly is, are we going to let large technology platforms own stablecoin companies? How do we feel about Amazon having a stablecoin, or Google? My own view is we should restrict that. I'd rather see that separation maintained. I can see the argument the other way, but it concerns me to think about the market power of those institutions already and then moving into financial services. I think stablecoin legislation will get done fairly soon, maybe in the next few months, ideally. And then Congress will turn to what's called market structure regulation. That's harder in the sense that there's less consensus. But the basic problem, well, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the debate about whether it's a security or whether it's a commodity. I mean, I always argued that we're getting too bogged down in that debate. It's important, but there were ways we could have put in some sort of reasonable investor protection framework without getting bogged down in that issue. But in any event, the reason that issue is so important is not simply which agency has jurisdiction, but it's the fact that the Commodity Futures Trading Commission only has what we call plenary jurisdiction over derivatives involving commodities. So Bitcoin futures, Bitcoin swaps. It doesn't have the jurisdiction over the spot or cash market where most of the trading occurs. And I explain this to people and they often say, well, why is that? I said, well, it's consistent with the entire structure of the commodities laws. Commodity futures regulation, the origins of the CFTC, started in agricultural futures. Farmers were growing wheat, needed to get some assurance of the price when it came time to harvest. Flour mills, on the other hand, want assurance that the price won't be too high, so agricultural futures are developed. And about a little less than 100 years ago, we started having federal regulation of those. And that grew over time, but the same basic model was followed. The CFTC regulated the futures contracts and regulated the swap contracts, but it didn't regulate the underlying cash market. So while the CFTC can tell exchanges, here's how you should trade wheat futures or cattle futures or hog futures, it doesn't tell farmers and ranchers how to sell wheat and cows. And so the same was true with digital assets. And yet digital assets are, or at least can be, a financial instrument. So we need some sort of regulation of the spot market. Not of everything necessarily. There are probably a lot of digital assets that don't need to be regulated by either the SEC or the CFTC. But we'll have to deal with that. We will have to address this line. And when it comes to the line between securities and commodities, I think the challenge is let's not screw up the securities laws that we have that have served us very well. That's not to say every digital asset should be a security, but rather if there's a capital raising going on, if it represents an interest in a business, that should still be a security. It's a difficult problem in that it's kind of hard to write the definition. But anyway, Congress will turn to that. Meanwhile, we've got regulators who are taking action, of course, on their own. We now have chairs, or we will have chairs of both the SEC and the CFTC who are much more sympathetic to the industry. We'll see where they go. And we have bank regulators that are more willing to allow banks to interact with digital assets. And I think that's a good thing when it comes to things like custody and providing payroll and providing basic loans. What I don't want to see is banks going too heavily on the asset side and exposing themselves to the volatility of crypto prices. So, and we'll see how bank regulators deal with that. But, going back to this line drawing exercise of securities and commodities, the key thing to me is you've got to put in place some basic protections so we prevent fraud and manipulation. We prevent things like front running on exchanges. We prevent wash trading on exchanges. We have protection of customer assets. Of course, a lot of you might say, well, people should just trade off chain or on chain. They should trade in decentralized protocols. And yeah, but as we've seen, the vast majority of people trade through these institutions. And again, my view is if you create a framework where we tamp down on a lot of the bad behavior and the speculation, we might see more energy focused on more useful things. Of course, we also have a government that's decided to create a Bitcoin reserve. Right now, they're just talking about holding on to Bitcoin that is seized in enforcement actions. I don't see the national interest there. I think we should sell it the way we do other assets, but we'll see where that goes. And of course, we have a president who's launching his own crypto ventures. I'm not too happy about that, but it's for another time, perhaps. So I want to leave you with just a couple of thoughts as you think about policy and your own roles in this space. I don't know how many of you are interested in the policy area, but I would encourage you to be interested. I mean, I think one of the problems with the whole space and with getting to good policy has been that we have people who know financial regulatory policy, but who don't understand anything about the technology. And a lot of them therefore think, there's no value here, or that the government should decide the value, which I don't think the government should or can. And then we have people who understand the technology who don't understand anything about the policy and think it should be free from policy, or think if they don't know it, then it doesn't apply to them. And that's not true either. So we need people that have some sense of both. That doesn't mean go out and get a law degree, but it does mean have some appreciation for why we have a lot of the rules that we have. Another thing, and this may surprise you, is you should learn something about the financial crisis if you don't already know. And why do I say that? I say that because, number one, we'll have another one at some point. I'm not saying it will be because of crypto. I don't know what it'll be from. But the collective memory of what happened in the financial crisis and how we responded to it will be very important to how we respond next time. And a financial crisis can be devastating, as 2008 was. Millions of people lost their retirement savings, their homes, their jobs, and it affected our politics fundamentally. And you know, a financial crisis, it's kind of like a tornado. If you've ever been in a place that has tornadoes and you start to see the winds kind of looking a little, you know, circling, and maybe the sky turns a little green, but, you know, it may not become a tornado. And that's kind of like a financial crisis. You can have these conditions that may or may not become a tornado. But boy, if it becomes a tornado, you know, then the force of it is something you'll never forget, right? I mean, it lifts up homes and smashes them down. And that's kind of what can happen with a financial crisis. So I think it's important to understand that. And finally, the last thought is, you know, in terms of freedom, the freedom that Bitcoin might provide is important. The freedom that we all have as citizens of still, I think, the greatest country in the world, and one that allows and supports individual freedom, is very important, and it gives us the freedom to choose what we do, and all of us in this room presumably have the talents and the backgrounds and the ability to make important contributions. So I encourage you to use that freedom wisely. We may disagree on some issues, but I do think we'll get to the right result more if people engage thoughtfully and truthfully and honestly and with respect for one another. So let me stop there and take your questions.
Hi there. My name is Matthew Commons. Thank you very much. Great to hear your perspective on all this, and hopefully we're not in another financial crisis. Although, given the markets the last couple of days, who knows? I wanted to ask, you know, a lot of the sort, you know, TradFi, let's say, institutions that are involved in the crypto space generally, they're all using centralized custodians to hold keys. A lot of, as we look at the Bitcoin space and more broadly, there are certainly efforts to have other things, and that could take the form of just staking. You know, like we have Ethereum ETFs that aren't staking their Ether, for example. But also on the Bitcoin space, even the sponsors here, Alpin, Cetrea, Satlayer, you know, there are efforts afoot to, you know, have Bitcoin staking or Bitcoin L2s or use of Bitcoin itself beyond that. As you think about it from sort of the policymaker's perspective, how do policymakers think about TradFi institutions, banks, custodians interfacing with decentralized systems? It could be any way as something as simple as staking ETH to something, you know, sort of more complex? Is
I
that
think,
just a
yeah.
no-go area, or
No,
what would
I
it
guess,
take to make that happen?
Right. I would say a couple of things. I think, frankly, most policymakers are kind of in a not sure what to do about DeFi. And first of all, they're not sure how to define it. And a lot of people have kind of thrown up their hands, or they write laws that say, well, let's do a study and then we'll figure it out. And I think, you know, the policymakers that support innovation in this area want to see TradFi institutions, you know, entering the space, and obviously a lot of them are doing so, want to do so. To me, the way I think about it is decentralizing things can be a very good thing, but it doesn't absolve whatever is decentralized from still having to meet the regulatory objectives, right? And and that doesn't mean the same rules apply, but you gotta have some ability to meet those same regulatory objectives. And I think that's what we have to start thinking about. And I convened a group of people last fall at the Kennedy School who were, you know, in the space, including some from, you know, decentralized platforms, to talk about that. And to give you an example, I mean, you could imagine a trading platform, a DeFi protocol for trading treasury securities, right? Well, if that became truly significant, would we really say, oh yeah, it's decentralized, it doesn't need to be touched? No, we'd still say it's got to meet some sort of regulatory objectives here, whether that's reporting or whatever. So I may not be answering your question directly on custody, but I guess what I'm trying to say is we should embrace, I think, the goal of decentralizing things, but number one, recognize it's in degrees. Nothing is fully DeFi in my book, at least I haven't seen it. There always seem to be some vectors of control. And number two, we then have to think about how do you reach the same regulatory objectives in terms of integrity of markets, fairness, consumer protection, protection of assets, even if it's through different measures.
My name is Samir Aslam. Thank you very much for your time. My question is a quick one. You mentioned just at the very beginning that you come from a legal background. If you could just touch on that briefly for the group here, and also as somebody
if I could touch on my legal background?
Yeah, just very
Sure.
briefly. And as somebody who's studying for the LSAT, an aspiring attorney myself, what would be two areas of focus you think an attorney who wants to represent clients who are engaging with digital assets, either in the public or the private sector?
Okay. I was with a large firm for 25 years, Cravath, Swaine & Moore. I did corporate transactions, financial markets all over the world. I was based in New York. I spent several years in Hong Kong as well as in London. It was a great career. I really loved it, but I also wanted to go into public service. Look, there's lots of important things to learn. Obviously, the manner of just thinking as a lawyer is important. But, you know, taking corporate finance, securities regulation, take corporate tax while you're in law school, because you'll never understand it otherwise if you try to understand it on the job, and take an accounting course. Okay, next.
Hi, thanks for sharing your perspective. What message would you have for individuals and collectives who don't consent to being regulated and choose to use private and peer-to-peer systems to get around it?
Well, look, let me say it this way. I think that I'm going to abstract a little from your question. To me, a fundamental issue with this technology is how we balance privacy, anonymity, if you want to call it that, in the last panel, with the legitimate needs of governments to know who's transacting, at least in certain situations. And we haven't figured that out yet. The last panel I thought was very interesting. And I don't know yet how we're going to balance those things, but I think they have to be balanced. I mean, I don't envision that you can have a financial system that sustains the level of civilization that we have, much less helps it grow, with a with transactions that are never visible to the government if people want them to never be visible to the government. I don't buy into that. But as to exactly how we get there, you know, to me, it's probably some combination of some sort of digital identity systems where you have a credential that you can ping, that a smart contract won't process a transaction unless you ping that ping the fact that you have that credential. Whereas at the same time, I don't want all my transactions seen on the blockchain. So yeah, we should have, you know, reasonable ways of maybe hiding that. But, you know, the government does have legitimate interest in knowing sometimes who is transacting. And I don't think the transparency of the blockchain from a sort of, you know, ex post situation, meaning we can go and see who transacts, is enough. So I don't know exactly how to balance it. I think it will involve some combination of digital identity, zero knowledge proofs, you know, I'm not sure what else. But I think, to me, that's kind of like the primary challenge for this whole industry, is figuring that out.
All right, I think we're at time. Thank you so much, Mr. Massad, for delivering the keynote, and thank you for the great questions. And next up, it's my honor to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Adam Jonas, who, for his talk on Has Bitcoin Core Lost Its Focus? Mr. Jonas is the CEO of Chaincoat Labs in New York City, where he spent the last 6 years educating the next generation of Bitcoin and Lightning Protocol contributors. Before joining Chaincoat, he was the director of engineering at Flatiron School, the first coding boot camp in New York. In a prior lifetime, he worked in scouting and player development for professional baseball teams. I have some questions for that. Without further ado, let's welcome Adam.
Check. No. Yeah, check. We good? Thanks for the patience. Okay. So, meet Furzy. So Furzy grew up in Argentina, and he watched economic collapses destroy his family's security multiple times. Every 10 years or so, Argentina would suffer a systemic failure where bank accounts were frozen, and the people around him lost everything, while politicians tightened currency controls. His grandfather, who had run businesses his entire life, a hardworking and honest man who should have been enjoying his retirement, lost his home. Last year's inflation in Argentina was 300%. And so Argentinians must live by viveza criolla, a survivor instinct to never hold pesos for too long. For him, the peso has proven to be a currency of false promises that can't be trusted. Now, Ferzy has always had to be hypervigilant, and that trait has naturally translated to his work on Bitcoin Core. A couple of months ago, Ferzy discovered a bug in which processing consecutive identical block disconnection events crashed the node. Because of him, the bug never reached production. And so for Ferzy, this work isn't merely technical. It's deeply personal. A borderless, censorship-resistant, peer-to-peer cash offers what Argentinians have been systematically denied: choice of freedom and choice of stability. Each bug he catches carries the weight of generational economic trauma and the hope for something better. For developers like Ferzy, Bitcoin represents something full of meaning and purpose. Now, in my talk last year, I compared Bitcoin to a digital cathedral because it connotes a place of reverence and reflects the longevity of the goal. But a cathedral is a solid structure that's built once. And so I think a more accurate analogy would be to that of a garden, evergreen and alive, but fragile and reactive to the surrounding conditions. It needs constant care. If you don't give it the attention it needs, it will die. So there's this misconception that core devs are a defined group. Bitcoin Core isn't an organization with membership cards, however. It's just software. There's a GitHub repo, and there's a website, and there's core dev meetups with a changing guest list, but there's no formal structure. And so when people say core devs, they mean the individuals who work full-time on Bitcoin Core, the code base. It's a diverse group of people with varying motivations and goals. Today's Bitcoin Core contributors are from all over the world. They span 6 continents. They are PhDs and others with no more than a high school education. They are big tech veterans and those that have known no other job. During this talk, I sometimes have the bad habit of slipping into we when referring to Bitcoin Core, but I don't count myself among these core devs, and I certainly don't represent them. My role in all this is quite limited. I'm much more water boy than core developer. Corey gets thirsty in between havings. And so when I speak of we, I mean them. It's these people that toil away in obscurity on the very same code base that Satoshi released 16 years ago. And even with all the competency that this group offers, and while the Bitcoin network hasn't had any downtime in more than a decade, the truth of the matter is the Bitcoin Core, the software project, is struggling under its expectations. Bitcoin has gone from a laughable investment to a market cap on par with the 7th most valuable company in the world. And yet we have the equivalent of a volunteer fire department working on its infrastructure. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm from small town New Hampshire, so these are my people. But you wouldn't expect this team to cover all of the Boston metro area or even Cambridge itself. Bitcoin's volunteer firefighters have done a remarkably good job. But beneath the surface, there's an embarrassingly small team keeping everything running. And we ended up this way because we aren't clear about who Bitcoin Core serves. Is Bitcoin Core for Raspberry Pi users in Kenya? Is this a scratch-your-own-itch project where the core devs work for themselves? Is this for a more general audience, including the exchanges and the ETFs? Answering the question of who this project is for will help in determine what it is and what implicit or explicit guarantees Bitcoin Core is willing to make. This ambiguous identity question has others confused as well. For example, many assume that protocol research is part of Bitcoin Core's mission. But that hasn't been the case since the establishment of the BIPS repo has provided a more formal place to have these discussions. It just so happened that in the past, previous protocol research initiatives have been led by the same people that work on Bitcoin Core. Now, core developers are Bitcoin optimists. They have aligned their careers with their principles, and they believe in its future. But it's a common mistake to conflate Bitcoin Core and protocol research because of the history of people that were simultaneously involved with both in the past. Bitcoin Core, the software project, has a responsibility to prioritize safety over experimentation. This isn't opposition to progress, but recognition that stability comes first. This deliberate separation creates tension for those looking for the next upgrade who might misinterpret principled caution for resistance to change. But core developers aren't interested in maintaining a core graveyard. They've balanced the needs of today's users with Bitcoin's future potential. So how's this going to work? Since Bitcoin Core is a place where protocol upgrades need to go, but isn't a place where experimentation takes place. In short, we do not know. But I have optimism that this is not an intractable problem. And I would just add that blaming a shadowy cabal gatekeeping Bitcoin is not going to relieve the pain of engaging in this messy and often frustrating work of persuading your most qualified opponents of your thesis. Because history has taught us that upgrades, even the ones that aren't soft forks, can bring unexpected consequences. Just over 12 years ago, Bitcoin had a chain split. A seemingly harmless database upgrade from Berkeley DB to Level DB accidentally changed consensus rules. Berkeley DB had transaction processing limits that became part of Bitcoin's unwritten rules. And when Level DB removed these limits, the network split. Now this illustrates Bitcoin Core's core challenge. Even technical improvements can threaten consensus if they modify implicit behavior. And despite this incident and a few close calls since, Bitcoin Core's stability record remains remarkably strong. And so the general public hasn't had much cause for concern. And so it's possible that we may have forgotten what the core devs do. The reason that the free market lovers of the ecosystem run Bitcoin Core 98% of the time is not because they hate competition. To change Bitcoin Core as the incumbent would mean to offer something substantially better. But how do you possibly out-consensus the reference client? Now, besides the pressures of maintaining this upstreak, there's lots of reasons to not want to be a core dev. If you study the history, there seems to be an expiration date of about 5 years for many of the contributors. Being a Bitcoin Core dev means accepting a unique set of challenges. You might have heard of the legal threats. There's public criticism, often under the guise of Bitcoin's immune system. But dumping on these core devs for sport seems, in my opinion, causes more self-harm than serving a productive purpose. There's an exhaustion caused with constant scrutiny, which ultimately robs the project of the mind share that we need to succeed. Core devs sacrifice earning power upside, career advancement, job security, and work-life balance. Core devs can't easily explain their work to their family or display a famous logo on their backpack. And there's minimal mentorship and little camaraderie compared to traditional jobs. And so what kind of sucker would possibly do this work? Well, for the last 6 years, I've been asking core devs this very question in an annual survey, and you can find the results on my blog. But there are 3 primary reasons that people stick around: impact, professional freedom, and interesting problems. This is Abubakar. Abubakar is humble and eager to learn. He also happens to be quite talented. He started contributing to Bitcoin Core while studying for his CS degree in Abuja, Nigeria, and he's on a mission to solve the fee estimation problem in Bitcoin Core. For Bitcoin to remain uncensorable money, or to become uncensorable money, we need devs like Abubakar, because for as long as he understood the concept of money, he has also understood that it's not created equal. Every day he's forced to find new hacks around the disenfranchisement of the current financial system, because Nigerians, by definition, are on the outside looking in. He works on Bitcoin because he knows firsthand of the impact it can have on the people that need it most. But a volunteer ethos, where each individual chooses their own priorities, causes a different set of problems. The work they choose is personally meaningful, but not necessarily representative of the ultimate consumer. Which begs the question, what responsibility do these core devs have to the end user? Well, technically the answer is none. It's free, MIT licensed software with no guarantees attached. But beyond that, what responsibilities do they have to each other? How do you have accountability when everyone's supposed to help, but no one is obligated? This tension defines open source. Developers create out of passion, while users build dependencies on their work, forming an unwritten social contract. The most sustainable projects find ways to align developer passion with user needs without sacrificing either. But basic human nature makes this even more complicated, because coders, of course, want to write code. The most common measure of code contribution is the number of commits and lines of code. But using this as a scoreboard is a misleading metric. But still, the incentives are there to just keep adding more and more features. Got a cool idea? Put it in Bitcoin Core. And the incentives to add just aren't based on the dev's creative drive. Funding depends on it too. These are the applications for OpenSats, HRF, and Break. I think it would take a very brave soul to fill these forms in with a simple phrase, review and test other people's work. Or braver yet, I want to remove something from Bitcoin Core. To get a grant, people are for the most part compelled to have a thing, something they are producing. And these funding incentives have a real impact on the project, because even the hardest core cypherpunk grows up and wants fancy things like rent money and health insurance. None of this is news to the core devs. They've been struggling with a decentralization paradox, which is the fact that the decentralized development process comes at the cost of effectiveness and efficiency. To address this, they've been experimenting with various ways to manage these tensions. They've tried priority projects and working groups. And if you're interested, I've written up a history of these efforts, but the TLDR is that it's difficult to coordinate a decentralized project where everyone has absolute choice over what they think is most important. And this results in a very slow pace of development, which can be extremely frustrating. And so even with this extra structure about feature prioritization, that doesn't simplify how to make difficult software decisions. Sunk cost and attachment to our features has saddled us with a ton of technical debt. Assume UTXO, which got merged as part of that effort for 26.0, and everyone agreed was a good idea. But that author has moved on, and it's unusable years later, leaving a maintenance burden with no clear owner. This raises critical questions. Who maintains abandoned code? When should we remove unused features? If one person raises their hand with a good reason to introduce or keep a feature, is that enough? This is Habasto. Since 2018, he's been working on Bitcoin Core. He started when he was IT at a Ukrainian university and was able to make the jump to go full-time. And when his country was invaded, he had already spent years building the very technology that allowed him to walk his life savings over the border in an undetectable way while his countrymen were locked out of their banks. And so this is why Bitcoin survives, because developers like Habasto aren't just writing code, they're building their own financial freedom. In addition to that, they're advocating on behalf of others that they know depend on it. So this is a PR reintroducing an external signer for Windows. This is a very technical saga, but it's been going on for a year and a half. Habasto has a specific use case of a non-technical family member who only uses a Windows laptop. But the implementation uses the Boost library, which is poorly maintained and has some questionable dependencies. And so the struggle with these choices is not a sign of incompetence. This is the decentralization development paradox at work. And core devs know that each feature carries a future burden. Here's a dev who's pushing back against Stratum v2 being added to Bitcoin Core. This is not because nobody wants Stratum v2, but because this is just more stuff on the donkey cart. And what makes this more convoluted is that it's nearly impossible to tell if something can be removed or it's a critical component. Berkeley DB sucks, they said in 2013. We got to get rid of it. It's unmaintained, and Level DB is an objectively better choice. Whoops, that's consensus. There are important reasons to defend and maintain the decentralization properties that make Bitcoin unique. But who is going to allocate resources to the areas that need it most? Who points new contributors to useful work in areas that need to be done? Who pays for the CI and the fuzzing cores? Devs are so sensitive to the appearance of bad intentions that they mostly keep their opinions to themselves. The project has been rightly preoccupied with any trace of centralized authority, but that means that we don't actually assign responsibilities to anybody. Over the past few months, Antoine and Nicholas have spearheaded an effort to publish a list of CVEs, some of which date back more than a decade. They've documented 34 of these, and this is proof positive that Bitcoin Core, which is viewed as the gold standard of reliability, is far from a perfect piece of software. Of the 16 CVEs reported since the end of 2017, this is how they were discovered. Now, we have lots of code review, and that isn't going to go away anytime soon. But we've got 2 guys and an intern on fuzzing. And there's 1 guy doing network monitoring, and he's lost his funding multiple times. We cannot continue on this path. It's an unsustainable way to keep doing this forever. Bitcoin Core, the project, has 2 paths that it can take. Serving the masses is a choice, and committing to the masses means a project that is generic, boring, and safe. It means a cultural shift to saying no more often and stomaching the idea of leaving real people out. The other path is to increase capacity, and this is something I spend a lot of my own time on, but if you want to hear the best pitch of why I think this is important, then you can watch my talk from last year. That's probably the best I could do. But to incentivize the students in the room further, we're awarding a Bitcoin scholarship which covers 100% of undergraduate tuition. Last year's winner was Ashana. Is Ashana here? Yes, there she is. Who maybe not so coincidentally will be joining next year's freshman class at MIT. But this is an attempt to enable the change in the world that we want to see. And that means reducing the barriers for the most talented people. We need more good people because, as you might have heard, things are changing. So much effort has been put into scale and adoption over the years. And suddenly, Bitcoin's everywhere. Your mom's actually able to invest in Bitcoin for the first time because it's scaled like people could have only dreamed of. In my opinion, it's a little unfortunate that this has been done through custodial layer 2 solutions, but scale is scale. And to be clear, I don't harbor any ill will for those free riding off of free open source software. Free is right there in the name, after all. Wall Street's going to optimize for profits. That's what they're good at. Personally, I think this is somewhat short-sighted, but that's maybe a talk for another day. Anyways, at least for now, we aren't being laughed at anymore. All this makes things pretty interesting because when you pick your source of validation, you pick your future. Everywhere I look, I see cheerleading politicians and rooting for Wall Street to swallow up more coins. But Bitcoin wasn't meant to contribute to the continuation of the status quo. It was meant to break it. And so it's apparent to me that the thread has been cut between Bitcoin, the investment now headlining every financial news show, and Bitcoin, the cypherpunk, screw the man software project. The core devs are a collection of individuals that is suspicious of authority, distrustful of the power sources, and it's the kind of people that deliberately chose the less safe path to avoid being told what to do. It's hard to argue with the results. It's because of Furzy, and Abubakar, and Abasto, and Gloria, and Corey, and Antoine, and Shores that we got this far. It's because they've obsessed about the minutia and cared about the details when no one else was looking. Bitcoin is seen as a dependable investment only because it doesn't stop working. But that credit doesn't go to Satoshi. Satoshi was gifted, but he wrote lots and lots of flawed code. And so we wouldn't have Bitcoin today if it wasn't for this group of ideologically driven nerds and their predecessors. I'm not advocating for hero worship. No one gets a free pass or is above reproach. These are flawed people with their own narratives of what they're doing in their head, just like you and me. And if you think replacing them is going to be easy, well, I'm sorry to say that you don't know what you're talking about. They know where the dragons in the code lie. They have the context for how it got to be that way. They are the monks of Bitcoin, patiently poring over the texts that connect us to our origins. I've asked today whether Bitcoin Core has lost its focus, but perhaps that's not really the right framing. The cypherpunks who built this movement within these MIT halls didn't envision Bitcoin being subsumed by the very same power structures it was meant to challenge. Today's reality stands in stark contrast to Bitcoin's original mission, creating borderless, apolitical, censorship-resistant, peer-to-peer cash for those that need it most. It pains me to say, but the market has spoken, and Bitcoin for Americans is ETFs and corporate treasuries and regulatory integration. It's KYC'd, and it's ultra convenient. But billions worldwide still need the financial sovereignty that only an irreverent Bitcoin can offer. And so the mission remains incomplete. Now, the conditions are changing rapidly. And last year was Operation Choke Point and crackdowns via criminal prosecution. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this works going forward in a world where the very powers that Bitcoin sought to circumvent is holding a significant portion of the coins. This is precisely when we need to remember what Bitcoin's purpose is. I've spent my last 25 minutes, 26 minutes maybe, asking the question whether Bitcoin Core has lost its focus. But maybe we're looking at this wrong. Maybe it's not the core devs that have lost focus. Maybe it's the rest of Bitcoin mesmerized by the price and the external validation. Maybe it's the core devs who aren't volunteer firefighters protecting us against the fire. Maybe they are the keepers of the flame and the ones that are taking responsibility to make sure that it continues to burn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam, for the talk. In the interest of time, we'll move on to the panel with the Bitcoin Core and see everyone on the slides now in person for the panel. Yeah.
No, no. Yeah, that's enough slides for me.
Hello.
Hello. Test.
All right, and then for those that have questions for Adam, we'll for all the Q&A, do it after this panel. So next up, I would like to welcome our Bitcoin core dev, Gloria Zhao, Antoine and Corey for the panel, and it's going to be moderated by Adam. Okay, let's give them a round of applause.
Can everyone still hear me? My apologies for so much of me. But we'll try to get these folks talking. Maybe just to start things off, let's do a quick round of introductions and maybe add on why you work on Bitcoin Core. You want to start with Gloria?
Oh, sure. Hello, I'm Gloria. I went to college, not this one, but I no, I went to college. Yeah. So like a lot of college students, I really wanted to save the world. I was interested in technological solutions to social problems. I met Alex Gladstein of the Human Rights Foundation and learned about all of the activism and just billions of people who don't get access to the US dollar like we do in the US. And found this problem extremely compelling and found Bitcoin to be a really good solution to it, or at least the furthest I can think of. And so as a computer science student who wanted to be a software engineer, this was kind of the perfect marriage of two really good reasons to work on Bitcoin. And so I applied to the Chain Code residency when I was a college student, ended up starting to contribute to Bitcoin Core, and then when I graduated, I was lucky enough to get a grant from the HRF, and it was called Square Crypto or Spiral at the time, to do it full time. And so since graduation, I have worked on Bitcoin Core full time for the past 4 or 5 years.
So I'm Corey. I have a background in open source C++ software development, and I got tired of putting my credit card number in to buy things online. That just seems stupid to me. So I read about Bitcoin and the idea that you can push a payment as opposed to pull, and that made more sense. That just seemed like the way that things should be. So I hopped in, and there's this idea that the code is the money. And it took a long time for that to click for me. That like it's as simple as that. The code, the software is the money, and it just became a fascinating thing to think about to me. And the number of just technology challenges it's just that there are just hard problems in Bitcoin, and they're a lot of fun. So I got hacking on the code. I started. I was asked to join the Bitcoin Foundation. I had health insurance for 1 week at the Bitcoin Foundation before it crumbled, and thankfully, Gavin and Patrick and some other people that were at the foundation kind of shopped us around and found us a home here at MIT. So I've been working at the DCI here at MIT, the Digital Currency Initiative, for the last 10 years, and my job is just to work on Bitcoin and Bitcoin Core and keep it going.
My name is Antoine Poinceur. I work at Chain Code Labs. I think I got started working on Bitcoin for similar reasons to Gloria. And the reason I work on Bitcoin Core in particular is probably impact. Probably the most frustrating project you could work at, but also the most impactful one in the space.
Cool. So we're going to do a nice easy warm up here. What should we do about all these soft fork proposals?
Ship it. All of them at once on Signet.
Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, I think you alluded to this in your presentation. A lot of people, I guess as Bitcoin devs, my job description is not completely clear, right? There's maintaining the Bitcoin Core code base, which I would say is kind of the primary hat that I would wear. And then there's protocol research and Bitcoin solution creation. So I think a good example of this is people are like, we need to make self-custody better. And I think there are a lot of different ways to do this. People want to build vaults, so they want some kind of covenant to build vaults. But of course, there are people who are building certain apps or companies where there's an app and a hardware wallet, and they're trying to create a solution for custody. Or if you're interested in scalability, like there are many different layers of the stack of not just technology but products that you can be working on. And so I guess my thing is like, yes, there are a lot of different things in Bitcoin, and I think just talking about consensus is, I think people conflate consensus with protocol development, or they conflate soft fork proposal championing with Bitcoin Core maintenance. They're like very, very different things. And actually, Corey, you had a really good point earlier when we were chatting about like how they're almost incompatible sometimes. So if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so in my head, I think of this as the soft fork paradox, where basically the core developers are tasked with keeping Bitcoin as it is known alive and maintaining Bitcoin, the reference implementation, and that kind of is core. And because there's no spec, because there are no written rules, the reference implementation is Bitcoin. So if you're a core developer, if you're a maintainer, your job is to maintain Bitcoin as you found it, basically. And so there's this kind of fundamental problem of who is tasked with. I mean, you can it's a stretch, but you can define every soft fork as an attack, because it's an attack on the status quo, and it may be an upgrade. It may be that 90% of people want this attack, but it's an attack because it changes the rules. So it's kind of a, there's kind of an oath that you take, kind of an implicit oath as a maintainer that, thou shalt not change the consensus rules. And so to merge in a soft fork, and especially the activation parameters for a soft fork, you're kind of violating that oath. So to me, it's this big open question of who is tasked with making these changes. And I think it's easy to forget that there are people behind the merge button on GitHub, or the merge script that the maintainers run. There's a human being that is sitting behind that and clicking or hitting enter and saying, boom, I've broken my oath. I've decided to fork Bitcoin. That's a real thing that someone has to do. And so who is that person? Who can be tasked with that? Gloria has that power. Do you want to do that? Like that doesn't seem like a fun Thursday night.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think related to that, but I think people seem to have this obsession with soft forks that, like, I'll often get asked, like, oh, you work on Bitcoin, like, what's the next soft fork? Which is, like, soft forks, I think, deservedly get a lot of coverage and sensationalism because, like you said, consensus changes are changes to the rules that decide who can spend their money and who owns how much Bitcoins. Like, that's really, really invasive, and I think that's so fundamental. So of course it makes sense that it comes up in the news so much more often than what port you can open as a Bitcoin node for inbound connections. But like changing just from 8.3.3 is like really important for censorship resistance, for example. Like we were really concerned about ISPs like shutting down traffic to that port because that's so characteristically a Bitcoin node. And so I think it was a really great change for us to work on that. But there's no BIP for that. There's certainly, I didn't see any news coverage of like, oh, the port just changed. And so, yeah, I think it's almost like people watch too much Grey's Anatomy and they're like, all of medicine is brain surgeries. Oh, you're a doctor? How many brain surgeries have you done? But like most of medicine is, first of all, not brain surgery. It's certainly very impressive, very invasive, but most medicine is preventative, and you can save lots and lots of lives and do healthcare without ever doing a brain surgery, even if it is kind of this sensational, like dramatic thing. So similarly, I think my point here, I'll finish up soon, is even within Bitcoin Core, there's so much that is done that is not consensus. If you look at the list of BIPs, probably half of them are actually peer-to-peer protocol things, and there's a lot of very impactful things you can do there. And a lot of things don't have BIPs because they are engineering challenges that Satoshi left as an exercise to the reader, and we had to figure out. And when there were tens of thousands of transactions coming down the network, like stalling nodes, we were like, oh shit, Like we need to fix this. So like the idea of Bitcoin being robust and censorship resistant and all these things are like things that we work on every single day that you don't necessarily see. Yeah.
So I'd quickly like to ask Jonas, because I've heard you give your spiel a couple times about how you're not one of us and you're the water boy and the helper and all that, but that's bullshit. So what would you do about all the soft forks?
That's not bullshit. I am an outside observer. I think for some of these, the truth of the matter is that we, as a non-big brain, like need to have some trust for the keepers of the flame, and if they, it should be verified clearly. But I think a lot of my opinion, of course, is informed by the people that I respect the opinion of. And I think I try to understand the trade-offs and understand the why, like the use cases and the risks involved. But I'll never be the one that runs the script. So it sort of absolves me from the ultimate load. And I think that makes me, again, a muggle and a water boy like most of the ecosystem. Antoine, do you have opinions?
Three things. I wrote a blog post about my opinion on all the South Fork proposals, so for the longer version, you can refer to that. I'd like, first of all, to highlight what Corey said about consensus. I think people severely underestimate consensus. We have this global network and the set of rules that everyone agrees upon. If we got together and tried to decide the consensus rules today with everybody with divergent incentives and opinion, it would just never happen. And without consensus, there is no Bitcoin. I've heard the other day on Twitter somebody referring as, oh, the proof of work can just decide what the consensus is. The proof of work is part of the consensus. Like the consensus comes before anything else. And Bitcoin is valuable today. Censorship resistant money, even if it does not come at a huge scale, solves a real problem today. So we must be very careful in risking it. Second of all, I wanted to give a more practical response to your initial questions. I think a lot of the South Fork proposals that we see today, not all of them, but a lot are, because there is so many of them, kind of solutions in search of a problem, or it's not exactly clear what problem they're solving. And it's even amplified by the fact that Bitcoin has become so big that we cannot be specialists of in every single area. And there is this area, especially with the covenant discussion, there is researchers specialized in this area. So it would be very useful because in addition to solutions in search of a problem, there is also not all of them agree on which solution without even defining clearly the problem in the first place. So I think what would be useful from a Bitcoin Core perspective would be some sort of a research report from this loosely defined researcher community of, we set to solve this problem and we find that this solution is appropriate and it has this and this trade-off, and we bring it to the community. I know that there is a few people I see in the room that set to do exactly this work in comparing different alternatives, and I think that's very useful.
Can I ask, because I think this is a point of frustration for a lot of said people. What's the right forum to do this? It seems like it leaks into a lot of different places. So, there's back and forth on delving. There's the mailing list. I think the lowest common denominator seems to be Twitter. But like, where's the right place to engage in these conversations?
Not Twitter.
Okay.
Well, if you want to be taken seriously, I mean.
Okay. Can we do more better than not Twitter?
Yeah, I think I like delving. I guess I'll take the bait. Like, I think, so people will often ask, like, oh, like the maintainers are not merging some covenant. And, you know, Fabric and I will look at each other and be like, is there a PR open for that? And there isn't on Bitcoin Core. But
there is now.
Yeah, there is. Well, I didn't name a specific one. But like I think Bitcoin Core, the GitHub repo, is a place for code review. And you know, of course, we have lots of code like concept discussion on Core at various times. And I'm not trying to like police, you know, where like you don't come on Core. But like a lot of the wider community discussions / flame wars can be very disruptive in a GitHub repository. It's like, this is where we work.
But
you know?
that doesn't, we still don't have an answer. What's the rules of engagement? Because, you know, as I tried to point out, like, we have this conflation of Bitcoin, protocol research and Bitcoin Core. They do have to dance together eventually. So what is the lead up? What is the back and forth and the social nuance of that lead up to said dance?
I think there's a frustrating truth here that venue changes over time and has changed over time, and there is no, like, Bitcoin, especially Bitcoin Core, struggles with process because it's particularly hard to install process for something that's supposed to be essentially process free. You know, the core devs as you know, kind of sort of gatekeepers, as we're pretty often called, like, we shouldn't exist in that way, and so there shouldn't be a technical forum or a specific venue for this type of a discussion, because it almost certainly invites, you know, discrimination as far as who's allowed to show up, who's allowed to argue. So over time, you know, it used to be Bitcoin Talk is where these discussions would happen, and then it was Reddit, and then it was the mailing list, and now it's Delving and Google Groups, and there was scaling Bitcoin, and there are conferences, and there are papers, and I think there just is an unfortunate truth that should be recognized, that is, these discussions are going to be fluid and the venues are going to be fluid, and in order to participate, there's almost a mini consensus mechanism involved here as well, that you have to know where the conversation is taking place. You know, there's a like, clumping is just natural in these scenarios. So these fork discussions may happen on Delving, and that may be where the interesting thing happens, but that's not to say it's where it's going to happen next time.
We've covered one topic, so
you
get last word.
Can I
Last word.
just a third point I wanted to make earlier, just a clarification for people that are maybe newer in the room to Bitcoin. Corey and Gloria talked about the merging script, and we talked about soft forks. Merging a soft fork is not, in Bitcoin Core, is not how it gets activated on Bitcoin. It's what users choose to run, what software users choose to run. I would tend to agree that Bitcoin Core is probably the only reasonable software to run as a full node. But still, merging it is not enough to activate the soft fork.
So let's not talk about soft forks, but let's talk about how other things get done in Bitcoin Core, the software project. So you all have done big things, and in the process of doing more big things. And so, like, what's that dance look like? How are you effective as a contributor to getting big things done in Bitcoin Core?
I heard CMake was 300 pull requests.
Only 300 pull requests. That's a lot for those that don't know what that is, but that's a lot.
So I think maybe Gloria's point there was there's a lot of boring stuff that goes on in the day-to-day development of.
That's not what I meant.
This is poor framing, Corey. Why don't you try again?
Okay, look.
I think what Gloria meant there was, Bitcoin Core is a software project like any other, and yes, it may be money, and it may be a consensus mechanism like no one has ever seen before, but it's also a massive C++ pile of code. and just like any other project, there are refactors. So the build system is one that I participate in a pretty good bit. There's the build process, the release process. We can't even just hit merge on we can't hit the green button on Bitcoin or on GitHub because we're too paranoid that Microsoft might start sliding in soft forks on us. So we have, there's a script that attests to certain keys. You as a user have all kinds of power to monitor us. I don't know if that's known or obvious, but if Gloria is trying to do something sneaky, then it would be very quickly noticed. So there's just all kinds of work that goes into not only just doing the day-to-day maintenance, the modernization, moving from C++ 98 to 11 to 17 to 20, and managing dependencies and refactoring code, and there's just a lot that goes on, and it's just not all sexy soft fork stuff. So to me, my day-to-day code, the thing that, or my day-to-day work, the thing that motivates me is just doing plumbing work, is just making sure that the code looks prettier now than it did yesterday or last week, and so to me this is something I talk a lot about, like the modularity of things, the architecture of the software, keeping the code alive and maintainable for the next 10, 20, 50 years. It's kind of insane to think, but right now there's only one reference implementation of Bitcoin, and unless that changes somehow, then 50 years from now, if we still want Bitcoin to be running, then this piece of software will still need to be running then. So there's just a lot that goes on in day-to-day work that's not this soft fork stuff.
I think build system is one of the most underappreciated parts of core, and there are, I think, unique challenges that are battles that we picked in Bitcoin for a really good reason. Like you mentioned, being really conservative about dependencies. Obviously, we do that for security purposes, but also the fact that we have a build system that supports so many different platforms, so many different ways of running Bitcoin, and not just x86 Linux, is so that it can be very accessible for anybody to run a node on their Windows laptop, on their Raspberry Pi, in the background on their MacBook or their Linux box. They're having reproducible builds for each and every one of those targets is ultra hard, right? And these are, I think, uniquely challenging, and we spend a lot more effort on things like this than maybe proportional to other things in the project that compared to other cryptocurrencies or other whatever, because we care really strongly about the security and the accessibility of running a node. And so I think, but you never hear about the build system. Raise your hand if you've ever seen a single Bitcoin article about CMake. Never, right? But that was 300 pull requests over the past couple of years, and it was executed really, really well, and it took a village to do. Yeah, I just wanted to shill build people.
Antoine?
Can just do things. You can.
But you can't. We just talked about how that's hard. We just had 20 full minutes of you can't just do things.
Well, actually, you can. There's a lot of things that we just don't do yet. That was just kind of astonishing given the size of the network. 2 years ago, we had a CVE because there was too many transactions on the network. We had never stress tested the transaction relay to this extent, and it just clogged the CPU. So that's one thing. You don't need to change Bitcoin Core to just help with testing in this area. There is many people. So one recent news is that Eugene Siegel joined Brink to work on Bitcoin Core full-time. This guy was working on L&D full-time, and he found a high severity vulnerability in Bitcoin Core. He didn't need to change Bitcoin Core to do this, and it's big things because it's high impact. Another one which needed small changes to Bitcoin Core is DRX block that Jonas mentioned earlier about peer-to-peer monitoring. This one guy that does it for this massive network that is Bitcoin. He introduced trace points into Bitcoin Core, which was a small way to get metrics out of the software. And then he built his own infrastructure entirely out of the software. And that's how he monitors the whole network. And he's crying for help. So if anybody is interested in doing high impact stuff for Bitcoin, you could help with network monitoring. You can just do stuff.
Let's talk about the roles that people play in the software project, because I think from an outsider, it does seem really hard to just sort of like, well, where do I start? What do I do? But there's also like these maintainers, and these maintainers are, you know, ordained somehow, and they have special powers, and they decide our future. Isn't that all right? Isn't that they're in charge? Is that how it goes? What's the let me put it to a more pointed question. What's the overlap between maintainership and leadership in this project?
You can just do stuff. Didn't you hear Antoine?
This panel has gone off the rails.
I think they're orthogonal. Like, what is a maintainer apart from like having the keys to do the merge button? I think everyone here does some form of maintenance. Like Corey knows everything, so you need to there are so many parts of the code. Like if you think about part of our job as Bitcoin Core people to just remember how stuff works, I would say you remember the most how most stuff works. And so the fact that you dedicate so much time to review and helping people with their projects and kind of figuring out all of the kinks of CMake, for example, I think is very maintainery. And similarly with Antoine, and Nicholas, the security advisory stuff, we went many years without a proper security disclosure policy. And I think it's one of the most important things that happened last year, that the two of you kind of took ownership over okay, let's go through past stuff. Let's come up with a policy. Let's make sure this thing is robust, and we will open ourselves. I think the security mailing list is one of the biggest human DOS vectors ever, because it's like an open port to the entire public, where all of the emails that come in have to be read by trusted people, and they contain potentially extremely important information, so it needs to be opened immediately. And so, I don't know, it's just very, very DOSable. And so to take ownership and be okay, I'm gonna be in charge of this is a very heavy responsibility, is maintenance of Bitcoin Core, right? And then there's what I do, which is run some scripts and make sure, try to get a release out the door, which I'm trying to do right now. But it basically involves just being okay, who's gonna do it? I'll do it, right? And these are the things that have to happen in order for the project to keep moving. And similarly with there's merging things, and then there's the administration of the GitHub repo. We get so much spam that has to be closed or moderated or whatever. There are all these stale issues. There are 400 issues open and 250 pull requests open on the GitHub repo. And it would be great if they are all responded to, so that people don't think Bitcoin Core is this black hole, this abyss that you send your work into and never hear back from. There's, of course, you were talking about deletion, and what I said about remembering how things work. When reports do come to the security list, or this has happened to me a few times, where I'm really gonna get this thing done, I'm gonna write this code, or I'm gonna get this review done, and then I get an encrypted email. It's oh, I found this thing that crashed. Oh crap, I have to drop everything and go and do that. The idea of taking responsibility for something, when of course you can't, it's not written in anybody's job description as the volunteer fire department that if a fire happens, it's your job to put it out. But that if you don't do it, who will?
So that's kind of what maintenance means to me. And then the leadership thing, there are no leaders. You can just do stuff.
So I think Gloria was alluding to this in a couple of different ways, but I think that historically we've conflated leadership and maintenance, and specifically with the people who have the maintainer bit on GitHub, the people who can actually hit the button or hit the merge script. And the idea that we've tried to establish over the years is that a maintainer is essentially an automaton. So no offense. But someone who could, in a lot of ways, be replaced by ChatGPT, where your job is not necessarily to weigh in on the work that others are doing. Your job is to kind of represent when it looks like most of the developers or the developers who matter for this particular pull request are on board and have signed off. Once you have a good number of acts by the people who matter. You kind of just hit the button. So maintainers aren't necessarily supposed to, or I hope it's understood by the other developers and by outsiders that the maintainers aren't necessarily weighing in when they merge something. They're not necessarily endorsing any particular pull request. They're simply acknowledging that this pull request seems to have the weight behind it that the developers who have contributed to it have, that it seems to basically fill the requirements. And so it's unfortunate that, like, for example, the Gloria is tasked with that responsibility and with looking at the security mailing list. Those are two things that I think she's kind of stumbled into both of those roles because of this conflation of maintainership and leadership. And one of the things that we talk about pretty often, or have started talking about more recently, is trying to split up these responsibilities so that maintainers aren't necessarily tasked with all of the leadership tasks as well, where the maintainership is kind of a role specifically on GitHub or in the Git repository. And some of the decision making and leadership and the other roles and people take on, release management, for example. That's one that we were talking about at lunch. You don't necessarily have to be a maintainer to do like 90% of what it takes to create a release. There are some things at the very end. You have to do the tagging and the binary pushing and that kind of thing. But there are just a lot of things that go into producing a major Bitcoin Core release that you don't necessarily need to be a maintainer for. You could volunteer that as a different role.
I'm going to do something very dangerous and disagree slightly with Corey. I don't think we can replace maintainers with ChatGPT because we need to keep accountability.
That was not a suggestion, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, but I think that's something that is worth fuck, I cannot pronounce this word, so I'm going to skip it. But just making importance of this is that we need accountability from maintainers, but again, you can just do stuff, and there is accountability that comes from non-maintainer contributors. For instance, I can think of Marco, who keeps reviewing every single pull request that gets merged and finds bugs after it's merged. I say, just before the release, he found a bug that was shipped, and we didn't have CI for this. That was merged, sorry, not shipped. That was merged, and we did not have CI, and he just read the code, and since, I don't know, he has a compiler in his head or something, he just realized that's not valid C++, and it just said, well, you merged invalid C++. And yeah, that's sort of leadership, but just make it maybe leading by example more than trying to get people to do what he wants.
Cool. We've done a lot of talking. Do we want the audience to ask some very benign questions that we can be comfortable answering? Or not?
Adam, I know you said you're less technical, so I'll ask you a less technical question. What was it like growing up a Jonas brother, and what do you think the contributions of boy bands from the Beatles forward have been to the music scene in general?
Yeah, those are my cousins from New Jersey, and we're very proud of their success.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Any other really important questions? These are the kinds of questions that actually I like. So.
Thanks a lot for giving us the color on a lot of what the day-to-day work is that you do. So thank you all. One just kind of a quick take. Some of the big things that are that thinking about OpCat and OpCTV. Any kind of quick takes on are those going to happen and when? I mean, I don't want to derail the whole discussion, but just kind of your quick takes on that, given your perspective. Thank you.
Maintainers decide soft forks, right?
I mean, are you going to roll it at UASF? Is that you?
One of those has a PR, but no acts, so there's nothing for me to do.
Yeah, it's,
Do you just your personal perspective, not in your job? Like, do you think that it's going to happen given where you sit and who you interact with? Does it seem like from a personal perspective?
my personal perspective is that there is still a lot of disagreement on each of those. There's one that seems, because it's much simpler, well, not really, but it seems safer, seems to be further in the road, but also there's clearly no consensus on anything, and therefore there is no real role for Bitcoin Core at this point. It seems that you would show up at Bitcoin Core for the final code review after reaching consensus among the wider Bitcoin research and developer community.
So in some ways, I think to not weigh in is kind of a punt. But at the same time, so I personally don't see this as my job. I can say that I have reviewed both technically. I've looked at the code behind OpCat and CTV, and they're both simple, and like I've kind of given both the thumbs up. But I don't consider myself big brain enough to understand what the implications of them are. And so I think that like I called myself a code monkey earlier. To me, the C++, sure, ship it. But the activation parameters, the actually having it as a feature in the currency, that I have zero opinion on, because I don't feel like I should.
Go ahead.
So with all that being said about the soft forks, do you think we could get a Boston agreement hashed out tonight, or should we wait until next year?
Let's go. So who signs?
Who signs what?
If we get a Boston agreement drafted, who signs it? Okay. So
what's included? Do you include the consensus cleanup or
Cool.
the kitchen sink?
Let's keep going.
All right, I'll let you ask the next question. Mine's not super important. You go.
I think you're next, right?
No, after you.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. So in the interest of time, unfortunately, we have to wrap up the Q&A for this session, but maybe we can catch the speakers afterwards. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Can I shill something real quick? I think Antoine and I are both giving talks later about our work. So if you're interested in that. And what we actually work on, not, yeah.
All right. Well, that was a fantastic panel. Next up, we have Mr. Jameson Loop coming to share his talk on Bitcoin address poisoning attacks. Jameson, he's a chief security officer at CASA and has been building multi-sig wallets since 2015. In addition to CASA, he's also helped founded Mensa's Bitcoin Special Interest Group, the Triangle Bitcoin Business Meetup, and several open source Bitcoin projects. He enjoys researching various aspects of the ecosystem and giving presentations about what he's learned the hard way while trying to write robust software that can withstand both adversaries and sophisticated users. So without further ado, let's welcome Jameson.
All right.
You may know me from previous dramatic episodes, such as the dismantling of the software thesis, or the griefing of the Bitcoin testnet, or more recently, the burning of quantum vulnerable Bitcoin. But today, I'm not here to provide controversy. I'll do that next week at Op Next. So why are we here? It actually all started with a post from our favorite space monkey, Mononaut. And Mononaut pointed out this interesting transaction that happened back in January. Said, hey, this looks like address poisoning. And I had heard of this term before, but it's not really something that had come up much in the context of Bitcoin. And you might ask yourself, well, what is address poisoning? And of course, there's a clue there with the highlighting that Mononaut provided in the screenshot. So what is it? Essentially, this is an attack where someone goes out and they find a bunch of target Bitcoin addresses that look like juicy targets. They probably have a decent amount of Bitcoin in them. And then they'll use a script to generate a vanity address that looks very similar to the target address. And in particular, it'll have similar starting characters and similar ending characters. And this, of course, is just a simple brute forcing type of algorithm. You just keep generating private keys until you get one that produces a script with an address that has those similar characteristics. Then they put a little bit of money into their newly generated address, and then they send that money to the target address. And we're usually talking like 500 to 1,000 Satoshi. So not a ton of money, just enough to get that transaction onto the blockchain. And then they wait. And they hope that what happens is that this victim eventually makes a mistake. The victim has to be naive. They have to go back, look at their wallet transaction history, and be using a wallet that makes this easy and possible to do, and they hope that that victim basically copies and pastes the wrong address from their transaction history and end up sending it to the attacker. So some example transactions here just to show you that this hits pretty much every different type of address that you'll see out there. And on the left will be the poison address of the attacker, and you can see them sending a few hundred sats over to the target victim address, which has those similar starting and ending characters. So why does it work? Like I said, people are not checking all of the address necessarily when they're sending it. There are a number of especially mobile apps out there that may truncate a lot of the address, so it's actually very difficult to check the entire thing. Or, they're just lazy. This is long. We're talking like, what, 30 to 50 characters? Nobody wants to check all of that. And the UX may not make it easy to do so. And then, of course, if their wallet makes it easy to copy it and paste from the transaction history, then that could make it easier for someone to make this mistake. So what did I do? Well, I wanted to understand what is the practicality of this attack. It clearly seems to be happening, but how often is it happening? And is the attack actually economically feasible? So I wrote a script, I scanned the entire blockchain, and I tried to find every transaction that I thought was meeting these characteristics of address poisoning. And what in particular was I looking for? I was looking for transactions with one input and one output. Those in and of themselves are fairly rare. You almost always have a second change output when you're sending money on Bitcoin. And then of course, looking for having at least 4 characters at the beginning and the end of the exact same, and of course not being the exact same address sending to itself. And it's possible that there may be a few false positives in here, but I don't think that that's really the case because I scanned the entire Bitcoin blockchain and did not see any hits until just about a year ago. In particular, block 797570, which was July of 2023, is when we start seeing this happen. And it's not just one, it's usually dozens of them happening in any given block. This is happening in bursts, not in a consistent pattern. Definitely seems to be a human-driven type of activity,
where they're probably doing some research, finding a new batch of target victim addresses, and then just sending all at once. First, they're doing a big fan-out transaction that'll have hundreds and hundreds of outputs to fund all of these poison addresses, and then each of those will have the one-to-one actual deposit address into the victim's account. So it was pretty quiet for several months, and then we saw another batch of them happening, and it was quiet again, saw some more batches, and then there was a 2-month break, and then they actually just started doing this again this week. So what were the stats? What did we find from this? Found about 48,000 different transactions and unique Bitcoin addresses that seem to have been targeted. And you could easily sum up, how much block space did they buy? They bought about 4 blocks worth of block space over that 1.5 to 2-year period. And they ended up spending about 0.3 Bitcoin. So this attacker, they didn't spend a ton. I mean, $24,000 isn't nothing, but considering that they were able to hit nearly 50,000 different targets, that's pretty decent. That's what, 50 cents per target. So looking at some of the breakdowns, I was trying to understand, how is this attacker trying to target the different addresses? And this is sort of a breakdown of the wallet balances or the address balances that they were attacking. I don't know if there's too much to learn from this because this is also fairly consistent with the overall distribution of balances on the blockchain, other than the fact that, of course, they're ignoring dust addresses. So they're generally ignoring any addresses that have less than 1 Bitcoin. If you throw out all of the less than 1 Bitcoin addresses, this is generally what the distribution looks like anyway. One thing that I found really interesting, because I put myself in the shoes of the attacker, and I think for an attack like this, you're going to want to go after addresses that are pretty consistently and regularly spending, because each time they're making a spin, that's a potential mistake that they might make. They might choose the wrong address. And this is where I think the attacker, from my perspective, they did not optimize this very well. Maybe they had some other reason for doing this. But the biggest surprise to me is that of the 48,000 addresses they targeted, 12,000 of those addresses had never spent funds. So, maybe this is really just a spray and pray, and they're hoping, maybe eventually someday, of course, that person's going to spend the coin. But, about 1/4 of these addresses to this day have never spent those funds. So maybe they're just playing the really long game, but I think that that is a suboptimal attribute that they probably should have filtered out. And other than that, most of these addresses are very sparingly actually spending funds. So I was kind of surprised. I thought that they would have gone after more addresses that have a higher velocity, a higher rate of spending. And similar to that, what is the amount of Bitcoin? Like I said, 1/4 of them, 0 spending, and then most of them are spending less than 1 Bitcoin per transaction. So what about script types? This was also kind of interesting because they're targeting the pay-to-public key hash addresses, which are not the most commonly used addresses these days, but perhaps that's just because they are older and they have a lot of funds sitting in them from a long time ago. And I didn't try to break down SegWit wrapped P2SH. I was just looking at the high-level scripts. I did not see any taproot addresses that have been targeted. Maybe that's just because taproot addresses tend not to have a lot of funds in them. That could be another potential interesting thing to try to understand. But for whatever reason, taproot is not being targeted by address poisoning, at least not yet. So is it successful? Is this a positive ROI? Well, that took some more research because then I had to look at all of these addresses, and then I had to look to see if any of the victim addresses had sent funds back to a poison address. And that was tricky because you basically need to have an indexer where you've indexed the whole blockchain by address, not a lot of local indexing solutions make it easy for that. You can't just call the Bitcoin Core RPC to do that. But I did find one. And the reason why I'm quite sure that this is actually a successful attack is because we can actually look and see what happened. And so this first transaction is the attacker sending from the poison address to the target address. And you can see the timestamps in the upper right there. And let's see, that was on January 18th. And then a month and a half later, the target address sent money to the poison address. And within about 12 hours, the attacker, the owner of that poison address, moved the funds to some other wallet. So why do I think that this was an attack and not just something else going on? Well, we can then see that same victim address wallet realized they made a mistake. And about 12 hours after they sent that first 0.1 Bitcoin to the attacker, you can see they sent 0.1 Bitcoin to some other address. So it looks like that second transaction was the one that they had actually intended to do, but they screwed up the first time. So if we look at the ROI, it's not great. They're down about 0.2 Bitcoin right now. But I think that this still is not great. The fact that it's a 1 out of 48,000 success rate is good in and of itself, but just due to the nature of Bitcoin, this very easily could have been a highly profitable attack. The attacker was unlucky that the one person who has been tricked so far only sent 0.1 Bitcoin because they had 8 Bitcoin in that address. They very easily could have sent that entire balance, which would have made this overall a highly, highly profitable attack. And of course, like I said, this is an ongoing thing. We should expect that given enough transactions and enough target victims, someone else will probably make the same mistake and possibly for a lot more. So from a practical perspective, how do you ensure that you don't shoot yourself in the foot here? Well, really, the easiest thing and the most important thing, you just follow the best practice of not reusing addresses. Like, you shouldn't be copying and pasting addresses from your own transaction history. If you don't do that, then there's really no way for you to get hit by this particular attack. And when you are sending Bitcoin, you should check the entire address. I think that's something that we've said as a community for a really long time, but humans are extremely lazy individuals, and this is the type of thing that I think you've just got to keep beating people over the head about. And this, now that we are aware of it, we can continue to monitor for it. And I will say props to Mempool, because they, just in the past few weeks, have started adding alerting within their own block explorer where transactions that appear to be poison attempts are actually getting flagged, so that hopefully this will save some people from making this mistake. But of course, this is the nature of trustless and permissionless networks, so it's, I think, going to be an ongoing issue, and just a question of, if it gets worse, do we as like a software and wallet development ecosystem need to be more proactive and take more measures to help prevent people from falling victim?
Yeah,
Sure.
thanks for your talk. Two questions. One is, do you think you think it's a single entity that did this based on, I guess, the clustering? And the second is, you only looked at transactions going from the real address to the fake address. But I would imagine if I'm copying an address, the wrong one, I might be putting that in an exchange, or I might be putting it in my wallet, but it's picking a different coin. So have you also looked at how much money actually went to the fake addresses in total, rather than just from the real to the fake?
No, these are both potential avenues for further research. So I didn't do clustering analysis. That it's not my forte, but I would be interested in looking into that further.
I mean, you can just make a wallet that includes all those fake addresses and see what the balance is, basically.
True, fair enough. Just one wallet with 48,000 keys. I'm sure that'll scale just fine.
Just open a pull request if it's too slow.
Yeah.
A GitHub issue, I mean. The
But
maintainers
yeah.
will fix it.
Yeah, so there's definitely room for further research on this, and really, as far as I'm aware, I haven't heard of anyone like publicly broadcasting and saying that they have been a victim of these attacks. So
Exact attack, but on another chain.
Yeah. Yeah. So these type of attacks seem to happen a lot on Ethereum, and I think it's just interesting to start to try to gauge, is this same technique starting to be applied more to Bitcoin, and how aware of it do we need to be? Another thing that I think is worth pointing out is that I think that this is a result of the fact that we are in a very low fee environment. If we had 100 Satoshi per virtual byte fees going on, I think that would greatly disincentivize people from doing a lot of these dusting attacks, unless they figured out other ways to increase the attack success rate.
Yeah, at last year's Bitcoin Expo, we had a nice little presentation on wallet fingerprinting. Do you know what wallet that victim was using, so I know what wallet not to use?
No, but anyone who wants to kind of build upon this research, I've got all the raw data available, and I'm more than happy to share all of the data that I've collected so far.
So that was one of my questions as well. And then the follow up to that was going to be, you said like thinking like an attacker, how you would do it. So clearly, if the target wallet happens to be vulnerable in that it only shows, the first few beginning characters of your address, then thinking like an attacker, those are like, I would look for wallets with that fingerprint and only attack that particular wallet. But I wanted to ask also if you're, to kind of shill one of the things that I work on, are you familiar with the Bitcoin kernel project? Because you said dealing with like calling Bitcoin Core RPCs over and over becomes untenable. So one of the exact purposes of the Bitcoin kernel project is to make it so that you can write little tools to do exactly these types of indexes very quickly and easily. So if it's not something that you've looked at before, I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
No, cool. No, I've heard of the kernel project, but I have not actually tested it out. So worth looking into.
Sure. Great. Thank you.
So when I was looking at your slides, something probably like obvious occurred to me, that the address type in the front of an address means that like you don't have to grind that part, like BC1. And so did you notice, like based on the address type, they were doing like more or less grinding? And do you have any idea on how to like represent an address type that doesn't, from like a human vision perspective, make it cheaper to grind?
Let's see, I did not, like, for example, when looking at the Bech32 style addresses, I was still only seeing like another one or two. I didn't see like, the first three and then another 3 or 4. I don't know why that's the case, but I haven't played around with the vanity gen for those addresses. I think, the main interesting thing here is that, I think we've seen people, at least traditionally vanity gen, you're only doing the first X number of characters. And this is, I think, the first time we've seen people who are also doing the end characters. And I think the main reason for that is that we may have unintentionally gotten people complacent with only checking the first few characters of the address under the idea that, oh, those are the only ones that could get brute force, because you have to brute force like in that direction starting from the beginning. So I think this is just another good practice for people to be cognizant of, is that just checking the first few is not good. Just checking the first few and the last few is not good. You really need to check the entire address.
So I have a tweet here from our favorite mempool monkey. The DMM Japanese exchange attack was an address poisoning, but your script I don't think picked it up, because it was going from their internal cold storage, which was a pay to script hash, to a pay to public key hash for their hot address, and that was 4,500 Bitcoin. That was a 2 of 3, and they did address poisoning on their hot wallet address. So they managed to trick the exchange into co-signing and then doing the 4,500 Bitcoin. So I think that's,
operationally, internally, thinking if you're managing large sums too, managing that stuff. But I think I just wanted to call that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely more research to be done to understand how some of the different wallets display like multi-output receive transactions, for example. I think I saw you tweeted something recently where Mempool was showing the poison, a potential poison output where it had probably like 5 or 10 outputs that had similar looking addresses. And the main question there is just how do those get displayed in the wallets? And it's going to vary from wallet to wallet. And that's why I think doing the wallet fingerprinting and then looking at each wallet's own displays to understand which ones are going to be more susceptible to that would be an important avenue of research here. But that's why I think that there's a lot of them that are just one input, one output, because it's so simple and it's more likely that any given wallet is going to show both of those addresses.
Thank you for your talk. I've had this experience on the Solana blockchain. I opened a wallet one day and saw $1.4 million worth of Solana that had exited my wallet. And I just thought of the movie Fargo. If you've seen it, there's a bag of money that gets passed around and bad things happen to everybody that gets the bag. So I was happy that that didn't happen to me. But what I did learn in my investigation of dusting was that for people in that kind of case, they're being targeted for doxing and blackmail and things like that as well. So I really do appreciate the talk because I don't think it's talked about enough. I'm a trader, I teach trading, and when I brought it up to people in my group, one of the guys was like, oh yeah, you should turn your wallet off to certain types of dusting. And I said, yes, but you have 10 years of experience in crypto and 5 years of trading, and regular people are not aware of this at all. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's room, I think, for pretty much any wallet out there to try to safeguard against this attack, though this is where it gets tricky. Like, as a wallet software developer, it would not be difficult at all to just add in a filter rule that says, do not display any incoming transactions below a value of X. But that can get tricky too, especially if we're talking about people who are using meta protocols on top of Bitcoin where they may be sending dust, but it's representing something else. So it's very hard, I think, to just tell everyone across the board, never display any transactions that are depositing like less than 1,000 Satoshis or whatever. But at the very least, I think that it could be helpful to show some sort of warning, especially if you see these addresses look the same. Like, I think it would be easy for wallets to say, oh, this came from a similar looking address, and just throw up a big red flag, do not interact.
So do we have anything else to offer in terms of inspecting addresses that isn't just checking the full long string that doesn't fit in portrait mode on mobile? Like there's SSH, like ASCII key art, and other things, but do you think there's any other alternative that it would increase safety besides just?
If I recall correctly, Blockchain Commons had a standard. Was that what you were referencing?
I'm not referencing something specific.
Yeah, so I think Blockchain Commons had a standard for addresses that basically turns it into a 16 by 16 or 32 by 32 pixel, colorized pixel map that would just make it, I think, easier for you to differentiate, is it the same address or a different address? But as far as I'm aware, there aren't any wallets, or at least any mainstream level adopted big wallets that have adopted that standard. But it's certainly possible. And really what we're talking about is a data visualization and representation problem. And I think that as nerds, we might be used to seeing really long hashes and stuff, but we have to understand that the average person who sees a long hash or really any long random string, their eyes are just going to glaze over and they're just going to start clicking.
Hi, Jameson. At the end of all of this, are you going to tell us that you're actually the attacker the whole time?
Well, no, that would be incredibly embarrassing because I lost so much money. No, if this had turned out to be a highly profitable attack, then I would be more worried about people looking into doing it more often. But I'm generally a security researcher. I've been building multi-sig security products for 10 years, so For me, this is just raise the alarm, and if people wish to continue the research, to figure out what is the severity, so that this is a sort of community security problem. We have to be aware of this dynamic security environment and new types of attacks that seem to be popping up. So yeah, I had someone pull me aside earlier and say, I hate it whenever you give a talk because I always get really scared. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the game. But the nice thing about this, you really don't have to be scared about this as long as you're not reusing addresses or not just copying addresses willy-nilly out of your transaction history. So everyone, practice good blockchain hygiene and you'll be just fine. Thank you.
So we'll take a quick 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have actually 2 tracks for the later half of the afternoon. Come back to this room for a talk by Antoine and Gloria, a Bitcoin Core on one side, and then on the room 141 next door, we have the MIT and Harvard Blockchain Accelerator Demo Day, where 8 alumni startups building in Bitcoin and blockchain space will be presenting their startups. So yeah, feel free to choose the track that you're interested in, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
72,000 people. I'm watching you watching me.
Yeah, I get in a technique.
All right. Ready? My name is Antoine Poinceux. I work at Chain Code Labs, and today I'm going to talk about the consensus cleanup. The consensus cleanup is a soft fork proposal to fix bugs in the Bitcoin protocol. It's not a new idea. The various bugs fixed in the proposal have been discussed by Bitcoin protocol developers and researchers for years, more than a decade for some of them. In January 2019, Matt Corallo published a Bitcoin improvement proposal to include a set of mitigation for some of these bugs. He later abandoned the work on this proposal at the end of 2019. At the end of 2023, I set to, not really to revive yet, but try to convince myself that each of the bugs in his proposal were worth fixing, trying to weigh the different mitigation possible for each of the vulnerabilities, and see if there is more bugs that we'd like to fix while we're at it. This eventually led to my publication in early 2024 of the Great Consensus Cleanup Revival research, which is just a post which does exactly what I described. I also published a companion post that was kept private, not entirely secret, because it talks about issues that are fairly well known, but yet has patches for pretty bad bugs on the network, so I wanted to keep private. It's about blocks that are very slow to validate. Eventually, so on this delving thread, multiple people weighed in, and we discussed the different mitigations for every single vulnerability. Eventually, I published, well, very recently, last week, a Bitcoin improvement proposal myself, which I called Consensus Cleanup. It's maybe not as great as the first one, but it's still a cleanup. And yeah, I'm actually proposing a soft fork to Bitcoin with this proposal. It's not research anymore. The consensus cleanup tries to address 4 vulnerabilities. The time warp attack. Well, I like to refer to the first 2 as actual vulnerabilities and the last 2 as more weaknesses. The time warp attack, blocks that are slow to validate for full nodes, malleability in the Merkle tree due to 64 bytes transactions, and transactions that could have been duplicated early in Bitcoin. The impact of the time warp is that exploited to its full potential, a 51% attacker can take down the network in 38 days. Which is, in 38 days, a 51% attacker can reduce the difficulty back to 1, which is the minimum difficulty by consensus, which means that at this point, there is gazillions of blocks, probably many chains, probably no more convergence because there's just so many chains, and all bets are off with regard to resource constraints because resources constrained by the rate at which blocks arrive. So by having so many blocks, you could just blow up the whole UTXO set and basically blow up the network. It's not very likely, though, that miners would try to, like, internally motivated attacker would not do that because they would shoot themselves in the foot. It's more an issue from the perspective of externally motivated attacker. You might say, well, it's only an issue for 51% attacker, right? Which is already an assumption that we have. Well, not so fast. The threat model of Bitcoin with regard to 51% attacks is that a 51% attacker can censor transaction for as long as they can maintain this 51% advantage, so that they need to expand and this constant cost in energy to keep censoring the transaction. This bug makes it so the threat model is that if they can just maintain this advantage for 38 days or even a bit less, like 30 days, they can kill the network. I think what's more likely than an external attacker having that much hash rate to take down the network is more that given the current concentration of mining, given the exponentially decreasing block subsidy and the low fees, miners start being more and more incentivized to play games. And I'm more concerned about miners coordinating to exploit this bug to a small extent, to increase slightly the block rate, let's say twice the block rate, a block every 5 minutes. And it might be in the incentive of short-sighted miners and short-sighted users, because that's twice the block space effectively, and that's effectively less fees. But it all comes at the cost of the long-term health of the system, because miners are effectively stealing the block subsidy of future miners and basically forcing on all nodes on the network twice as much resource usage as these nodes signed up for. Then another, the impact of expensive blocks is, well, these blocks are expensive and therefore reduce accessibility to the network for people with lower hardware, lower end hardware. But I think they become really an issue when you consider miners' incentive to attack each other by producing long to validate blocks. They might attack their competition. And I think that's what's really important about this issue. To give numbers without giving the details, I could craft a block that takes 1.5 hours to validate on a Raspberry Pi, and it takes about a couple minutes on high-end hardware. So this is not an issue that can be fixed by just throw more compute as the issue. It's just, there's bounds. Then there is the malleability of the Merkle tree. It creates multiple issues, but probably the most important one is that you can fake the inclusion of a transaction in the blockchain. So you can fake a Merkle proof for a transaction saying, oh, it was included in the block, it's a valid payment. Well, it was not. There is a way to mitigate that, but you need to know about them and you need to actually implement them as an application, which is not the case of all applications. Duplicate transactions were possible early on in Bitcoin. They were fixed through BIP30 a while ago, and then around block height 200,000, a proper fix was introduced through BIP34. This is an issue because BIP34 did not properly fix them, so we need to re-enable BIP30 validation, which is slightly expensive after block 1,900,000, and also some more modern architecture of full nodes may not just be able of performing this validation. It's the case of U3XO nodes, so they wouldn't be able to fully validate blocks in this case, or might not be able to. The mitigations are pretty straightforward, except for the expensive blocks, because for those, the design space is so large, which is where I spent most of my time during my research. For time warp, I'm going to detail the time warp attack just after, but basically what you want is to tie together the timestamp of blocks at the boundary of difficulty adjustment. For expensive block, I propose to restrict the number of legacy signature operations per transaction that are actually executed, which is not the same as the SIGOP limit that we have today. For Merkle tree malleability, I think the least bad option that we have on the table is to invalidate 64-byte transactions. And for duplicate transactions, I propose that we commit to the block height in the Coinbase lock time. I wish I had the time to go in details for every single of them, but given that I have only 20 minutes, I chose to instead do one correctly and give the proper intuition, and this one is time warp. Feel free to reach out afterward if you want more detail about the other vulnerabilities and mitigations. Right, so time warp. Everyone knows that in Bitcoin, there's blocks, well, the expected time between two blocks is 2 minutes, right? Everyone knows that, right? Well, not exactly. The way difficulty adjustment works in Bitcoin is that, for instance, for block 2016, a node, which is all nodes on the network, are going to perform exactly the same operation. So we can say the network looks at the past 2016 block, which is 0 2000 to 2015 is 2016 blocks. And it's going to take the timestamp of the last block and compare it to the timestamp of the first block of the period. If it took more than 2 weeks to mine, it's going to reduce reduce the difficulty. If it took less than 2 weeks, it's going to increase the difficulty. Then for block 4032, it's going to look from block 2016 to block 4031, compare the timestamps, same. And same for 6048. You can see a pattern here. The periods do not overlap. The last block of one period is not the first block of the next period. This causes an issue. It means there is enough by one. Considering 2016 blocks only actually considers 2015 block intervals. If you consider block 0 to 3, you have 4 blocks. But you have 3 intervals, 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. And it's the same from 0 to 2015. So it means that, first of all, blocks takes, the expected time for blocks is actually more than 10 minutes, a little bit more. But also, and more importantly, it enables a time warp attack. So I'm going to explain that, but first, just going to go through the diagram I'm going to use for time warp with under normal operation. So let's say you start with difficulty D, and it takes 2 weeks to mine the first period. Then the difficulty at the next period is going to be D, and if it takes 2 weeks to mine the second period, the difficulty at the next period is going to be D again and D again. Now, if you start the same, and the first period takes 2 weeks, the difficulty is going to be D, but if the second period takes only 1 week, the network is going to increase the difficulty. It's going to be twice as much. But then if the third period takes 3 weeks, it's going to divide it by 1.5. So it's going to be this. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. In addition, to understand the time warp attack, we need to look at the rules, the consensus rules that we have that surround block timestamps. First of all, we have the median time pass rules that says that the timestamp of a block must be superior, strictly superior to that of the median of the past 11 blocks. In effect, it means that you can get away with only increasing the timestamp of blocks by 1 every 6 blocks, right? Because you sort the past 11 blocks, and then the 6th one is going to, you need to have a strictly superior. So you start at 0, get at 1 after 6 block, 2 after 6 block. Then there is the future rule, which is not exactly a consensus rule because it does not depend on data that is available, that is shared by all nodes on the network, but it's still crucial to the security of the network. It is that a block, the timestamp of a block may not be more than 2 hours in the future compared to the node's clock, the system clock of the node. All right, so for time warp, what an attacker is going to try to do is to hold back the timestamp as much as possible at the beginning, and then to have the timestamp of the last block in periods to be as far in the future as possible. So we start with difficulty D, which is the assuming a constant hash rate is going to take 2 weeks to mine blocks. So the attacker sets 0 as timestamp of the first block, 0 as the timestamp of the second block, and 0 all the way. I'm making a simplification. Technically, you would need to increase by 1 second every 6 blocks, 1 second does not matter. So I'm just to simplify matter here, I'm using 0 all the way. So all blocks in the difficulty adjustment period have timestamp 0, except the last one is 2 weeks in the future. Same, it could be 2 weeks in 2 hours, because technically we care about 2 hours in the future. Then here it starts at 0. And it is possible because the period does not overlap. The last block in one period is not the first of the next period. And it's possible because the MTP rule does not constrain the timestamp with regard to the directly preceding blocks. It's the median of the last 11 blocks. And so the attacker does the same, and this time it would have taken 2 weeks to mine the first period, 2 weeks to mine the second period. We are 4 weeks in the future, so you can use 4 weeks as the timestamp of the last block in this period. But what the network is going to see is, oh, this period actually took 4 weeks to mine. So I'm halving the difficulty. But then the attacker can just restart back at 0. And now, given that the difficulty is half as much, it's going to take 1 week to mine this window. And it's going to, again, divide it by 2.5 because it took 5 weeks instead of 2. And it compounds with the preceding halving of the difficulty. And then, so it's going to take only half a week to mine the last one, and it's going to, again, divide it by 2.75, which results. Basically, you get the gist. Once you're past the 4 weeks, it just decreases very, very rapidly. It compounds. That's not great. Not ideal. The fix for this bug is to tie together the timestamp. Make as if, so basically what we want here is make the difficulty adjustment period overlap. We cannot do that because that would be a hard fork. Well, we can do that. We do not want to because we have a much cheaper and safer option to roll in the network, which is a soft fork that would say, well, you're just not allowed to bump back into the past for the first block of the new period. In fact, what we're going to say is you're only allowed to bump back in the future by 2 hours, just as a safety measure. It does not matter. It does not make the worst case much worse to allow this bracing room of 2 hours. So out of safety concern, where we went with this was a suggestion of Shaw's, who is in the room here. And I guess I'm almost out of time. So that was the explanation. I hope I gave the intuition for the time warp attack. There is 3 more bugs that are fixed in this proposal. Check it out. There is a BIP. I have a pull request open to the BIP repository. The main source of information about this is probably the threads on delving, where a lot of people chimed in on various ways to fix this. There is different threads where separate issues were discussed as well. Check out delvinbitcoin.org. You can use the search bar and type Great Consensus Cleanup, or just use the link. I can publish the slides later. You can also follow me on social networks. I'm probably going to be talking a lot about that in the coming months. And that's it. I can take questions if anybody has questions. If I have time, what do you say?
Hey there. Thanks for the presentation. I remember when you had presented, or at least been talking about this GCC on the list and in the forums before. You had mentioned there might be some trade-offs with like confiscatory kind of changes. Is that still in scope, or have you scoped that out?
Yes, both. I still have a proposal which addresses the concern of blocks that are expensive for full nodes to validate. I propose a different mitigation that was proposed by Matt Corallo in 2019 that led to this objection from notably Russell O'Connor. These objections were due to the mitigation proposed by Matt Corallo was to disable some opcodes and some functionality in the Bitcoin script language. And there were theoretical concerns, and someone might have been using it with a pre-signed transaction and have deleted the private key for this pre-signed transaction. Therefore, making this invalid would confiscate their Bitcoin. They would not be able to use them anymore. I think that's very, very, very unlikely. But philosophically, it would be nice if we can try to find another way. So that was why I spent so much time on working on these expensive blocks. And that's why I'm proposing a different mitigation, which is restricting the number of legacy signature operations in a block, and which tries to leave as much flexibility to someone as possible that might have been using the script functionality. No specific functionality is disabled anymore. We just pinpoint the harmful behavior. So it's just as much freedom as you can, as long as you just don't have huge negative externalities on the network.
You said yes and no. So you mean to say that there are maybe still theoretical scenarios where this would be, confiscatory to a degree, but you've tried as much as you can to, minimize.
Yeah, I still want to address these concerns because I think it's a security risk for the network, and it makes any transaction that has more than 2,500 legacy signature operation in a single transaction will be invalid. There is no such transaction that are not pathological today that are also standard. Basically, if someone to run into this, someone would have to have scripts which is checksig drop, checksig drop, checksig drop, which is, there's no real use case. The use case of doing this is to increase the validation cost on the network, which is what we want to prevent in the first place.
Thanks.
You almost touched on this already, but I remember reading there's a transaction, a historical transaction on the blockchain that has what, 3,000 outputs on it or something, and a typical PC needs 10 minutes to validate that. Is that still would the network reject a transaction like that now, or is that something that somebody could still in principle do?
That's something that somebody can still in principle do, and they can do worse. But 10 minutes is overstated. It was taking 2 minutes at the time in 2015, which was a decade ago. So today, we take a handful of seconds on regular hardware. Still, this is far from being the worst case.
So that hasn't been fixed then, right?
I'm trying to fix it.
That is what you're trying to fix, okay.
But I need you guys to activate a soft fork. I cannot fix it on my own.
I guess I get to burn down the clock here. Follow-up question to my previous question was, regarding the expensive blocks, you mentioned that's like a few minutes on a high-end machine to validate these blocks, and wouldn't this just get better over time? Like the more time goes on, computers get more powerful, these blocks become less impactfully, bad. Like, is it worth even, breaking the philosophical kind of expectation that people will always be able to spend their coins to fix it? I think it's a similar kind of philosophical question that we face with the quantum, quantum secure versus quantum vulnerable, like what to do with those quantum vulnerable coins kind of questions. Like, yeah, do we want to actually cross that Rubicon?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's absolutely to be discussed. I can share numbers with you privately after the talk. Given these numbers, I'm skeptical that it will be able to perform this amount of computation in a reasonable manner anytime soon. Therefore, I think it's worth making this kind of transactions invalid, which again are transactions that would be crafted to harm the network.
Quick question. How much time do you think you need left till you have, like, not including activation, just like the code is ready, like ready to go for a pull request to core?
I've had the code ready for a long time. I'm trying to do some preparatory changes because we need to make, for instance, the block template generator in Bitcoin Core compliant with these rules, then leave time for miners to upgrade. That takes so long to upgrade. So I do not see a use case to open a pull request at this point to Bitcoin Core with this code. I want the BIP to get a number. I want to maybe open a pull request to Inquisition and have it running on Inquisition for a while on Signet. And yeah, I get buy-in from the wider community than the people that were involved in the discussion and delving.
This is a huge audience, I think about 7 times anything the Expo's seen before. So thanks to Bitcoin Magazine for helping us out with streaming it. And for everybody watching online, we are monitoring the questions. So if anybody has questions for any of the speakers, feel free to type it in and we'll find the best ones and throw it in there. Yeah, welcome up. So Gloria is back for round 2. Just a quick introduction. She's one of the maintainers of Bitcoin Core, primarily focused on mempool and peer-to-peer protocol. Much of her work is aimed at reducing censorship vectors and fee bumping inefficiencies in transaction relay. And she's going to give us a talk on what does censorship resistance look like in code. And once the slides are up, the floor is all yours.
Hello? That works? Okay, cool. Hi. As was mentioned, I work mostly on mempool and peer-to-peer. I do that because I really care about censorship-resistant money. And actually, censorship resistance and DOS come up a lot in this area of the code. And I think it's really cool. So I thought I'd talk about it at this Freedom Tech themed conference. So first of all, I have ulterior motives. This is like a recruiting talk. I found out about Bitcoin in college because I care about problems in the world, like being able to pay each other regardless of borders and governments and what you say online. And I like cool technical problems, and Bitcoin for me is kind of the perfect marriage of those two. I now work on Bitcoin Core full-time. I highly recommend it, and I hope to be able to convince a college student or two here. Okay. So yeah. Hopefully this is on theme. I'm going to kind of take for granted that censorship-resistant payments is an important part of why we do Bitcoin. I'm not going to explain why, because I think the rest of the conference has already done that. I'm going to explain how to work on these freedom-preserving technologies through contributing to open source projects. I'm not going to put up a lot of code. There's a little bit, but all of the things that I'm talking about have issues and pull requests and proposals connected to them. So if you want to follow along using this tiny URL link, feel free to do that, and I'll post my slides somewhere so that if you found something interesting in this talk, you'll be able to go and find it and contribute. Okay, cool. So censorship resistance to me, again, means anyone, anywhere in the world can pay anyone. And so, of course, we all learn in computer science class which one is easier to stop, the one where there's only one way to pay that person, or the one where there are no central points of failure and there's many ways. Obviously, we want the one that's distributed. So that's easy, right? Like we just, Satoshi wrote start distributed network and then send censorship resistant payment. Super easy, right? No, in fact, in the early days, it was pretty much just like Satoshi and a couple other nerds who were connecting to each other. And now we have a peer-to-peer network with tens of thousands of nodes, but that's not something that you can just start, contrary to what some altcoins do. Of course, if I talked about having many different targets, platform targets for Bitcoin Core binaries, there are many, many, many ways to run a node, and we try really hard to keep all of those options open. Hopefully you can run it on your MacBook as an app, or you can have a Raspberry Pi node. How many of you run nodes, by the way? Yes, almost everybody. Isn't that crazy? And it's so easy, right? If we all had to go through some node as a service cloud provider because it required beefy servers or it only worked on one platform, then this would not be the case. Like, I don't have a spare rack in my closet, although I guess some people do. Yeah, so distributed means lots of people independently decide to run nodes, and they keep maintaining those nodes and upgrading them, and they do this without people controlling them, right? Like, we don't push auto updates. You run it because it runs very lightweight, it's not bothering you, or it's just whirring on a Raspberry Pi in your living room, and then you get to connect to it, and it's cool. But this isn't like having this distributed network, which is how we get censorship-resistant payments, is an emergent property of the code that we do write for each piece of node software. And like, why would you run a node that participates in transaction relay? Like, yeah, maybe when you receive payments, you want to see them before they confirm, but what's the point? I get asked this question a lot, and the incentives for miners are really obvious, right? You want to see transactions because you can collect those fees if you include those transactions in a block that you mine. But non-mining nodes don't get paid, right? Are they doing this kind of altruistically, opening their node to randos on the internet, sending them data that could be a DOS attack, it could be expensive? This is a hard problem. So to answer the altruism thing, no, it's not completely altruistic. I think the best reason to run a transaction relay node, even if you're not caring about your own transactions, which you probably do if you're running this node as a Bitcoin user, is kind of a way to amortize block download and validation. So as the transactions come in before they confirm, you can download them in small pieces, validate them, etc. So it's not every 10 minutes like your bandwidth spikes and like your CPU is running, like grinding through these like script checks and all those things. Instead, when this block comes in, you've already seen most of the data, you only download a little bit, your UTXO cache is warm, your script cache is warm, you just pass it on to the next peer. So it's useful individually, but also at a network-wide level, block propagation is much faster when we have this like pre-validation, pre-downloading process. But when you're writing this part of the software, you'll see that so much of the code is littered with comments about being really conservative about resource usage, namely bandwidth for downloading transactions, compute, memory, and it's extremely protective against denial of service. And I find this really interesting because I learned a lot about, like I took security classes and we care so much about computational bounds in computer science class, and almost nowhere outside of Bitcoin as a software project did I ever see that come up. And so at least for me, that was really exciting when I came to Bitcoin Core. Cool. So as an example of being really resource conservative, I don't know how many of you already know this, but like, let's say we wanted to build a censorship-resistant payment network. The naive solution would be like, okay, for transaction relay, you receive a transaction, validate it, and just like send it to all your peers. And that makes sure that everybody is going to hear about it. This is going to break down really quickly. You're going to get an email from AT&T, hey, you used a lot of bandwidth this month, so we're shutting you down, or like we're throttling you or something. So this naive solution doesn't work. Baked into a protocol, instead of sending transactions directly, we're going to gossip a list of our inventory, which is just 32-byte hashes, as opposed to transactions which are hundreds or thousands of bytes. And then you just need to request the ones that you don't have, of course. And this avoids every node basically hearing about every transaction like dozens of times, which of course is a huge waste. That's naive solution. Actually, on top of this, with Erlay, this is actually something you can contribute to reviewing right now. Instead of sending just a list of all of your inventory, which also has a lot of redundant information, you can do periodic set reconciliation. And there's all kinds of very interesting code to look at there. On top of that, we cache rejections. So if somebody sends you an invalid transaction, you figure out that it's invalid once, and if they keep sending it to you, you don't validate it again. This seems very, very obvious, right? Also, somewhat of a bandwidth saving optimization, and also as a very useful thing for packet relay, we have a temporary storage place for transactions that we maybe receive out of order, and we don't have the UTXOs because maybe it spends an unconfirmed parent that we haven't seen yet. And this, in practice, does help us reduce re-downloading that orphan again. Cool. So I talked about randos on the network and what kinds of malicious behaviors they might have. When you're writing this code, you might be you want to think about like what the threat model is, right? The happy case is they send you their env, you request to get data, through get data, you're like, I don't have this transaction, please send it to me, and they send it to you. But of course, what if they send you like lots of stuff? What if they send you stuff that they then say like, oops, get data, oh, I forgot about that, or this transaction doesn't actually exist, etc. What if they take a really long time to respond? When do you decide to try again from another peer? And they might take a long time either because they just have crappy internet right now, they're watching a really cool Netflix documentary, or they actually are a malicious peer that's trying to stall you. You don't really know the difference, so you can't punish behavior, and you don't know who they are anyway. And of course, they can just disconnect from you after you request it from them. They could be honest, they're just going offline because they're upgrading to Bitcoin Core 29.0, or they're actively trying to stop you from downloading the transaction. And does this happen? Yes, we do care about these kinds of attacks. Here's an advisory that was published just a few months ago where a malicious peer, there's a single one, could front run a transaction and send specially crafted messages in a particular order well, it includes flooding and also specially crafting to get you to forget about this transaction and forget that you're trying to download it. And this is a result of us trying to save on bandwidth, right? Like we have all these data structures to try to save on the resources that we spend on transaction relay. And those are, again, non-optional because if we don't have those things, then we have node software that we cannot expect people to run. But it is complexity that can really lead to censorship problems. But what's really awesome is that Bitcoin Core as a project is one that cares about censorship vectors. Like this was published as a vulnerability, whereas another software project might be like, whatever, like we tried, you know, if transactions like don't make it through, like they can just send it to everyone sends it to this like mining thing anyway, this template provider or this, what are they called, sequencer things anyway. No, like Bitcoin Core actually cares. And so if you open a pull request that fixes things like this, it does get review. And I think that's really awesome. Cool. Another like example of an attack is, you know, if you know how SegWit works, you have witness data. The witness data is what makes the transaction valid. Someone could take a valid transaction, take off the witness, put an invalid signature or some kind of invalid script, send it to you. And remember, we have that rejections cache. So at some point, we had a bug. I don't think it went into production ever, but we were caching rejections for the TXID, which doesn't commit to the witness data. So then what you have then is, okay, if I want to stop you from accepting a transaction, I'll first malleate it and send you an incorrect version of it. You'll remember that you downloaded and rejected this transaction. And then when an honest peer tries to send you the real one, you just throw it on the ground because you think you already did it. And that this is, again, a censorship problem. Again, I don't think this actually ever went into production. I think they fixed it like immediately. But here, I promised you code. There's code on this slide. Okay, so whenever I talk about things like this, everyone always says, can you like formally, like, can you create like a formal verification or formal guarantees for censorship resistance? Like you guarantee that the transaction is going to be received. And I don't know, it's an open problem. If there's someone doing research on things like this, please reach out. My kind of guess as to how we should do this, or a very good tool that Bitcoin Core uses a lot, is fuzzing. So it's not an exhaustive kind of formal guarantee, but if you're not familiar with fuzzing, what you would do is you would first sketch out kind of all of the possible actions and things that can, events that can happen at each time step. And then you tell the fuzzer, run a million time steps and try, random combinations, interleaving messages, or different types of bad actors. And like, we have this invariant checking at the very end that you always receive the transaction after a million steps. So I wrote kind of like a really crappy version of this fuzz test. It's on my repo. If anyone wants to pick it up, please do. But yeah, I think it's kind of cool that you would write a test for censorship resistance. Again, open problem. The idea is, even if your network looks like this, you have a lot of bad actors. Again, could be malicious, could just be crappy internet, could just be accidental, could be mempool policy differences, etc. Your transaction from this person to this person is still going to go through as long as there is a path. And this is really beautiful. It's like an amazing part of Bitcoin. So a lot of the things that I talked about were things that were already merged. This I kind of wrote, but I don't have a PR open for, so feel free to take up. And these are like open problems, the orphan resolution things. So I mentioned the orphanage earlier as a kind of temporary place to put invalid transactions because they're missing dependencies. This is like even worse than mempool, because mempool you at least need like valid signatures. Orphanage is this very opportunistic, ugly data structure that stores completely unvalidated data. It's just like we don't even have the UTXOs to validate this thing. They could not exist, or we could be waiting for them. And up until 2012, had no memory bounds. And so this is Gavin's PR, was just like, limit to 100. Just like slap that on there. And of course said, it is up to future, eventually we should figure out how to do this. But guess what? Even today, it is capped at 100. We evict a random one when it gets full, and that's it. It's like dead simple. Separately, orphan resolution logic had a loop that essentially had no computational bounds. So like, these are kind of classic examples of DOS problems that we might learn about in class, but are actually like real problems to deal with. And these both have been fixed since at least 8 years ago, but not in the most ideal way. So this is 0xB10C's research on orphanage overflows. Like I mentioned, it's a 100 limit count, and anyone can send as many orphans as they want, so that means that anybody can churn the orphanage. And this is like doubly bad for multiple reasons. One, it's a waste of resources. So in his research, he's found like sometimes we will download a transaction, we put it in our orphanage because we might need it later, and then we forget about it immediately, and then we re-download it and we put it in the orphanage, and then we forget about it immediately, and then this goes on until we finally figure out how to validate this transaction. So clearly there is some inefficiency there. There are no limits per peer, so any peer can be churning some other peer's orphans, so you can have one attacker that is screwing it up for all of the other honest attackers. There's not even a distinction between inbounds and outbounds. Like, this is kind of lower hanging fruit, and this is a project that I'm working on, and I'd love to have collaborators. But yeah, this is kind of, it has a DOS resistance component and a censorship component, because I forgot to mention this, but like package relay stuff all goes through the orphanage. So if you can churn orphanage, then you can censor packages. I'll explain this if you're interested. But if this pretty graph is interesting to you, please contact me. Yeah, if you are also an ideologically driven person who cares about things like censorship and wants to work on a software project that is A, really cool, and B, results in real impact, you should work on Bitcoin Core. So here are some links if you would like to get started, the GitHub is github.com/Bitcoin/Bitcoin. I personally, when I was starting out, used a few different educational resources. One is the Bitcoin Optech newsletter. It comes out every week. It talks about research and development that's happening, interesting pull requests and releases, and it has a topics index of all of the proposals. I also took the Chaincode seminars. There's also a FOSS program. If you go to chaincode.com, talk to that guy over there. And also, I will shill something that I work on personally, which is called the Bitcoin Core PR Review Club. Approximately every week, we talk about a PR that is open to Bitcoin Core. We dive through the code together. Usually the host posts some really awesome notes talking about background and the design goals. And we review PRs together because it's more fun with friends. And yeah, so thank you. Any questions? Yes, I think we have time. Yeah, we got 10 minutes. Yeah, cool. Plenty.
Sorry that I couldn't just ask from there. This is a little in the weeds, but nodes do not send invs about the things in the orphanage, right?
No, they don't.
Okay, and so I guess then, I just the second to last slide about the sort of attack.
Yeah.
Is the idea there's no sort of score for like any given peer? They can just spam your orphanage and you'll just keep evicting and. Okay, so it's still one-to-one, so anyone who had like a decent internet connection can connect to you and sort of take up a bunch of your bandwidth.
Yeah.
But they don't get any amplification factor, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's still, that's still something to.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
So I don't know anything about the rejection cache, but it seems like inherently DOSable. Can you talk about how you as an attacker can't just append forever to someone's like rejection cache?
Oh, it's a rolling Bloom filter.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a little outside of the scope of what you talked about, but I was wondering what your thoughts are when it comes to policy relay rules and how that might kind of degrade the incentive for people to participate in a public mempool versus just direct API submission to miners.
Sure. Okay. So the question is about mempool policy, and maybe we'll start by talking about why mempool policy exists. So we just talked about how transaction relay is a way to hear about transactions that are valid before they end up in blocks. So theoretically, you should just apply the consensus rules. However, there are, as was talked about in the previous presentation by Antoine, there are transactions that can take a really long time to validate. And these are consensus valid, but they can be pretty bad DOS vectors. So that is like reason number one, to have rules that are beyond the scope of consensus. There are also things like for efficient block building, transactions that are 4 megabytes are consensus valid, but they present really gross. Well, first of all, they are included in the bucket of like transactions that could take a really long time to validate. That's one of the reasons. And also, the bin packing kind of situation with block building just gets really bad when you have large chunks that you're working with relative to the eventual size of your bin, if that makes sense. I may or may not have explained that properly. Another reason is preserving upgrade hooks. So if we have lots of versions of, like, I don't know, SegWit for witness versions, for example, that we may attribute new rules to in the future, we would want those to not be used before we figure out what the rules are going to be, because you can imagine that different applications are going to set their own rules and they mean different things. And then you're like, okay, like we're gonna create this new consensus rule, version 4 means this. And then they're like, wait, hold on, you can't do that because like I already started using this like free field for my application. So if we just kind of like don't use those for now, that means we can upgrade them in the future. I think that's a very like, you know, inoffensive reason to not relay those transactions. I don't think there are kind of like best practices rules. There are ideas for, oh, this is expensive at a network level, like the dust rule. But I would say those are the best reasons to have policy. So your question was about like, if people want to create transactions that are non-standard, i.e. won't be relayed through Bitcoin Core nodes because of these policy rules, does that mean that they're incentivized to go directly to a miner because they can't go through like the normal means or whatever? And is that harmful? Yes, it is really harmful for the decentralized marketplace to be inefficient and to block users. Inefficient, let's just say inefficient, because it causes them to go through these central ones. And having that miner centralization is really toxic for Bitcoin. And so I think weighing that against the really good reasons to do policy, I think like a lot of reasons trump that, because it's like, why are you using version 4, which is upgradable, when you could, like, how do I say this? Like, it's not, there's not really a good reason. But like, we do want to reduce the policies that don't have good reasons. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, did that answer your question? Okay.
So you mentioned offhand that V29 of Bitcoin Core is coming up soon. So
Yes.
so we as users, presumably there are some release candidates that we should completely ignore and give no feedback whatsoever. Is that correct?
Wait, sorry?
Everyone, please test the release candidates. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Oh.
And this question's a little bit out there, but you mentioned a formal proof of reliability against censorship. What would that even mean? I mean, the closest thing I can think of is like people have proven that TCP is reliable, right? But even that makes assumptions about the statistical performance of the underlying network, right? Sun goes supernova, TCP fails. Right? So is that even an epistemologically meaningful question to ask about this?
So I think all I'm trying to say is like, clearly we care about the fact that if a node is trying to send out a transaction and there is a path from that node to a miner, then hopefully that transaction will definitely get there, right? That's kind of a property that we are hoping for in our distributed network, at least assuming that all these, the honest paths look like this. But like, I don't think there's like many tests for this, right? Like, we can do a lot better than like, there are comments in the code that suggest that this is something that we care about, and like maybe formally verifying this property, whatever that means. Again, like, I don't know what that means either, is like at the on this side of the spectrum, and this side of the spectrum is like literally nothing. I think we can be like in the middle. Like, that was what I was kind of hoping for with that fuzz test, because it's, you know, it's not as fancy and formal, but it is like an attempt to have a test for like a guarantee of some sort. But yeah, like, you have to, like, usually formal proofs have like assumptions, and like, if those assumptions are not practical, then like, you know, maybe this isn't realistic. But like, I don't know, like, I only have a bachelor's degree, so like, you know, if somebody out there has, you know, is very smart and cares about this, then please work on this problem. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's, you know, there's like computer science-y things, and then there's engineering things. You know, there's like, it's spectrum. Cool. I think that's everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Gloria. All right, we have our last speaker today. It'll be Janos. He is the lead maintainer at Bitcoin Layers. Bitcoin Layers is an open source research site that analyzes the trade-offs related to various protocols that support Bitcoin scaling. Janos previously worked at Espresso Systems and the Electric Coin Company, and he'll be giving us a talk on analyzing censorship resistance for Bitcoin Layer 2s.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, cool, awesome. Well, thanks for sticking around. I know it's late in the afternoon and we probably want to go get dinner soon, so I'm gonna try to wrap this up quickly. I don't know why that changed. Yeah, I'll try to do this really quick, but I have 116 slides, so I don't know if I'll be able to do it within 20 minutes, but we'll see. I'm gonna talk about censorship resistance in Bitcoin L2s. Oh gosh. This is screenshots, cool. I know what's wrong. That would have been embarrassing if it was something else. There we go. Cool, here we go. All right, now I gotta look up here. Okay, my name's Janusz on Twitter. I'm the co-founder of a really small company that does investing tools for Bitcoin. But I'm more known for my lowercase r research on a website called bitcoinlayers.org, where I just analyze anything that calls itself a Bitcoin L2, because a lot of people say that and they're not L2s. And really quickly, why we have L2s is it's really simple. Bitcoin's extremely limited in throughput, so if we're going to scale the transaction count to millions and billions of people, we need to do that off chain and then try to figure out how we can do that with the most minimal trust assumptions possible. Defining these, so I've looked at probably over 200 protocols. I've kind of been doing this for 15, 16 months now. And these are the three buckets of different L2s or layers type of designs that I've kind of found. One is you have Bitcoin native protocols. So I have one, sorry. Yeah, Bitcoin native protocols where users have a unilateral claim for their assets on the L1. So that's things like the Lightning Network, state chains, ARC. Those are kind of Bitcoin native protocols. You have side systems, which are essentially alternative blockchains that are either denominated in Bitcoin like Liquid, or they inherit consensus or reorg resistance in some roundabout way from Bitcoin. So rollups post their transaction data, inherit consensus from Bitcoin, and things like stacks post transaction hashes to Bitcoin, where the validator set has to build upon that transaction hash because that's what they socially decide to do. And then you have alternative layers, which are just blockchains with Bitcoin IOUs, wrap Bitcoin on Ethereum. And some of the censorship vectors that we can sometimes see in these systems, for Lightning, for example, is there's just really high user complexity. So a lot of users for Lightning get pushed onto custodial systems where they find themselves having to in that scenario they're down to their censorship resistance is that of the custodian. And then for Lightning Network, everything requires an L1 transaction. So if the transaction fees are really, really high, then users can get priced out of the network and they're not able to transact off chain, and that can be a problem. And then you have things where they have to have generally good hygiene because channels can force close or users can try to cheat them or counterparties can try to cheat them. So you have to have really good hygiene to be able to use a Lightning Network in a sovereign way, but you can use it that way. In state chains and ARC, you are always trusting the coordinator for finality. So what that means is these are just systems that allow you to co-sign UTXOs off-chain with a coordinator, so transfer UTXOs off-chain. So in that situation, you're just working with a coordinator to co-sign those transactions, and you're always trusting them to be able to finalize the transaction and not double spend you. And then you also have to trust the coordinator for liveness. So if the coordinator goes offline, then everyone has to unilaterally exit on-chain, and that's really, really complicated. And then you have custodian protocols, so things like eCash and Coinbase, where you trust the coordinator for everything. They have control of the money, they make sure the system's operational, and they can rug you at any time. You can have selective censorship in some systems. So this is not true of eCash, but things like CBBTC on Base, which is the fastest growing a Bitcoin-backed asset right now. It has 32,000 Bitcoin backing the asset. The token contracts are unilaterally controlled by Coinbase, and they can like initiate a malicious upgrade, and they can like blacklist users. And then you have third-party seizures where like even if you have like a coordinator who's acting honestly, they can censor people. They can be censored or coerced into like giving the money away by like malicious third parties, e.g. the government. So that's all we're going to talk about for those like kind of native protocols I think people are more familiar with, and actually where I don't spend the most of my time. We're going to talk about rollups. These are Silicon Valley's favorite Bitcoin L2 because everyone's giving them a bunch of money to build these things. So we're going to break down some misconceptions of rollups. So what a rollup is actually, before I continue, can I like get it to like mirror? It's hard to like look up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. So how do I mirror it? Yeah, sorry. This is really bothering me. Displays, where's that? Sorry about that. This is like, it's really hard to like, yeah. You know what, I'll just use a clicker. I'll just move and I'll use a clicker. We'll be fine. Cool. We're gonna, oh, where'd it go? Oh, cool. So now we're doing it? Oh, this is so much better. Oh, I was like looking up and my neck was hurting. Okay, rollups. So rollups are just blockchains that use Bitcoin for data availability. Or like that. So what that means is Bitcoin full nodes are just responsible for receiving some data and then making it available to some network for some form or fashion to satisfy some requirement, right? And they also rely on Bitcoin for the consensus on their transaction ordering. So Bitcoin consensus is what determines the transaction ordering for the rollup. So when we talk about this, though, I want to stop talking about rollups in like the context of blockchains because I think that can be sometimes confusing. So we're just going to talk about rollups as software. And it's really simple. So all we have is like some current state, then we have some logic that we apply over the transactions. And what that does is that helps us generate a new state based on kind of the transaction logic that we ran. So that can be described like this. A 4-year-old can draw this picture. You have data on Bitcoin, you run some code over it, and you create a new state, and you do that again until the end of time. And that's all a rollup is. A maybe fancier picture of this is that Bitcoin L1 has some data, it has transaction data. The rollup nodes will query, they'll scan Bitcoin, query that data, and then be able to independently derive the state of the rollup and then come to settlement on like the current state. So we're gonna go through an example. So Alice is gonna send Bob a Bitcoin transaction. And Bob's gonna get the transaction and open it, and there's gonna be, within that transaction, some arbitrary data. And to you and me, like that's just arbitrary data that means nothing to us. Like we're just like, it's just a bunch of numbers, and all Alice did was pay some more transaction fees to get that included in the chain. But Alice and Bob both run some software, and what that software does is it allows them to query the chain and look for this data, and then after they look for the data, they're able to interpret it. And remember, to you and me, this data doesn't mean anything, but to Alice and Bob, it represents some form of picture because the data that they're using the software to run is like interpreting this and displaying a picture. And this is like all a rollup is, and if you look at this picture, it's very similar to the 4-year-old drawing that we showed earlier. And this is the picture, right? Like this is all a rollup is. It's just querying data and then socially agreeing on settlement of what the new state is. And this is all it is. So rollups are just software that rely on Bitcoin for data availability. Bitcoin got that arbitrary data and made it available to Alice and Bob. And then Bitcoin miners included that transaction in the chain, and the network consensus determined what order that transaction was included. So now the new state says that Bob is the owner of the Taproot Wizard. So that's all a rollup is. Ordinals are rollups, and we have them on Bitcoin today. And in this example, I didn't talk about validity proofs, what people call ZKPs. I didn't talk about bridges, and I didn't talk about sequencers. I just talked about a software that uses Bitcoin to make data available so it can come to settlement. And that's all rollup is. So the issue, though, is if we do this, right, this is just an L1 transaction. And if we do this at scale, the mempool gets all these pictures, and then all of us can't use Bitcoin anymore because Udi and Eric decided to like blow up the chain with their like pictures, and it's not great, and like we're all in a really bad position because the fees are really high and everything's unusable. So yeah, we're in this now. Bitcoin has become a database for pictures of wizards wearing McDonald's hats. And so we don't want that. So what we're gonna change is instead of doing all these transactions on chain, we're like, how can we make this more efficient? So we're going to socially enshrine some like supernode off-chain. So we're like, okay, we're going to take all these transactions and do them off-chain, and instead of sending to miners directly, we're going to send them to the supernode, and this supernode is responsible for receiving all these transactions. We call this thing a sequencer. So it just determines the sequence of transactions. And so it's the same process. So you send all the transactions to the sequencer puts that in an envelope, sends that to Bitcoin. Bitcoin opens the envelope, and then everyone can derive the state and then come to settlement, on what the current state is based on the data that's made available by Bitcoin. So a sequencer is just a centralized validator off-chain that in practice unilaterally determines the ordering of all the transactions that are done off-chain. It builds the blocks, compresses the data, and then posts that summary to Bitcoin, and users do the same thing. They use their software to interpret the data and compute the new state of the rollup. But in that previous example, we had an issue. These Taproot wizards that people are sending around, they're worth $13,000. So I don't think Alice sent it to Bob for free. Bob probably sent some Bitcoin in return. So now we have a question of like this previous example, the rollup, we didn't transact any Bitcoin off-chain. So how do we get Bitcoin IOUs and be able to use those receipts and do those off-chain and then have some like updated summary go on-chain and be able to like secure that? So how do we get Bitcoin onto the rollup? So what we actually need to do is we need to put Bitcoin on-chain and the L1 into a box. And then we need to tell the box that needs to go to the rollup and say, hey, you have this many Bitcoins that you can give to all your users so they can spend it and move it around. So the users will then do some transactions and change the balances. They'll send that over to Bitcoin, derive the state, and then now all of the balances are updated, right? This is great. We have Bitcoin in a lockbox, and now we're like transacting. But the only reason that you can transact with this Bitcoin IOU off-chain is because it has a representation on the L1 that's backing it. So the only reason like this is worth anything is because it's backed one-to-one with the lockbox. So Alice wants to go off the chain, off the rollup into L1, and she says, hey, lockbox, I would like to take some Bitcoin out and give you my kind of wrap Bitcoin and get real Bitcoin, and that can't happen. So we have to figure out a way, like you can't just tell the lockbox, we have to like convince it. So how do we convince it? Because this is all the data we're posting right now is just arbitrary data that doesn't mean anything. We convince it through magic, also known as validity proofs. And so what we're going to do here is now we've divided the sequencer. It has two envelopes. We're still sending the blobs of data so we can come to settlement, like what we were talking about earlier, deriving the state, computing the new state off-chain. But we have another envelope, and this is going to send a magic wand. And this magic wand is going to go to the lockbox, and then they're going to have like a conversation. So the lockbox is like, the magic wand's like, hey, Mr. Lockbox, please give Alice her 2 BTC. And then the lockboxes go, hi, Ms. Proof, I need you to convince me. I need you to provide me an argument that the current state of what you're saying is true. And then what we do is the proof will provide some succinct, non-interactive argument that the current state of the off-chain system is that what they want to do from the lockbox so they can issue withdrawals and give users their money back on chain, thus creating a mechanism to make that money worth something. And then the lockbox goes, yeah, that looks great. I'll give Alice her 2 BTC because it's constructed in a way where it can interpret the proof and interpret that data. So now we have a system, and the person sending this, sorry, really quick, it's called a prover. So we have this person that's a centralized validator, and it's responsible for constructing validity proofs that essentially just convince bridge programs on Bitcoin that this is the current state of the IOUs off-chain, and we need the bridge to represent that state so we can give users their funds, and that's how everything kind of works there. So in this system, this is how we ensure that the BTC on the rollup has value to the corresponding BTC on chain and makes it worth doing. And we use these other techniques to compress the transactions off chain to provide some scalability benefits. This is a lot different from the picture that I showed earlier. Like this is way more complicated, right? Like it's really kind of a lot of moving parts and it's a lot more complicated. So the reason when we talk about rollups now and people think they're kind of more complicated systems is because we do talk about them through the lens of zero knowledge proofs, bridges, and sequencers. And what this means in practice and social practice is rollups or blockchains where centralized validators post data to the parent chain Bitcoin. Rollup nodes compute the state based on that data, and after the state's computed, a validity proof is sent to the bridge to convince it that they should release withdrawals to users. So why do we do this? Well, the first reason is big boxes can produce a lot of blocks really quickly and provide pinky promises that they will send that data to Bitcoin. We can get a trustless verification of the state, so users can run their own rollup node and query the state to understand what the current state of the rollup is. And the most important thing is this actually allows us to build better bridges. The reason rollups are so interesting isn't because we can transact with pictures off-chain, it's because we have the ability to construct better bridge programs. But the problem with this like verification thing that we talked about, we can't do this right now because a snark verifier is 1 gigabyte and that doesn't fit into a Bitcoin block. So we need to figure out how to do different ways to do bridges. And rollups can do all of these. You can do a single custodian, so you can do Coinbase. You can do multi-sigs, so kind of what's popular today, so federated multi-sigs like Liquid or threshold signature schemes, where a threshold of signers is needed to like move funds. Or you can do this like new technique people are working on, which is like an optimistic snark verifier. And that's pretty cool. So the reason, and remember, like the reason we're building rollups and throwing all this data on chain, which is not necessarily scalable, is because we want to build better bridges. So what we do for this, like this is a really high level overview of the bridges that rollups want to build today. They take the snark verifier, they chunk it into a bunch of chunks that link together, and then they are able to have like this set of operators that issue withdrawals to users who request funds. And if honest, all is well, and we just carry on. And if someone's dishonest and they try to cheat, we can put fraud proofs on chain and kind of disprove that disprove that their withdrawal that they executed was that proved that it was invalid. So we've changed now the picture of the lockbox now has this intermediary step where we have 4 Bobs. And Bobs are the operators of this new bridge program. So what happens here is instead of the lockbox giving money to Alice, Bob is going to front the liquidity and give the money to Alice himself, and then he is going to go get the money from the lockbox. And the reason he does this and he doesn't try to cheat the system and he does this honestly is because everyone around him is running a verifier software, and if he cheats, then they can force him to reveal the contents of that program that we were running off chain and do it within a small enough transaction that fits within a Bitcoin block. So what we're doing is now everyone around Bob has AK-47s, and if Bob lies, there's consequences for lying, so Bob doesn't lie. And this is like pretty good, right? This is complicated, but for a sidechain style system, this is like a pretty good trust assumption. Like we have this operator set where if 4 or 5 people can fulfill withdrawals, and then we have this one of unbounded and honesty assumption where everybody can keep the integrity of the system. Because remember, the only reason to build these systems is because we want to build better bridges, right? This is what we want to do. But there's still censorship vectors. So sequencers and provers are centralized servers. So if they go down, users are censored and they can never get their money back. Bridge operators also have liveness issues. So if the bridge operator is offline, then they can't facilitate the withdrawals. And then there's liquidity assumptions. So in these systems, there's liquidity assumptions where bridge operators have to front the liquidity to satisfy the withdrawal. And if they don't have that liquidity, the system will freeze. And we have another problem. When we talked about earlier about YL2s, Bitcoin's really limited in throughput, and there's a problem here, is that this is going to get really, really expensive for people to be posting these large transactions with all of this state data. So there's like alternatives. It's like, well, if we can't post the data to Bitcoin because it becomes too expensive and the data availability layer is too expensive, let's post it somewhere else. Let's post it somewhere like Ethereum. Let's post it somewhere like Celestia. So this completely changes the trust assumption of the system. So now when people are talking about rollups, a lot of the time they're talking about systems that don't even use Bitcoin for data availability, which goes against that first definition. So now they're going to use an alt chain, and this turns into like a really, really messy situation. Because what happens is the alt chain is secured by the economic security of some alternative token. So what happens is we have a new conversation because the value of the Bitcoin that's locked in the lockbox might become worth more than the economic security of the token for the alt chain. So in that sense, the alt chain might go, that is a lot of money, I want some of it. I'm going to withhold the data, and I'm going to stop your system from making progress so you can't move the system forward anymore. And the reason they're okay with doing this penalty, the alt chain might hard fork, they might have a situation where all the validators get slashed, but remember, the value that's locked in the lockbox is worth a lot more than that token, worth a lot more than the shitcoin. So they're okay with having the penalty of getting slashed if it means they can hold the bridge at ransom and try to steal from the bridge. And then what happens with the sequencer and the bridge, they're like, we can't make progress anymore because the data availability layer is withholding all the data. And this is the ETH to BTC price chart. So this actually could really happen in practice because everything trends down against Bitcoin. So we can have a situation where data availability layers become incentivized to steal, especially if rollups gain a lot of adoption. So we have a new censorship vector for these systems. We have the economic security of the DA layer because the DA layer needs to be incentivized to not hold the bridge at ransom And then if the DA is centralized, let's say they just use like 4 or 5 committee. I actually reviewed a protocol. They have one signer for a DA committee. They have like one person who holds all the data, one node. And if that person went offline, you could then lose all of the data for the system forever, and you will not be able to recover the funds. So these are actual like real things people put money into, and like we need to tell them about these like censorship vectors. So we have like this summary now for rollups. So with the summary for rollups is that the centralized operators can cause liveness failures. The high fees can either make it like really hard for users to use because you're posting all that data on chain and that cost gets incurred to the user. Or you have the alternative DA layer where you have to trust the economic security in an alternative token. You have the bridge operator liveness problem, and then also the liquidity assumptions for the bridge operators. And what we're getting here is potentially something that's better than federations. So we're potentially trying to build different styles of blockchains that can construct better bridges. And the reason they can construct better bridges is because, remember, the data is posted, and then it's the rollup nodes that come together to compute the new state. So if the sequencer posts a bunch of malicious data, for example, to rug the bridge, then the rollup nodes can simply just reject that data and say, we're not going to accept that new state. There might be a liveness failure, but the bridge is still going to be secure because they're not going to compute a new state root, which unlocks the funds from the bridge, if they're doing a malicious state update. But what we're not getting, and this is something I have kind of a beef with a lot of rollup teams, we're not getting completely new execution layers. Rootstock has been live for years, and they're actually implementing 5-second block times. So that's kind of cool. Liquid's been live for years too. We're not getting faster finality in essence because, remember, like the state isn't updated until the rollup nodes actually compute the state. So you're just getting pinky promises that the sequencer will send the data. And we already have systems that have fast finality. We have Comet BFT side chains that are in production that have 2-second block times. And we're not getting completely trust minimized systems because none of the systems that are being built today completely replace humans with trust in cryptography. But we are getting a new design space where we have options past Lightning that have different trade-offs and custodial solutions. And it's just all trade-offs all the way down. So when we're analyzing these things, what we're looking at is a couple of things. We're looking at Bitcoin custody, who holds the money that's backing the IOUs. We look at data availability, who's like making the data available for whatever rhyme or reason, who are the operators, who are sequencing transactions and constructing blocks or co-signing transfers. And if you do a transaction, how can you be assured that the transaction is not going to reorg or the operator is going to double spend you? And we end up in this like matrix. You can argue with me on this. I'm not like married to this, but you have this idea of like sovereign to custodial and then poor UX to user friendly. And at the top left, you have the Lightning Network, which can be completely sovereign, but have poor UX. And then to the bottom of that, you have user friendly but custodial, which is Coinbase. And in this, you just have a design space for different use cases and different applications. And they can be applicable for whatever rhyme or reason. And the reason that we built this project, honestly, is because it's all trade-offs. And the goal of this is to show users kind of what the trust assumption is when they're using a system. I guess like related to Freedom Tech, it'd be amazing if we built this kind of resource in a way where organizations that kind of work with people in authoritarian regimes were able to check out our site and like learn about systems and help onboard their users into systems if they ever want to use L2s, and just learn what they're like giving their users and learn all those trade-offs. So that's why we built the site. Thanks. That's me on Twitter, and those are the 2 websites I post all my stuff on. So yeah, thanks for your time. Sorry for taking so long. Really? Oh, man. No, any questions? With one signer? It's with a DA signer? It's called Corn. They're like a CORN. They're an Ethereum Optimium. They post data to one signer for a committee, and then they have a bridge contract on chain that locks wrapped Bitcoin and Coinbase Bitcoin that backs their derivative asset that they use on their chain. So it's a completely custodial system. And they have one DA signer. Honestly, I think like Liquid's pretty good. Like, to be honest, like I think when you look at everything, it all comes down to a federation, because even if you have an alternative token, even if you have a token, like if the value, like, so for example, Nomic is like a side chain where like collectively the top 20 validators by like stake threshold, they operate a multi-sig where they co-sign kind of the multi-sig that's securing all the BTC backing and BTC. And that's like really cool in theory, but like what if that bridge gets really used and like, you know, the token for Nomic is just down forever because it's inflationary, then the token doesn't really mean anything, especially if the bridge gets adopted. So I think like just standard federations are still probably the best way to go. I think TBTC on Ethereum is like another interesting design where they do like beta stakers for like some like DDoS protection stuff. So that's kind of cool too.
If you had to pick one rollup, which rollup would you stick with to use?
I'm going to give you a bad answer because I'm going to say Citria and Alpin because I'm friends with like both of them. I like both of them. I think the teams like Citria and Alpin are building some really cool stuff, and I think rollups get a lot of heat because a lot of the silliness going on in like the investing space and all these new projects popping up. I don't know if you know this, but you can launch a Ethereum blockchain in like 30 minutes. And like call it a rollup and launch a token. So a lot of investors invest in those things and they call themselves Bitcoin L2s. So I think like teams like Alpin and Citria who have been like working really, really hard on this like off-chain snark verifier thing and like implementing that and getting that to production and not going on mainnet with like a decentralization roadmap for me like is like a really good showing of faith. And yeah, I think they're going to be exciting projects. I think there's a lot of questions around scalability and like what's going to be the data availability layer long term for most users. Because I think people get priced out of Bitcoin DA. But yeah, I think those two.
Yeah, maybe you can help me out here. Is one of the key difference here, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that Ethereum has it's sort of a scripting primitive to go from the native ETH token to your derivative token, whereas Bitcoin would not have such a thing. And does Liquid have that? And is that one of the things that makes it more effective for these kinds of applications?
Yeah, it's a great question. So yeah, Ethereum scripting language is like expressive enough to construct these bridges that can verify this off-chain state. Like they're called snark verifiers. So Ethereum can like build that, and Bitcoin, the scripting language isn't expressive enough to build that directly on chain within like the block size limit. So we have to like do those like ways around it, and that's like where the off-chain verifier comes in. But things like Liquid, it's just a standard. It's not a standard multi-sig, but it's a multi-sig where 11 to 15 people effectively can like sign transactions to move money. You can build those today. It's a lot different than what Ethereum does. But the thing with Ethereum is while these things can like do this like native verification, there could be bugs. So they usually throw governance multi-sigs on top of them, and they can upgrade the bridges instantly and implement malicious code upgrades and steal everybody's money. So it's native verification, but it's usually run by like a centralized 4/6 multisig that the company owns all the keys for, and they're using Gnosis safe signers. And Justin Drake said they could do the Bybit hack on all the Ethereum rollups.
Decentralization cosplay, right?
Yeah, it's not great. But they have like a very clear path to doing like native snark verification, whereas in Bitcoin that's a lot more complicated. Zen Bitcoin? Is it the one on Solana? I haven't seen it yet. Sorry. Cool. Thanks, guys. Hope the pictures were fun and made it a little more interesting.
MIT Bitcoin Expo 2025. You made it to the end of the day, so for a little gift, we have the second edition of the Passphrase magazine outside, so on your way out, please snag one. It's got some interesting stuff in there, so just wanted to say thanks. Thanks for sticking with us through the entire day, and we'll be back for day 2 with a whole nother full day of great content. So thanks again, and see you tomorrow.